Martial Peak Chapter 1447 to Chapter 1479. However, compared to Kong Wendong, the young woman had more or less taken the initiative. After all, she was only using Yang Kai and had not directly become his enemy, so after rolling her eyes, she immediately shouted, "Little brother is really amazing, this mistress knew you would be fine." She spoke as if she could predict the future. Yang Kai sneered, stepped forward, and said, "Enough nonsense. Madam, what you said just now still counts, yes?" The young woman was stunned for a moment before she was overjoyed and quickly nodded, "Naturally." "Good." Yang Kai nodded with satisfaction. "Since that's the case, after this matter is settled, I want half of the profits from that cave mansion. If Madam agrees, I will immediately help you, if not, just pretend I didn't say anything." "Half?" The young woman looked at Yang Kai in surprise, her expression suddenly becoming unhappy as she shouted, "Little brother, don't you think this proposal is unfair?" "How is it unfair?" Yang Kai looked at her with a grin. "You're just one person, and you're only a first-order origin returning realm cultivator at that, but my Ice Heart Valley has 3 people. Even if we split the spoils, you'll only get a quarter or less." "Half, haha, don't you think that's too much?" "I don't think so." Yang Kai shook his head seriously. "If I didn't intervene, it would have been impossible for you to obtain anything from that cave mansion. If you could have obtained anything, it would have been because of my participation, so half of the profits is a reasonable proposal for me and for you." "No." The young woman shook her head like a rattledrum and said firmly, "I can't agree to this proposal. At most, I can give you a fifth of the profits. If you don't agree, then forget it." "Is that so?" The smile on Yang Kai's face grew wider as he looked at her with interest. "Even if they have helpers, you won't agree?" "What did you say?" The young woman's face changed. "What did I say? Can't you see for yourself?" Yang Kai replied casually. The young woman was not a fool and immediately turned her head to look at the 4 people in front of her. A moment later, her beautiful eyes narrowed and her expression became cold. There was no other reason. She actually saw the cultivator of the first-order origin returning realms that she had severely injured. He was secretly pouring his divine sense into the communication artifact, as if he was trying to contact someone. It was unknown whether he had managed to contact the other party. Seeing this, the young woman immediately knew that this matter could not be delayed any longer. She gritted her teeth. She shouted, "Good. Half is half. As long as we can obtain the things in the valley, I will definitely not go back on my word." "I hope you keep your word." Yang Kai looked at her meaningfully. The young woman's heart trembled. For some reason, she felt a little uneasy. But soon, she dispelled this thought. Now, the most important thing was to drag this brat into the water. As for how to distribute the things in the valley after obtaining them, it was still up to her to decide. Giving him 10% or 20% would be enough. Half. What a joke. He should count himself lucky that he didn't intend to burn the bridge after crossing the river. If he really didn't know what was good for him, it wouldn't be too late to make a move then. You can rest assured, thinking so, the young woman smiled. Throughout the negotiation process between Yang Kai and him, Kong Wendong did not try to stop them. He knew that he and Yang Kai had already formed a grudge, so it was useless to say anything now. After they finished talking, Kong Wendong grinned wickedly. "Boy, do you really think you're some big shot? Whether I am or not, we'll see." Yang Kai grinned but did not try to find trouble with Kong Wendong. After all, the other party was the strongest of the 4 from Brilliant Flame sect, so it would definitely be troublesome to deal with him. Instead, Yang Kai set his sights on an old man at the second-order origin returning realm. This old man was wearing a black robe and had a long beard, giving him a sage-like appearance. However, his face was rosy and his skin was tender, comparable to a newborn baby's. With a flick of his finger, Yang Kai sent out a golden blood thread towards the old man in black robes, directly enveloping him. Seeing Yang Kai act so decisively, without the slightest hesitation, and unexpectedly finding an opponent a minor realm higher than him, the 3 women from Ice Heart Valley were overjoyed. The young woman in the lead let out a shout and took the initiative to meet Kong Wendong while the other 2 women also found their own targets and began fighting. On Ice Heart Valley's side, besides the young woman in the lead who was a third-order origin returning realm cultivator, the other two women were second-order and first-order. On Brilliant Flame Sect's side, there was also a cultivator of this realm left. However, the other side's first-order origin realm cultivator had already been seriously injured by the young woman, so it wouldn't take much effort for the women from Ice Heart Valley to deal with him. It was only a matter of time. Once the outcome of this battle was decided, they would be able to reinforce the others. A slight advantage could snowball, and when the time came, Brilliant Flame Sect's forces would inevitably be routed. The young woman instantly predicted the next change in the battle in her heart. While secretly rejoicing, she also glanced over at Yang Kai with some worry. After all, this prediction was based on Yang Kai being able to entangle the black-robed old man. If Yang Kai was killed by the black-robed old man from Brilliant Flame Sect in a short time, this beautiful prediction would not be valid. The young woman had no choice but to pay more attention to Yang Kai. She thought that the battle would be one-sided and that Yang Kai would be struggling to hold on. After all, the opponent he had chosen was a minor realm higher than him. But after a quick glance, the young woman couldn't help being shocked. The battle was indeed one-sided, but not in the way she had imagined. Instead, it was the second-order origin returning realm old man in black robes who was struggling to hold on. The old man's body was shrouded in a golden light that cut through the void with a sizzling sound, as if it was capable of cutting through space itself. Wrapped in this golden light, the old man was in a state of complete defense, with no opportunity to attack at all. The eyes of the young woman leading Ice Heart Valley's group almost popped out of their sockets. Her momentary lapse in concentration had allowed Kong Wendong to take advantage of her and almost injure her. Panicking, she hurriedly focused on fighting Kong Wendong, no longer paying any attention to Yang Kai. At the same time, on Yang Kai's side, the black-robed old man's face went pale. He had never expected that this young man with only a first-order origin returning realm would be so difficult to deal with. The golden threads were incredibly sharp, and the black-robed old man didn't know what kind of secret technique they were using, but the golden light they produced was so overwhelming that even the black-robed old man's protective Saint Chi would be cut open. The black-robed old man had no choice but to summon his own defensive artifact armor, but even so, he found it difficult to resist. However, this wasn't the worst thing for the black-robed old man though. What he found most unbearable was that his Shur couldn't envelop his opponent at all. In a battle between origin returning realm cultivators, the power of Shur could sometimes play a decisive role. If one Shur was stronger than the enemy's, then once it was destroyed, the black-robed old man's strength would be greatly reduced, making it easier to deal with. The black-robed old man didn't put Yang Kai in his eyes at all and had only intended to use his Shur to seize the advantage, but how could he have known that as soon as he released his Shur, it would be cut into pieces by the golden threads, unable to take shape at all, let alone envelop his opponent. These golden threads actually had the miraculous effect of breaking Shur. The old man was shocked and no longer dared to underestimate Yang Kai. With a shout, he opened his hands wide and condensed a wash-basin-sized fireball in front of him. The old man pushed it forward fiercely and sent it flying straight towards Yang Kai. Halfway through, the fireball suddenly exploded, and countless smaller fireballs separated from the fireball. They covered the sky and the earth, and their momentum was shocking. Yang Kai raised his brow and flicked his fingers, sending out balls of demonic flame to meet the incoming fireballs. Playing with fire? The black-robed old man saw this and a sarcastic smile appeared on his face. When it came to playing with fire, he was an expert. After all, he was a cultivator of Brilliant Flame Sect and had spent his entire life studying fire attribute secret arts and secret techniques. Even if the young man opposite him had a secret technique that could break Shur, in a competition of fire attribute secret techniques, he was definitely inferior. The black-robed old man assumed a posture of watching a good show. But in the next moment, the smile on his face stiffened and he looked like he had seen a ghost in broad daylight. The pitch-black flames exuded a frigid aura that was far stronger than the ice attribute secret technique of Ice Heart Valley's cultivator. When they first shot out, they didn't seem to be anything special, but as they flew through the air, they twisted and transformed into small birds that flew towards the black-robed old man's flames with extreme precision. Yuan control technique. The black-robed old man's eyes shrank as a look of horror filled his face. Although Yuan control technique was something that any origin returning realm cultivator could come into contact with, not everyone was proficient in it. The black-robed old man had also studied it, but even he had only gained a slight understanding of it. He couldn't precisely control each strand of Saint Chi like Xianxia could. To be able to do this, not only did it require practice, but it also required a powerful spiritual energy. The other party was clearly just a first-order cultivator, so how could he have such an ability? The old man exclaimed in his heart and immediately knew that the situation had taken a turn for the worse. Although they were both flames, through Yuan control technique, the other party's attack was obviously much more powerful. Sure enough, after the pitch-black birds collided with the black-robed old man's flames, the burning flames were immediately frozen and annihilated. However, the small birds didn't suffer much damage and instead gathered together again, forming a larger firebird that swooped down towards the black-robed old man. "Taste my flames." Xianxia grinned, and with a single thought, the frigid demonic flames transformed into a scorching hot existence. The demonic flames could be cold or hot at will, but Xianxia's sudden change in temperature was unpredictable. The black-robed old man was caught off guard and immediately suffered a big loss. The change in temperature was too fast for the black-robed old man to guard against, so in a hurry, he summoned a shield-like artifact and transformed it into a stream of light to protect himself. In the next moment, his entire body was wrapped in demonic flames. Xianxia, who thought he had succeeded in one strike and was about to step forward to end this battle, had just taken a step forward when his expression suddenly became solemn and he immediately flew backwards. Kong, with a loud bang, the black-robed old man's shield suddenly burst open. Taking advantage of the explosion of this artifact, the black-robed old man's figure flickered and disappeared from where he stood, reappearing several dozen meters away. Looking around, the yellow-robed old man didn't seem to have suffered any serious injuries, but his appearance was somewhat distressed. Paying the price of a defensive artifact, he had finally managed to escape from the demonic flames, his actions extremely decisive. Xianxia was surprised, secretly thinking that he had underestimated this old man. Being able to cultivate to the second-order origin returning realm, this old man's combat experience was truly rich. "Little brat. This old master will skin you alive, otherwise, the hatred in my heart will never be appeased." The yellow-robed old man managed to escape, but not only did he not show any intention of retreating, his expression instead becoming violent as he glared at Xianxia, gnashing his teeth as he threatened fiercely. As soon as his voice fell, he opened his mouth, puffed up his cheeks, and blew out a breath of air, as if he was trying to use some powerful secret technique. But how could Xianxia let this old man do as he pleased? Although he didn't know what kind of trump card this old man had, the situation of a battle often changed in the blink of an eye. Perhaps this old man really did have some kind of ultimate trump card up his sleeve. Thinking so, Xianxia shook his golden blood thread and sent it flying towards the old man's head like a spear. The golden blood thread was extremely sharp, and after being nourished by Xianxia for so long, it was incredibly powerful and could be changed at will. After the old man's defensive artifact self-destructed, his artifact armor alone was unable to protect him from the piercing attack of the golden blood thread. Xianxia was fully confident he could kill or severely injure this old man. But what surprised him was that in the face of such an attack, his opponent actually had no intention of dodging at all. He still stood in place with a solemn expression, and the breath he exhaled from his mouth was like a rolling heat wave, extremely fiery red and visible to the naked eye. In the blink of an eye, a fiery red mass of chi appeared in front of this old man, one that contained a terrifying power that even Xianxia couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. It was still a fire attribute attack, but this fiery red mass of chi was completely different from the flames released by the old man before, so Xianxia couldn't help wondering what kind of mysteries were hidden inside it. As soon as this fiery red mass of chi took shape, the golden blood thread pierced through it. However, in the next moment, Xianxia's complexion changed slightly and he immediately took back his golden blood thread. Frowning, he saw that the front part of his golden blood thread was showing signs of melting. If Xianxia had not withdrawn it in time, a part of his golden blood thread would have been dissolved, causing him to suffer a certain backlash. Xianxia's face turned solemn. He didn't expect the secret technique his opponent used to be so powerful. On the other hand, the old man's originally ruddy face was slightly pale at this moment. It was obvious that using this secret technique was a great burden on him, but he still laughed wildly. "Boy, come and try the power of this old master's heaven-scorching thunder fire." Saying so, he pointed his finger forward and poured his Saint Qi madly into the fiery red mass of Qi in front of him. Nourished by his Saint Qi, the fiery red mass of Qi suddenly swelled and released a scorching aura that caused the world to change color. Immediately after, the fiery red mass of Qi squirmed and transformed into a ferocious flaming monster. As soon as it took shape, this monster rushed towards Xianxia fiercely. Wherever it passed, even space seemed to melt and the sand and stones on the ground immediately turned into molten iron, a shocking sight to behold. Furthermore, not only was this monster covered in extremely hot flames, but there were also tiny pitch-black lightning bolts swimming around its body. The crackling sounds of explosions were incessant, and it looked extremely terrifying. Xianxia, however, didn't show any fear, a strange look appearing on his face as his brow furrowed slightly, seemingly contemplating something. But soon, he calmed his thoughts and with a single thought, a sharp bird cry suddenly rang out. Accompanied by this cry, a strange-looking firebird rushed out from his body and spread its wings, covering a radius of several dozen meters. The firebird artifact spirit. After being released by Xianxia, the artifact spirit's eyes flashed with excitement as it stared at the monster rushing towards it, as if it was looking at a delicious meal. The moment the artifact spirit appeared, the monstrous momentum coming from the monster's body obviously stagnated for a moment and its eyes flashed a human-like look of dread, as if it was extremely afraid of the artifact spirit. Even the speed at which it was rushing towards Xianxia had involuntarily slowed down significantly. The smug expression of the yellow-robed old man immediately changed, as if he had been punched in the face, his jaw dropping as he stared at the firebird artifact spirit in amazement. He never expected that Xianxia would be able to display a similar method to his own. However, there was no point in worrying and being surprised now. He didn't believe that his opponent's technique could be compared to the heaven-scorching lightning fire that he had cultivated for most of his life. He was full of confidence in his own technique. Just as Xianxia was lost in thought, the firebird artifact spirit collided with the monster wrapped in thunder and fire. The two strange existences in the form of flames instantly entangled with each other, and the roars of beasts and cries of birds filled the air, creating a lively scene. The yellow-robed old man secretly broke out in cold sweat. Although he felt that his method was superior, it was impossible to say that he wasn't worried. In contrast, Xianxia seemed extremely calm. The artifact spirit firebird had even swallowed several wisps of sun's true fire, so although he didn't know what this heaven-scorching thunder fire was, he was certain that it was inferior to sun's true fire. It shouldn't be difficult for the artifact spirit firebird to deal with it. Taking advantage of this leisure time, Xianxia also took the time to investigate the situation of the other battlefields. Needless to say, Kong Wendong and the young woman had similar cultivations, so without summoning the Origin King Great Artifact, the profounding heart-shattering drum, the two of them were evenly matched. On the other side, the battle between the two second-order Origin Returning Realm Masters was similar, and it was difficult to tell who had the upper hand. On the other hand, on the battlefield of the First Order Origin Returning Realm, the woman from Ice Heart Valley had the upper hand. After all, her opponent had been severely injured by the lead young woman of Ice Heart Valley and was unable to exert much of his strength at this moment, only able to grit his teeth and struggle bitterly. It wouldn't take long for him to be defeated and killed. As long as a winner was decided here, the advantage would slowly shift towards Ice Heart Valley's side, and victory would be assured. It didn't take much time to investigate this situation. Xianxia only needed to release his divine sense to understand the overall situation, but at that moment, a roar suddenly rang out from the other side. Xianxia raised his brow and looked over, only to see the firebird artifact spirit completely suppressing the monster's aura. The firebird artifact spirit treated the thunder fire released by the monster's body as if it was nothing and simply wrapped it up in a ball of fire. Although both of them were flame bodies, there was a clear distinction between them. Xianxia's artifact spirit had long since gained sentience and was nourished by the earth-lung fire pond for tens of thousands of years. It was not an ordinary flame that could be compared to it, and after swallowing several streams of sun's true fire, its power had greatly increased. The monster transformed from the heaven-scorching thunder fire was simply not on the same level as it. As such, the artifact spirit firebird was immediately at a disadvantage, and from the looks of it, it seemed it wanted to swallow it whole. Seeing this scene, the yellow-robed old man became both anxious and angry. He had spent a huge amount of energy to display this trump card, but unexpectedly it had no effect, so how could he not vomit blood? Continuously releasing his divine sense, he tried to control the monster transformed from the heaven-scorching thunder fire to escape from the artifact spirit Firebird, but to no avail. "Old thing, look over here." Xianxia suddenly grinned at him and shouted loudly. The yellow-robed old man involuntarily turned his head, secretly guarding against Xianxia's actions, lest he take this opportunity to launch a sneak attack. But as soon as he looked over, he could no longer move his eyes away. Inside Xianxia's left eye, a budding flower bud suddenly appeared, and with a slight sway, it strangely took root in the yellow-robed old man's knowledge sea. Immediately, the flower began to spread in all directions, as if it wanted to bloom into its own beauty. But what shocked the yellow-robed old man was that as this flower bloomed, his spiritual energy began to gather and be absorbed by it, completely out of his control. It was as if this flower was blooming with his own spiritual energy as its source. In just a short time, nearly 1/10 of his spiritual energy had been consumed. And it was still being consumed at a terrifying rate. It was likely that within a dozen breaths of time, his spiritual energy would be completely drained. Once his knowledge sea dried up, he would inevitably suffer mental trauma, and this kind of injury was not easy to recover from. The yellow-robed old man was so shocked that he no longer had time to stimulate his heaven-scorching thunder fire and hurriedly circulated his spiritual energy to wrap around the flower, submerging it. Kong, a silent explosion occurred in the old man's knowledge sea, causing it to shake violently, rolling up monstrous waves. Poo, with a loud sound, the old man spat out a mouthful of blood, clearly having been seriously injured. Although he had used his spiritual energy to forcibly dispel Xianxia's blossoming lotus secret technique, he had still inevitably suffered heavy injuries. As the saying goes, blessings do not come in pairs, and misfortune does not come singly. The old man had just resolved his crisis when the heaven-scorching thunder fire, which he had not been able to control, was swallowed by the Firebird artifact spirit. The Firebird once again returned to its original form, but the monster transformed from the heaven-scorching thunder fire was nowhere to be seen. However, if one looked carefully, they would find that inside the Firebird artifact spirit's belly, there was a dark bolt of lightning that was constantly swimming about. Naturally, it was the heaven-scorching thunder fire. Poo, another mouthful of blood sprayed from the yellow-robed old man's mouth. The heaven-scorching thunder fire was connected to his soul, so now that it had been swallowed into the Firebird's belly, the connection was severed and there was naturally a backlash. One encounter after another caused the yellow-robed old man's aura to become extremely sluggish and his face to become as pale as paper. Where was his previous high-spirited second-order origin returning realm master? At this moment, he looked like an old man who could be blown away by a gust of wind. One wrong move and the whole game was lost. The old man had never expected that a trivial first-order origin returning realm could force him to this extent. Before he could stabilize the tumbling Xianxia in his body, a golden light appeared in front of him. Xianxia's golden blood thread. Take advantage of your opponent's weakness to take their life. Xianxia had wandered the outside world for so many years and had experienced countless battles, so he naturally understood this simple truth. The yellow-robed old man was already an arrow at the end of its flight, so even though he knew that this golden blood thread was a fatal attack, he was unable to dodge or resist. In a hurry, he could only push his Xianxia to protect himself in an attempt to escape. With a soft sound, the Xianxia barrier he had arranged was like paper in front of the sharp golden blood thread, unable to provide any resistance at all. Not only that, the old man's head was pierced by the golden blood thread. The yellow-robed old man's lips twitched as he stared at Xianxia in amazement, seemingly wanting to say something, but without the slightest strength, the vitality in his eyes quickly dissipating. By the time Xianxia took back his golden blood thread, the old man's body had fallen to the ground. From the time Xianxia attacked to the end of the battle, only half a cup of tea's worth of time had passed, and the final outcome was that the stronger old man had fallen. The short amount of time and the unexpected ending caused everyone present to turn pale with fright. Xianxia was also quite surprised. Although with his current means, he didn't need to fear a second-order origin returning realm master at all and was confident he could kill him, he hadn't used his full strength in this battle from beginning to end. He had only used his golden blood threads and firebird artifact spirit, and had only used his blossoming lotus secret technique in the end. It wasn't that Xianxia wanted to hide his strength, but rather that he felt there was no need to use too many methods. The firebird artifact spirit had undoubtedly made a great contribution to the old man's death. If it hadn't swallowed the old man's heaven-scorching thunder fire, Xianxia wouldn't have been able to win so easily. Although the other battlefields were all fighting their own battles, everyone was paying attention to the situation nearby, so the old man's death naturally didn't escape everyone's attention. Seeing the yellow-robed old man die and Xianxia easily win, the burly bald man, Kong Wendong, couldn't help feeling both shocked and angry, his expression becoming extremely ugly. Even the beautiful young woman leading Ice Heart Valley revealed a look of dread. She had thought that Xianxia's strength wasn't high, and although she had deliberately tried to win him over, she hadn't taken him seriously, nor had she taken the conditions they had agreed to before seriously. How could she have known that this young man was actually a ruthless and powerful character? However, overall, the young woman was more happy than shocked. After all, with one of Brilliant Flame Sect's masters dead, her side would gain the upper hand. Realizing this, she immediately shouted to Xianxia, "Little brother, hurry up and help this mistress's sister." "Yes." Xianxia nodded. Xianxia's eyes on Xianxia's world's cultivation base, who had suffered a heavy blow to him before. Seeing the yellow-robed old man die, Xianxia, who was staring at him with malicious intent, to him was of the situation Tuza's. Greatly shaken, his strength was greatly reduced. Facing the fierce attacks of Ice Heart Valley's young woman, he didn't know how to resolve them and instead exposed his own weaknesses in an attempt to escape. How could the young woman from Ice Heart Valley allow her opponent to do as she pleased? Taking advantage of this opportunity, she used her artifact to strike the young man's back, causing him to cough up 3 liters of blood and collapse to the ground, his breathing becoming heavier and heavier. The young woman's facial features were picturesque and she looked extremely beautiful, but she also understood the principle of beating a snake to death and immediately stepped forward to finish off her opponent. After winning, she exchanged a glance with Xianxia before joining the battle on the other side. The battle here was between 2 second-order origin returning realm cultivator. Originally, they were evenly matched, but with the addition of Xianxia and the first-order origin realm cultivator, the situation immediately changed. Fighting 3 against 1, the female cultivator from Brilliant Flame Sect didn't even have a chance to escape. After less than 30 breaths of time, she was killed by the 2 women from Ice Heart Valley. Xianxia only played a small role in pinning down the enemy, but his contribution was not negligible. The situation quickly changed beyond everyone's expectations. With Xianxia as the breakthrough, Ice Heart Valley gained the upper hand while only Kong Wendong of the 4 Brilliant Flame Sect cultivators remained to contend with the young woman. Seeing that the situation was hopeless, Kong Wendong's eyes flashed a trace of resentment as he viciously spat, "Cheap slut, one day you'll pay the price." Saying so, he used a feint to escape from the young woman's attack range and summoned a mass of flames from his body, wrapping him up as he flew away at an incredible speed. It was impossible to tell what kind of secret technique he was using. The young woman was caught off guard and allowed him to escape a few kilometers away, causing her beautiful face to go pale with anxiety. She didn't want to let Kong Wendong escape. If he called for some kind of helper, the situation here would become even more complicated, so she quickly shouted, "Stop him." Hearing her shout, the other 2 women from Ice Heart Valley naturally hurriedly chased after him, but Xianxia just frowned and stood in place, motionless. Whether Kong Wendong lived or died had nothing to do with him, and Xianxia didn't know which great force Brilliant Flame Sect belonged to, so even if he let him escape, he wouldn't be able to threaten him. What Xianxia cared about was the benefits inside this secluded home. As long as he could break the barrier around this secluded home and plunder the treasures inside, he could leave with ease. He wasn't in the mood to intervene in the grievances between Brilliant Flame Sect and Ice Heart Valley. Seeing Xianxia not moving, showing no intention of helping, the young woman became anxious and quickly said, "Kong Wendong also has the heaven-scorching thunder fire, killing him will be of great benefit to your spirit fire." Her thoughts were really quick, and with just a few words, she had aroused Xianxia's interest. "Really?" Xianxia looked at her suspiciously. After all, the heaven-scorching thunder fire seemed to be quite powerful. He had thought that the yellow-robed old man had obtained some kind of opportunity and was able to cultivate it, but now even Kong Wendong had it. How could this mistress deceive you? I can explain the specific reasons to you later, but Kong Wendong definitely has the heaven-scorching thunder fire. Seeing Yang Kai's interested expression, the young woman immediately knew that she had made the right bet and quickly assured him. In that case, we can't let him escape. Yang Kai's eyes flashed as his figure flickered and disappeared from where he stood. When he reappeared, he was already a few kilometers away. The young woman's eyes shrank as the dread in them deepened. Even with her cultivation, she was unable to see through what kind of profound movement skill Yang Kai was using. This was not surprising though. The Tao of space that Yang Kai mastered was something that very few people cultivated. Not only was it extremely rare, but it was also extremely difficult to grasp. Unless one encountered a character like Great Elder Mo Xiaoxing of Heaven Battling Union, it would be impossible to see through Yang Kai's traces and identity. Only someone like Mo Xiaoxing, who cultivated the Tao of space like Yang Kai, could vaguely grasp some clues. By using his Tao of space slightly, Yang Kai could cross a considerable distance at an extremely fast speed. Although this method was not as good as tearing space, it was still no trivial matter. The most important thing was that it was hidden and would not expose his proficiency in the Tao of space. After all, tearing space was simply too obvious. Kong Wendong's speed was not slow, but no matter how fast he was, he could not compare to Yang Kai who could cross space. In just a dozen breaths, Yang Kai had appeared in front of him and with a flick of his finger, sent out a small bird of demonic flame towards him. Boy, scram! Kong Wendong was furious and did not attempt to dodge, instead pouring his Saint Chi into a large saber-like artifact in his hand and slashing it towards Yang Kai. A huge saber wave several dozen meters long shot out from this artifact, taking the shape of a crescent moon with astonishing momentum. The demonic flames were instantly scattered, but in the face of such a blow, Yang Kai didn't dare to lower his guard. After all, his opponent wasn't weak. Without even thinking about it, Yang Kai summoned his purple shield and transformed it into a sandstorm to protect himself. A loud bang rang out as sand and wind splashed about. The saber wave disappeared and a large gap was torn in the sandstorm formed by the purple shield, almost exposing Yang Kai's figure. An origin-grade high-rank defensive artifact? Kong Wendong's eyes shrank as he exclaimed. His eyesight was quite good though, so he was able to identify the grade of this purple shield at once. The evils of the heavens can be forgiven, but the evils of one's own making cannot be avoided. Kong Wendong, today, this will be your burial place. From a distance, a tender voice called out. It was the young woman from Ice Heart Valley who had chased after Kong Wendong. Although her speed was slower than Yang Kai's, Kong Wendong did not run far before being stopped by Yang Kai. Seeing this situation, the young woman was overjoyed and summoned her origin king grade artifact, the profounding heart-shattering drum. Before she even arrived, her jade white hand had already gently tapped the drum. A slight drumming sound rang out from all directions, making for an extremely strange sight. Although the sound was soft, it was enough to cause one's blood to boil and feel extremely uncomfortable when it entered one's ears. But this was not the end. The young woman's jade white hand continued to beat the drum, her movements slow and laborious, as if she was paying a great price. With every beat, the young woman's face paled slightly while the sound from the profounding heart-shattering drum grew louder and louder until it was deafening, as if it was ringing right next to one's ear, making it impossible to guard against. The sound of the drum not only enveloped Kong Wendong, but even Yang Kai was not spared. As the drumming sound entered his ears, Yang Kai's eyes gradually became bloodshot and his face flushed red as all the blood in his body rushed to his head. Perceiving this, Yang Kai stared at the young woman coldly. Even though they were separated by a few thousand meters, this cold gaze caused the young woman's tender body to tremble and she involuntarily paused for a moment. In the next moment, when she beat the drum again, the drumming in Yang Kai's ears immediately weakened significantly, barely affecting him at all. However, the pressure on Kong Wendong, who was standing in front of Yang Kai, increased greatly. The power of an origin king grade artifact was unpredictable, and although the young woman had not fully refined it and could only display half of its power, it was still extremely difficult for Kong Wendong to resist. Unknowingly, blood began to flow from his 7 orifices and his expression became extremely fierce, as if he was suffering great pain, even his burly body trembling violently. With the young woman and the profounding heart-shattering drum restraining Kong Wendong, Yang Kai took action without any hesitation. Golden threads shot towards Kong Wendong, and in the next instant, space blades hidden in his demonic flames shot out. At the same time, the chasing Firebird artifact spirit also received Yang Kai's order and rushed towards Kong Wendong. Kong Wendong's fall was not much suspense. Although his cultivation wasn't any worse than the young woman's, in a 1 versus 4 situation, with the young woman calmly using the power of her profounding heart-shattering drum and Yang Kai attacking from the side, even if Kong Wendong's strength was extraordinary, it would have been difficult for him to escape. After barely holding on for an incense stick worth of time, Kong Wendong's soul was destroyed. The young woman from Ice Heart Valley was right, Kong Wendong had a heaven-scorching thunder fire in his body. His heaven-scorching thunder fire was exactly the same as the one possessed by the yellow-robed old man, a kind of pitch-black flame with arcs of lightning dancing around it. After Kong Wendong died, the heaven-scorching thunder fire was naturally swallowed by the Firebird artifact spirit. After the battle was over, it was naturally time to divide the spoils. The space rings of the 4 enemies could not be left out, so Yang Kai unceremoniously took Kong Wendong's space ring and left the remaining 3 to the 3 women from Ice Heart Valley. In this regard, although the young woman seemed a little displeased, she didn't say anything. After all, if it weren't for Yang Kai taking action, not only would they have gained nothing, they might even have lost their lives. At the very least, the woman with the lowest cultivation would have been in a very dangerous situation. The Firebird artifact spirit circled above Yang Kai's head, chirping happily, seemingly in a good mood after swallowing the 2 heaven-scorching thunder fires. When she looked at the Firebird artifact spirit, the young woman's beautiful eyes flashed a hint of dread. She couldn't observe Yang Kai's strength, but the tyrannical aura fluctuations coming from this Firebird artifact spirit were obvious. This Firebird artifact spirit is comparable to a third-order origin returning realm master. The young woman secretly judged in her heart. Little brother, this mistress offers her thanks. If it weren't for your righteousness, this mistress and her sister would not have been able to kill these brilliant flame sect bastards. The young woman showed a bright smile on her face as she thanked Yang Kai. Yang Kai smiled and said lightly, "Madam is too serious, we both took what we needed. What's more, they were the ones who attacked me first." Although this young woman had used her profounding heart-shattering drum just now, intentionally or unintentionally, Yang Kai wasn't prepared to shed all pretense of cordiality with them here. However, the necessary deterrence and warning were still necessary. Otherwise, they would burn the bridge after crossing the river. This was also a troublesome matter. The profounding heart-shattering drum was quite powerful and would be very troublesome to deal with. If it wasn't necessary, Yang Kai didn't want to have any conflict with these 3 from Ice Heart Valley. Right now, Yang Kai just wanted to enter the Emperor Garden as quickly as possible. That was why he hadn't taken back the artifact spirit. He wanted the artifact spirit to put pressure on the other party. Otherwise, this young woman would go back on her word. Right, Madam hasn't explained to me why these 2 from Brilliant Flame Sect cultivate the heaven-scorching thunderfire secret technique? Yang Kai asked curiously. Hee. So little brother is wondering about this. The young woman smiled, not intending to conceal anything. In fact, this secret technique is cultivated by many people in Brilliant Flame Sect. It's not just these 2, as any cultivator with slightly higher strength can cultivate this secret technique. However, it's hard to judge how powerful it is. Oh? How did they do it? Yang Kai was very interested. The heaven-scorching thunder fire was of great benefit to the artifact spirit, but unfortunately, of the 4 people from Brilliant Flame Sect here, only Kong Wendong and the yellow-robed old man had the heaven-scorching thunder fire. The other 2 didn't, so hearing the young woman's explanation, he was naturally interested. It's very simple. Brilliant Flame Sect has the heaven-scorching thunder fire, which can be regarded as the foundation of their sect. By relying on this heaven-scorching thunder fire, coupled with some secret techniques, the high-level cultivator of Brilliant Flame Sect can cultivate the heaven-scorching thunder fire, which has many wonderful uses when fighting enemies. The young woman explained softly before immediately asking casually, "Since little brother is asking this, it seems you aren't from Scarlet Wave Star, right?" "I'm not from Scarlet Wave Star." Yang Kai did not deny it, but he also had no intention of introducing his origins, gently nodding as he said, "So that's how it is, the heaven-scorching thunder fire." Although there was only a single word difference between the heaven-scorching thunder fire and the heaven-scorching thunder fire, it was still the foundation of Brilliant Flame sect as well as the foundation for Kongwen Dong and the others to cultivate the heaven-scorching thunder fire. If the artifact spirit could swallow this heaven-scorching thunder fire, what kind of benefits would it obtain? Of course, this idea only flashed through Yang Kai's mind for a moment. Without even mentioning the fact that Scarlet Wave Star was located in the Star Territory, it was impossible for Yang Kai to travel there for no reason. Even Brilliant Flame sect was not a place he could break into alone. Inferring from Kongwen Dong's cultivation, this sect was very likely to have an Origin King Grade Master presiding over it. Forget it, let's not talk about this for now. Yang Kai grinned again. "Madam, shouldn't we go take a look at that secret secluded home now? There may be a lot of good things inside." Haha, of course, the young woman's lips twitched slightly. The young woman's mouth twitched slightly. Although she was full of reluctance, she could not renege on the agreement she had reached with Yang Kai. She had not put Yang Kai's strength in her eyes before, thinking that after this matter was settled, she would have the final say in the distribution of benefits, but after experiencing this battle, she realized that her thinking was somewhat wishful thinking. The other party was not someone she could casually bully and was obviously somewhat vigilant towards her, otherwise, that firebird would not have been hovering above his head. Realizing this, the young woman sighed slightly and did not want to cause any more trouble, flying towards the mountain valley first. The other two women also followed closely behind. A short time later, the group of 4 arrived in front of the mountain valley's barrier again. The barrier was still the same as before, and the light curtain flickered from time to time, obviously left behind by an attack, but it was still far from being broken. "Is little brother proficient in the Tao of Spirit Arrays?" The young woman from Ice Heart Valley turned to Yang Kai and asked. "I don't." Yang Kai shook his head decisively. If it had been Yang Yun here, it would have taken him less than a dozen breaths to break this barrier, but he did not have Yang Yun's ability. The young woman laughed dumbly. "Then there's nothing we can do. This mistress and her sister have never studied spirit arrays, so if we want to break this barrier, we can only do it by force." Saying so, she took out a crystal clear long sword that seemed to be made of ice jade and poured her Saint Chi into it, condensing a sword wave that slashed towards the barrier. The other two women from Ice Heart Valley also followed suit. Of course, Yang Kai did not remain idle, but he did not use any of his artifacts. It was not that he did not want to, but rather that his only offensive artifact was the Verdant Dragon Bone Sword, so he could not use it casually. Yang Kai could only use his demonic flame to condense a series of attacks towards the barrier. These attacks did not seem weak, especially when his demonic flame alternated between hot and cold, causing unimaginable damage to the barrier. As such, his offensive power was not weaker than the other 3 women's. For a time, there were only 4 people attacking the barrier together in front of the mountain valley, causing a constant rumbling sound. No matter how sturdy the restrictions were, they couldn't withstand such indiscriminate bombardment. Not to mention, these restrictions were left behind from tens of thousands of years ago. Even if they were impregnable during their heyday, after so many years, their might had long since decreased greatly. Even so, the 4 of them had to attack fiercely for half a day before they were able to completely break through the restriction in front of them. During this period, the 3 women from Ice Heart Valley were obviously on edge, fearing that more powerful enemies would appear, but after the barrier was broken, they could not help but smile happily. After exchanging a glance, the 3 of them quickly rushed inside, led by the young woman. Yang Kai released his divine sense to investigate, and after determining that there was not much danger inside, he also followed. This was a gourd-shaped mountain valley with a narrow entrance but extremely spacious inside. After passing through the mountain path that was over a dozen miles long, the scene that entered everyone's eyes caused everyone to be stunned, and they were all stunned on the spot. In front of them, there were several herbal fields. Within the herbal fields, there were many exotic flowers and herbs. Even after countless years, there was no one to take care of them. However, these spiritual herbs and herbs were still alive and well. At a glance, there were at least 1,000 of them. The entire mountain valley was filled with a variety of medicinal fragrances. This was actually a hidden medicine garden. Yang Kai could not help showing a look of joy and excitement, but the three women from Ice Heart Valley were not any better, all of them breathing rapidly as a strange light flashed across their beautiful eyes. After all, no one had set foot in this place for at least 10,000 years. In other words, even if the grade of the herbs here was low, they were still at least 10,000 years old. With such a high age, even the most ordinary of herbs would be priceless treasures, so it was no wonder they were so excited. The harvest in front of them alone was enough to make this trip worthwhile. However, the young woman leading the group did not let the temptation in front of her go to her head and instead turned to Yang Kai and asked, "Little brother, what do you think? Let's harvest them first. Once we're done, we'll distribute them." Yang Kai grinned, looking very carefree. "Very good." The young woman nodded lightly before exchanging a glance with the other two women before immediately spreading out and beginning to collect the herbs. Although there were many aspects to collecting herbs that required careful attention, and some precious herbs could have their medicinal efficacies greatly reduced if they were careless when collecting them, everyone here was an origin-returning realm cultivator after all. Naturally, they were very experienced in this regard and didn't need Yang Kai to remind them of anything. As for stuffing their own pockets, they probably would not do so. Yang Kai released his divine sense without any scruples, so even if the three women had such thoughts, they would probably be too embarrassed to do so. While they were collecting herbs, Yang Kai was naturally not idle. He walked through the medicine fields and carefully collected the herbs one by one. Whether it was his technique or speed, he was much faster than the three women. As an alchemist, he was already familiar with this task. The more Yang Kai collected, the more excited he became, because in this hidden medicine garden, he not only saw many extinct spirit grasses and herbs, but also many things that even he could not recognize. These herbs were undoubtedly of great value. There were high and low grades, ranging from Saint King grade to Origin King grade, but no matter how low a grade an herb was, its medicinal age was extremely high. Even the lowest grade of Saint King grade herbs could be used to refine excellent pills. Yang Kai was overjoyed. Now, his alchemy level had been promoted to the Origin grade high-rank alchemist level during his last retreat. If he wanted to go further, he could only practice alchemy more often, preferably with Origin King grade herbs. One day, if Yang Kai could successfully refine an Origin King grade pill, it would mean that his alchemy skills had reached the peak of star territory. Yang Kai had some Origin King grade herbs on hand, all of which he had collected when he first set foot in star territory and landed on the floating continent. Over the years, because his alchemy skills were still lacking, he had not been able to refine them. However, no one would dislike this kind of thing, so naturally, the more the better. In particular, if an Origin King grade high-rank alchemist wanted to break through to the Origin King grade, it would be extremely difficult, and a lot of herbs would be consumed. Considering all this, Yang Kai worked even harder to collect the herbs. Time flew by, and although there were several medicine fields in this mountain valley with at least 1,000 spirit grasses and herbs planted, with the four of them working together, they were able to collect quite quickly. Half a day later, Yang Kai straightened up and looked around. He found that almost all of the herbs in this medicine field had been picked, with only a few remaining. The three women from Ice Heart Valley were busy collecting them. Smiling lightly, Yang Kai had no intention of intervening and simply stood in place and waited. With nothing to do, Yang Kai began looking around the mountain valley. This should be a secluded cave mansion left behind from tens of thousands of years ago. Since it was a secluded cave mansion, there should be traces of people living here, but when everyone had swarmed in just now, their attention had been drawn to the spirit grasses and herbs in front of them, so they hadn't had time to investigate carefully. But now, Yang Kai couldn't find a single habitable place here, not even a single house. Could it be? Yang Kai wore a thoughtful look as he turned to look at a nearby mountain wall. After a careful observation, Yang Kai really did find something. A moment later, his figure flickered and he arrived in front of a smooth mountain wall. Stretching out his hand and patting the mountain wall, Yang Kai found nothing unusual. However, Yang Kai was not a brat who had just made his debut, so how could he be deceived by such tricks? Constantly tapping the mountain wall with his finger, Yang Kai listened to the sounds coming from inside while releasing his divine sense to probe. After a while, Yang Kai's face lit up with joy and he did not hesitate to slap a certain spot on the mountain wall. Yang Kai did not use his Xianxia in that palm strike, but when his palm hit that spot, a rumbling sound rang out from inside the mountain wall. Immediately, a crack appeared in the smooth mountain wall, revealing a dark passage. Yang Kai's brow furrowed, and without hesitation, he stepped inside. The tunnel inside the mountain wall was not very spacious, only about a meter wide, barely enough for two people to walk side by side, but after a series of twists and turns, it seemed quite deep. After walking for 1 or 2 kilometers, Kai Yang finally saw some faint light in front of him. Seeing this, Yang Kai's expression turned serious and his pace quickened. A moment later, he arrived at a stone room. The stone room wasn't very big, with a radius of 20 to 30 feet. The interior decoration was also very simple. There was a table, a chair, and a bed, all made of stone. Other than that, there was nothing else. However, when Yang Kai arrived here, his eyes were instantly attracted to a certain spot. Over there was a pill furnace about half the height of a person standing quietly on the ground. This pill furnace looked extremely simple and gave off a desolate aura from its interior. Obviously, it had been here for many years, and judging from its quality, it was obviously not low-grade. It should be an Origin King-grade alchemy furnace. Next to this alchemy furnace, there was a skeleton sitting cross-legged. Looking at the posture the skeleton had taken before dying, it seemed he had been pouring his Xianxia into the pill furnace. This person was actually performing alchemy before he died. Yang Kai instantly speculated the truth of this matter, and when he thought of the many spirit grasses and herbs planted in the mountain valley outside, the identity of this person was obvious. An alchemist. Only an alchemist would plant so many herbs in his secluded home, and from the posture the skeleton had taken before he died, it was clear this person was obsessed with alchemy, otherwise, he would not have continued to perform alchemy before he died. The only question was whether this person had succeeded or not. Thinking so, Yang Kai released his divine sense curiously and swept the alchemy furnace with it. After a quick scan, he discovered that there was actually a pill inside this alchemy furnace. This person actually succeeded. Yang Kai couldn't help feeling a sense of admiration. Although he didn't know whether the owner of this secluded home had died because he exhausted himself in alchemy or because he wanted to fulfill a wish and refine a pill before he died, Yang Kai couldn't help but sigh in admiration. Alchemy had always been for the sake of Yang Kai, and whether this person was good or evil, male or female, there was no doubt they regarded alchemy as more important than their life, which was why such a scene had occurred. Just as he was sighing with emotion, the sound of light footsteps suddenly came from outside. Yang Kai raised his brow and without even thinking about it, immediately reached into the pill furnace, took out the pill, and threw it into a jade bottle which he then stored in his space ring. The whole process was so smooth that Yang Kai didn't even have time to take a look at what grade this pill was. By the time he finished all this, a beautiful figure had already appeared behind him. "Little brother, is this the secluded home of the owner of this place?" The young woman from Ice Heart Valley arrived, glanced around casually, and immediately asked in surprise. "It should be," Yang Kai gently nodded, remaining calm on the surface. "Oh, there's an alchemy furnace here, so this person was actually an alchemist when he was alive?" The young woman looked overjoyed and quickly rushed over to Yang Kai's side. Looking around carefully, she found that there were no traces of the surroundings being disturbed, so her pair of beautiful eyes were immediately attracted to the space ring on the skeleton's hand, a look of interest appearing on her face. "Madam, please." Yang Kai observed her expression and knew what she was thinking. Smiling freely, he gestured with his hand. An embarrassed look appeared on the young woman's face, but she didn't refuse and simply nodded. "Since that's the case, this mistress won't be polite." Saying so, she secretly pushed her Xianxia to protect her body before reaching out to grab the space ring. Unexpectedly, without triggering any danger, she smoothly grabbed the space ring in her hand and swept it with her divine sense, a look of joy quickly filling her face. After a while, she reluctantly tossed the space ring to Yang Kai and said, "Little brother, take a look." Yang Kai caught the space ring and also released his divine sense to scan it. After withdrawing his divine sense, he looked at the young woman and asked, "Does madam have any objections if we divide the things inside equally?" "Haha, since this was agreed upon in advance, this mistress naturally has no objections," the young woman forced a smile. Good, since that's the case, let's divide the things inside first, Yang Kai said as he unceremoniously took out the space ring's contents. There were a lot of saint crystals, tens of millions of them, all of which were high rank. This kind of wealth was naturally shocking for an ordinary cultivator, but considering the identity of the owner of this ring, it wasn't a big deal. After all, alchemists had always been wealthy. The allocation of saint crystals was very easy. Yang Kai and the young woman split it evenly and quickly distributed them. However, what came next was the main event, because in addition to the saint crystals inside the ring, there were also a variety of jade bottles, hundreds of them large and small. Yang Kai took out one jade bottle after another and placed it in front of them. Throughout this process, the young woman's beautiful eyes stared unblinkingly, as if she was afraid that Yang Kai would do something to them. What was inside these jade bottles, the two of them didn't even need to think about it to know. Since the owner of this place was an alchemist when he was alive, these jade bottles must be filled with pills. So when hundreds of jade bottles were placed in front of her, the young woman's breathing obviously became a lot faster. Yang Kai smiled lightly and said, "Madam, although these bottles are definitely filled with pills, after such a long time, it's unknown how many of these pills are still useful. It's likely they have all been scrapped, so it's best not to have too many expectations." Hearing Yang Kai say this, the excitement on the young woman's face immediately subsided and she nodded lightly. "What little brother says is right, let's examine them first." "Madam, please go first." Yang Kai gestured. After the young woman nodded, she reached out and picked up a jade bottle in front of her, opened the lid, and poured out 7 or 8 pills. However, when these pills appeared in front of her eyes, the young woman couldn't help showing a look of disappointment. Because these 7 or 8 pills had all become mud-like objects, and not only did they not have the slightest fragrance, but their internal medicinal efficacies were also completely gone. These pills had really all been scrapped. Bad luck. The young woman laughed self-deprecatingly as she looked up at Yang Kai with her beautiful eyes. Yang Kai grabbed another jade bottle, opened the lid, and poured out 7 or 8 pills, but as soon as these pills appeared, the two women's eyes lit up. This was because one of the pills was actually emitting a fragrance that assailed his nostrils. It was fiery red in color, and veins that resembled the meridians of the human body appeared on the pill. Pill veins. Only pills with pill veins could be stored for a long time and preserve their medicinal efficacies. As for pills without pill veins, no matter how well they were stored, their medicinal efficacies would fade with the passage of time. Although only one of the 7 or 8 pills could be used, this was still a very good start, and the grade of this pill was obviously not low, so the young woman couldn't recognize what kind of pill it was for a while. "It's actually a Grand Yuan pill." Yang Kai also raised his brow and showed a look of surprise. "What?" The young woman's face changed slightly. "Little brother, are you sure this is a Grand Yuan pill?" Obviously, she had heard of this pill before. I can't be wrong, because I am also an alchemist, so I know more about pills than ordinary people." "This is indeed a Grand Yuan pill," Yang Kai explained casually. The young woman looked Yang Kai up and down and said in a stunned tone, "This mistress' eyes were poor and did not recognize that little brother was actually an alchemist. Please forgive this mistress for offending you before." After learning that Yang Kai was an alchemist, the young woman's attitude towards Yang Kai had obviously changed. After all, the status of an alchemist was much higher than that of an ordinary cultivator. "Haha, mistress is too serious, this one is only interested in alchemy and is not proficient in it," Yang Kai said modestly. The young woman from Ice Heart Valley did not intend to pursue this matter any further. After all, even if Yang Kai was an alchemist, he was not from Scarlet Wave Star, so it had nothing to do with her. Instead, she turned her attention to the Grand Yuan pill and asked, "If what little brother said is true, then this pill is an Origin King mid-rank pill. If one takes this pill, 1 day's worth of cultivation is equivalent to 2 days of hard work for others? 3 days, after all, this pill has pill veins, so its efficacy is much better than an ordinary Grand Yuan pill." The young woman's eyes lit up in surprise. This kind of pill that could increase one's speed was extremely rare. The reputation of the great Unity Yuan pill was widely spread throughout the star field, but the number of people who could obtain it was few and far between. A single pill like this could last for at least half a year. Going into seclusion for half a year was equivalent to the results of 1 or 2 years of bitter cultivation for others. This was extremely beneficial to her. Unfortunately, in this bottle of pills, only one was useful. The rest were all useless, just like the previous bottle. While she was thinking about this, Xianxia had already put the Granduan fusion pill aside. Let's take a look at the rest. With a good start, the young woman's mood immediately lifted and she picked up another jade bottle and poured out the pills inside. There were nearly 100 bottles of pills, so it didn't take much effort to examine them. In less than half an hour, Xianxia and the young woman had already removed all the useful pills and thrown the rest aside. Granduan pill, Rising Dragon pill, Bamboo Life pill, Soul Nourishing pill, Condensing Blue pill. The pills here were of different grades, and they had all kinds of uses. Healing, breaking through bottlenecks, increasing one's strength, there was a dazzling array of pills. Furthermore, all of the pills that had not been destroyed were existences that had formed pill markings. Judging from the grades of these pills, the owner of this place was definitely an Origin King grade alchemist when he was alive, and an Origin King grade high rank one at that. An alchemist of this level, even in the current star territory, was likely a rare existence. Xianxia did not know if there was any alchemist in this era who had such high achievements. Moreover, this person's alchemy skills were definitely second to none, because almost every bottle of pills had pill veins. Some bottles even had more than 1 pill veins, with the most even having 3 pill veins. Unfortunately, he did not see any pills that had formed pill clouds, causing Xianxia to sigh somewhat. After all, pill veins were extremely rare, and pill clouds above pill veins were even heaven-defying existences. Even with the skills and attainments of this place's owner, it was unlikely he could guarantee the pills he refined would form pill clouds. Madam, there are a total of 135 spirit pills here, each with different values, but if you trust me, I can distribute them. Xianxia looked at the young woman from Ice Heart Valley and said. Little brother is too serious. Since you are an alchemist, you should naturally be the one to distribute the pills. This mistress has no objections. The young woman appeared very generous, but this was not surprising. Every time a useful pill was taken out, Xianxia would tell her what kind of pill it was and what it was used for. Although there were many pills in front of her, the young woman had already estimated the value of each pill, so naturally, she was not afraid of Xianxia secretly manipulating them. Hearing her say so, Xianxia gently nodded and began to distribute the pills. 135 pills, although not equal in number, if they were divided according to value, they could be divided evenly. However, when Xianxia divided the pills in front of her into 2 portions, the young woman looked at him in surprise and suspiciously asked, Little brother, did you make a mistake? I obviously have more pills here, and their value is slightly higher. You. Xianxia grinned, that's right. Madam, have you forgotten that there are other things here besides pills? Other things? The young woman turned her head and glanced at Xianxia. In the next moment, she understood what he was referring to. The Origin King grade alchemy furnace. When Xianxia divided the pills, he had obviously taken the value of the Origin King grade alchemy furnace into consideration, so the 2 portions of spirit pills seemed a bit unequal. Madam has chosen first. Xianxia smiled lightly, if Madam chooses more pills, then this alchemy furnace will be mine. Otherwise, this alchemy furnace will be yours. The young woman could not help showing a hesitant look. Her eyesight wasn't bad, so she was naturally able to recognize the grade of this alchemy furnace. However, Xianxia's actions were extremely fair. If she wanted more spirit pills, she would have to give up the alchemy furnace, but if she wanted the alchemy furnace, she would have to give up some spirit pills. With 2 choices in front of her, the young woman was naturally a bit embarrassed. But soon, as if she had made up her mind, she pursed her lips and said with a smile, then this mistress wants a few more spirit pills. Since little brother is an alchemist, this alchemy furnace must be very useful to you, so this mistress will not take it from you. Saying so, she put away the larger portion of pills in front of her. Xianxia did not say much and also put away his own things. In fact, for him it did not matter what this young woman chose. Although the Origin King grade alchemy furnace was useful to him, it was not a necessity. However, for this young woman, having more pills was undoubtedly a good thing. If she took this alchemy furnace back, she would definitely have to hand it over to the sect or give it to another alchemist, which was far less practical than the benefits she obtained. There was a reason why she made such a choice. Just as the two finished dividing the pills, the other two women from Ice Heart Valley walked in one after another. When the young woman told them about her harvest, the two women's beautiful eyes lit up with excitement. The spirit grasses and medicines outside had been picked, so the next thing to do was naturally to distribute the herbs. Nearly 1,000 herbs that were tens of thousands of years old were counted by the four of them together, and it took them half a day to complete the distribution. However, no matter who it was, all of them were filled with joy, even Xianxia was. With so many herbs as a foundation, he would not need to worry about not having enough materials to practice alchemy in the future. It was only a matter of time before he became an Origin King grade alchemist. After tossing and turning, the matter was settled. Little brother, there shouldn't be anything left here. Do you want to go out with this mistress and her sisters? The young woman looked at Xianxia and asked. Xianxia hesitated for a moment before slowly shaking his head and saying, "You should go first, I still have something to do." Oh? The young woman was surprised and puzzled, not knowing why Xianxia wanted to stay. Feeling puzzled, she swept the surroundings with her divine sense, not even letting go of the skeleton sitting cross-legged on the ground. She thought that Xianxia had found some kind of benefit here and wanted to occupy it for himself after they left, but under the investigation of her divine sense, it was clear that there was nothing else here. How could Xianxia not understand what she was thinking? Glancing at her, he explained lightly, "I just want to bury this skeleton." The young woman looked embarrassed. "I am an alchemist, and he is also an alchemist, so he can be considered my senior. I obtained his alchemy furnace, so it is only right for me to do something for him. So that's how it is." Haha, in that case, this mistress and her sisters will take their leave first. The young woman's face was somewhat embarrassed as she felt that she had misjudged Xianxia's intentions, so she quickly chuckled and bid farewell to the other two women. Of course, Xianxia did not try to persuade them to stay. Although he had cooperated with the three of them here, in the end, they were just strangers who had met by chance. On top of that, this young woman was quite scheming and seemed to have tried to scheme against him before. It did not matter if they cooperated, but Xianxia had no interest in befriending such a person. A moment later, outside the mountain valley, the three women from Ice Heart Valley quickly flew away. The other two women were in a good mood, but the young woman leading them had a gloomy look on her face, as if she was vexed about something. After a long time, she sighed deeply. "What's wrong, senior sister?" The woman from the First Order Origin returning realm asked curiously. "Nothing, I just felt that young man was a bit strange," the young woman slowly shook her head. Just now, in that stone room, the space was small, and there were three people on her side, so it was undoubtedly a very suitable place for a sneak attack. The young woman also had such an idea and wanted to join forces with her two junior sisters to subdue Xianxia there. After all, there were so many pills with pill veins and so many herbs that were tens of thousands of years old, so no one was willing to share half of them with someone else. However, when such a thought flashed across her mind, she also felt a sense of horror in the depths of her heart. It was a kind of warning sign, as if she really joined forces with her junior sisters, the one who would suffer a loss would definitely be her. It was this sense of horror that prevented the young woman from taking action in the end. Now that she thought about it, she didn't know if her decision at that time was right or wrong. But in any case, having half of the benefits taken away by someone who only had a First Order Origin returning realm was definitely a little uncomfortable in the young woman's heart. Regretting it now was useless, so the young woman could only suppress this faint unwillingness in the depths of her heart and try not to think about it. At the same time, inside the stone room in the mountain valley, Xianxia sighed. He hadn't lied to the people from Ice Heart Valley. He really wanted to find a burial place for this alchemy grandmaster. After all, this person had been a top Origin King grade high-rank alchemist when he was alive, and even at the moment of his death, he was still performing alchemy. As an alchemist himself, Xianxia couldn't help but respect him. After putting away the Origin King grade alchemy furnace, Xianxia waved his hand and sent out a burst of pure Saint Qi, wrapping it around the skeleton, and then flying it out. Let this skeleton rest in the medicine field, Xianxia secretly made up his mind. This burial place should be what this senior wanted. A moment later, Xianxia arrived at the medicine field, flicked his finger, and sent out a stream of Saint Qi, creating a pit several meters in diameter in the ground before carefully moving the skeleton into it. There were no mistakes during the entire process, and the skeleton's owner looked exactly the same before he died. However, when Xianxia withdrew the Saint Qi that wrapped the skeleton, without the protection of his Saint Qi, the skeleton's clothes suddenly turned to dust and scattered with the wind. After all, this was a person who had died tens of thousands of years ago, so the clothes he wore should not have been exposed to the wind. Not only that, but even the skeleton was no exception. With a loud crash, the entire skeleton collapsed and turned to dust. Xianxia frowned and pushed his Saint Qi to wrap up the hole in the ground, preventing the wind from blowing in. Xianxia's clothes being blown away was one thing, but he couldn't allow the skeleton to suffer the same fate. If that really happened, this senior would have died without a burial, a miserable fate. Releasing his Saint Qi, Xianxia collected some nearby soil and began filling the hole. Suddenly, Xianxia raised his brow and stared blankly at a certain spot in the pit, a trace of suspicion flashing across his face. A moment later, he released his golden blood thread and shot it forward. After the golden blood thread was retracted, Xianxia was holding a piece of bone in his hand. This should be a thumb bone, but unlike the rest of the skeleton, it did not shatter upon contact with the wind. Instead, it was perfectly preserved. Although there were no energy fluctuations seeping out of it, when Xianxia carefully examined this finger bone, he could not help showing a look of surprise. This finger bone was covered in a number of mysterious lines and runes, as if it contained some kind of secret. Pouring his Saint Qi slightly into this finger bone did not produce much of a reaction, causing Xianxia to look puzzled, not knowing what mysteries this finger bone contained. Without exploring it carefully, Xianxia carefully put it away and continued to fill the hole with soil. A moment later, a grave rose from the ground. Xianxia had no intention of worshipping it, so after a quick glance, he quickly left the mountain valley. This was the only thing he could do for the senior. However, he could study the finger bone carefully. He believed that the senior must have sealed something in the finger bone, which was why it had been preserved for tens of thousands of years. Flying as fast as lightning, Xianxia determined a direction and rushed straight towards the Emperor Garden. Along the way, everything was calm and he did not encounter any unexpected situations. For Xianxia, although the previous trip to the mountain valley had cost him some time, it was still acceptable compared to the huge harvest he had obtained. However, Xianxia had also made up his mind that even if something happened, he was not prepared to get involved and only wanted to enter the Emperor Garden as soon as possible. However, the closer he got to the Emperor Garden, the more Xianxia could smell a storm brewing. Many cultivators were lying in ambush outside the Emperor Garden, attempting to attack those who entered or left the Emperor Garden. As time passed, Xianxia even saw many cultivator groups fighting fiercely. There were also people who wanted to stop him, but Kai Yang easily shook them off. Thinking about it carefully, Kai Yang immediately understood what was going on. According to Minsha of Azure Tree Star, the Emperor Garden's interior was fraught with danger, and because they had suffered heavy losses, they had no choice but to flee and seek opportunities outside. The cultivator groups lying in ambush outside the Emperor Garden obviously knew about the situation inside the Emperor Garden, so they wanted to wait and rob any nearby cultivator. In this way, not only could they easily obtain some gains, but there was also no need to risk their lives. Killing several birds with one stone, why not? This was why the Emperor Garden's surroundings were filled with murderous intent. It took Xianxia some effort to break through these people's ambush. 3 days later, Xianxia stood on a slope, looking at the magnificent palace in front of him. The Emperor Garden. Xianxia finally witnessed the wonders of the Emperor Garden with his own eyes. This starry sky great emperor's courtyard was actually suspended mid-air, and as far as the eye could see, it seemed to occupy an area of tens of thousands of kilometers. The last time he had been inside the Emperor Garden, Xianxia had not felt as deeply as this time. At this moment, even though he was thousands of kilometers away from the Emperor Garden, Xianxia could still feel the ancient desolate aura coming from it. This aura made him feel as if he was in an ancient wilderness, without the slightest sense of safety. Where is the entrance? Xianxia frowned, but soon he locked onto a certain location. Over there, a multicolored light bloomed and violent energy fluctuations pulsed one after another. Midair, there were many small black dots flying up and down. Obviously, many people were fighting. The closer one got to the Emperor Garden, the more chaotic it became. The Emperor Garden had opened to the entire star territory, so now that the cultivator from each of the great stars had met, there was naturally a lot of friction and struggle. If Xianxia's guess was correct, the most intense battle should be in the direction of the entrance to the Emperor Garden. Thinking of this, he didn't hesitate and flew over in that direction. After half an incense stick worth of time, Xianxia gradually approached the battlefield and observed the melee at close range. There were at least several hundred cultivator participating in this battle, most of them origin-returning realm masters. Even if there were the occasional Saint King, they were only third-order Saint Kings who had been led here by their elders. These people wore different robes and had different cultivations, but all of them were engaged in a bloody battle. Some wanted to slaughter their way into the Emperor Garden while others wanted to leave this place. There were also some who simply wished to see the world plunge into chaos, killing and robbing others of their possessions without regard for their own safety. From time to time, screams and blood would ring out as corpses fell from midair. It was obviously impossible to safely pass through such a chaotic place. Xianxia's face was gloomy to the extreme. Although his strength was quite good and he was capable of fighting third-order origin-returning realm masters, he was not confident he could safely pass through such a chaotic place. If he was not careful, he would be drawn into the whirlpool of battle and lose his freedom. Looking around, Xianxia's face filled with joy. Sure enough, as he had expected, the entrance to the Emperor Garden was not far from here. Inside the huge and magnificent palace, there was a large gate several dozen meters high. Inside this gate was a dazzling light that made it impossible for anyone to see what was inside, but it also gave off a sense of mystery that enticed the cultivator to enter. Just as Xianxia was hesitating about whether to use his speed to rush through, he suddenly sensed something and turned his head in a certain direction. In that direction, a bright blue streak of light was rapidly approaching, and although it had not yet arrived, Xianxia could feel the pressure it was exuding. Every cultivator who was fighting was shocked and quickly stopped what they were doing and turned to look in that direction. A moment later, the blue streak of light reached the edge of the chaotic battlefield, and when the light dissipated, 6 or 7 figures hidden inside were revealed. After perceiving the cultivation of these 6 or 7 people, everyone present paled. There were men and women, old and young, but only one of them was a second-order origin-returning realm cultivator while the others were all third-order origin-returning realm cultivators. Although such a powerful lineup could not be said to be able to sweep through everyone in front of them, it was not something these scattered cultivators could resist. These people were clearly the elites of some great force. After seeing the robes these people were wearing, someone even exclaimed, "Hengluo Chamber of Commerce." Hearing this, everyone showed a look of dread. Hengluo Chamber of Commerce was a famous existence in the entire star territory. It was one of the few superforces that controlled several star domains and had more than a dozen origin kings. It was even rumored that President Aio, the leader of Hengluo Chamber of Commerce, had reached the peak of the second-order origin king realm and was only one step away from breaking through to the third-order origin king realm. This was an existence that the entire star territory looked up to. So, when they saw that these people were from Hengluo Chamber of Commerce, all the cultivators became extremely obedient and did not dare to act rashly. Xianxia, on the other hand, was greatly shocked as he stared at one of the people in this group, his heart beating wildly. This man had a face as clear as jade, lips as red as ink, a slender figure, and skin that was a bit too fair. It would not be an exaggeration to describe him as being as white as snow. He had a faint modest smile on his face that made people involuntarily feel a sense of intimacy. His cultivation was only at the second-order origin-returning realm, the weakest in this group, but he was like the most dazzling stars, surrounded by the other masters, attracting everyone's attention. The third-order origin-returning realm masters were suddenly overshadowed by him. Any woman would fall in love with him, not just because of his outstanding appearance, but also because of his temperament. It was like a bright light that attracted moths to him. Shuiyu. In the star territory, the famous Hengluo Chamber of Commerce, third young master Shuiyu. Xianxia never expected that he would not be able to meet Su Yan here, but instead meet this young man on a narrow road. It was too much of a coincidence. Yang Kai had been waiting outside for 10 days after the Emperor Garden opened before arriving here, so why did Xueyu only arrive now? Yang Kai did not know what this young man had done after coming in, but he absolutely did not want the other party to notice him. The reason was simple: Yang Kai and Xueyu had some grievances, and he knew a great secret about Xueyu. This third young master of Xueyu, who looked handsome and elegant and had charmed tens of thousands of young women in the Star Territory, was actually a woman. If this news were to spread, it was unknown how many young women would feel sad and how many young women would weep. The grievances between the two of them were not limited to Yang Kai knowing her secret. The two of them had many other encounters that were unknown to the outside world. For example, on the Dead Star, the two of them had hugged each other naked with their clothes in tatters, but at the same time, both of them had been filled with murderous intent, wishing they could kill the other. As a result, in a deadlock, Xueyu had used her life chain's secret technique to link the two of them together, resolving the crisis. Because of this secret technique, Yang Kai had been forced to find ways to save Xueyu's life, suffering a lot in the process and almost dying together with her. Although Xueyu's impression of Yang Kai had improved greatly after their subsequent contact, a person like her would not allow Yang Kai to wander around with her. Secret. If Yang Kai accidentally leaked this secret one day, the consequences would be unimaginable. After all, Xueyu possessed a special constitution, the dragon marrow phoenix body. This kind of physique was coveted by even origin kings because as long as one could obtain her primordial yin, any man's cultivation would greatly increase without any hidden dangers. As such, she had no choice but to live as a man, and Hengluo Chamber of Commerce had chosen to conceal her true surname. Throughout Hengluo Chamber of Commerce, the number of people who knew this secret could be counted on one hand. One of them was Yang Kai. How could Yang Kai allow Xueyu to recognize him? As such, the moment he saw this woman, Yang Kai immediately hid in a corner where no one would pay attention to him, concealing his aura and reducing his sense of existence. On the other side, Xueyu was escorting a large number of third-order masters with a charming smile on her face that was enough to drive any woman crazy. Is this the Emperor Garden? Xueyu glanced at the majestic palace and murmured. Reporting to third young master, according to the information we have inquired, this is indeed the Emperor Garden, an enchanting beauty beside Xueyu replied respectfully. Good, since we've arrived, let's go in. Xueyu didn't waste any more words and led the third-order origin returning realm masters towards the entrance of the Emperor Garden. No one dared to stop them. Without even mentioning the number and strength of this group of Xueyu cultivators, just the name of Hengluo Chamber of Commerce alone was enough of a deterrent. Which idiot would dare oppose them here? As such, Xueyu and her group easily passed through the battlefield in front of the Emperor Garden, disappearing into the gate after just a dozen breaths. After their figures disappeared, the sound of something tearing through the air rang out across the battlefield as some people took advantage of this brief lull to quickly rush into the Emperor Garden. And there were quite a few of them, at least 20 to 30 of them, all of them using their movement skills and transforming into colorful streaks of light as they shot towards the Emperor Garden. Yang Kai was also mixed in with them. This opportunity was now or never, so how could he not seize it? Although rushing into the Emperor Garden now would likely result in them bumping into Xueyu, this was undoubtedly a good opportunity. Once the chaotic battle here broke out again, it would be incredibly difficult to pass through this section of the road. Moreover, he wasn't alone, there were others rushing into the Emperor Garden who could provide cover for him. In an instant, Yang Kai arrived in front of the main entrance of the Emperor Garden and, together with the other cultivators who wanted to enter, rushed through the shining gate. For a moment, Yang Kai's vision blurred and there seemed to be some signs of space force affecting his body. When his vision recovered, he immediately found himself inside a complex of buildings. Looking around, he saw pavilions and white jade paths crisscrossing all around. Inside, Yang Kai was overjoyed. The last time Yang Kai entered the Emperor Garden, the situation he saw was similar to what he was seeing now, so there was no doubt he was inside the Emperor Garden. Of Xueyu's neck. Because Xueyu's group, who had entered the Emperor Garden ahead of Yang Kai, had not gone too far and was instead standing in the front, seemingly observing something. Since they had not left, the group of cultivators who had used the deterrence of Hengluo Chamber of Commerce to break into this place did not dare to act rashly, all of them simply standing there with awkward looks on their faces. Yang Kai was caught in the middle, his heart pounding as he secretly prayed that Shui would not discover him. Thinking this in his heart, Kai Yang stood in place and didn't move. However, what he feared had come true. Shui seemed to be a little bored and her pair of beautiful eyes began looking around at the cultivators who had followed them in. Yang Kai's face sank as he knew he could no longer hide safely. Taking advantage of the fact that Shui Yu had not yet seen his face, his figure flickered and he flew to the side. This movement immediately became the focus of everyone's attention. Shui Yu naturally cast his gaze over as well. After seeing this familiar face, Shui Yu's face first flashed with a trace of confusion, followed by ecstasy and then anger as he shouted, "Stop right there." But how could Yang Kai listen to her? Not only did he not listen, but he also ran even faster. In the blink of an eye, he had flown 1,000 meters away, leaving Shui Yu behind. Third young master? The enchanting beauty looked at Shui Yu suspiciously. Capture him for this young master. Shui Yu ordered coldly with a gloomy face. Although the beautiful woman did not know why Shui Yu would care so much about a first-order origin returning realm cultivator, she did not ask any questions. Her figure flickered as she chased after Yang Kai. After the beautiful woman chased after them, Shui Yu frowned and fell into deep thought, a strange look flashing across her face. Although she had only caught a glimpse of him, that side profile was very familiar to her. It was clearly the side profile of a man who made her unable to sleep at night, tossing and turning restlessly in bed. However, the world was so big that there were too many similar people. Shui Yu did not see his face, so she was not too sure. Most importantly, that person's cultivation was a first-order origin returning realm cultivator. When she separated from him, he was only a third-order saint. Could he have grown to such a level in just a dozen years? Shui Yu was a little uncertain. After all, as the third young master of Hengluo Chamber of Commerce, she had a special constitution, a lot of resources, and a good environment, yet she had only just broken through from the third-order Saint King realm to the second-order origin returning realm. Moreover, she had only just broken through and had not even had time to consolidate her realm. If the other party really had such ability, then his aptitude was simply too heaven-defying. It was the cultivation of a first-order origin returning realm cultivator that made Shui Yu uncertain. But that man, even if hundreds or thousands of years passed, Shui Yu would never forget him. Every night, Shui Yu would grit her teeth in hatred. Back then, when she tried to persuade him to stay, he had refused without hesitation. Was she not beautiful? Did she not have status? Of course not. In terms of beauty, Shui Yu was confident that she did not lose to anyone. In terms of status, there were very few people in the entire Star Territory who could compare to her, but even so, she had failed to persuade a trivial third-order saint to stay. Back then, when she asked him to stay and assist her, that bastard actually refused without even thinking about it. This made Shui Yu feel extremely ashamed and humiliated. Secretly hating him, Shui Yu vowed that one day she would capture him, imprison him, and take him wherever she went. She would let him see what kind of glory she had and make him regret his original decision. She would let him know just how blind he had been. Although in front of outsiders, Shui Yu displayed a humble, polite, and refined image of a man, deep down, she was still a woman. Sometimes, a woman's thoughts were nonsensical and unreasonable. Let's go and take a look. Shui Yu's mood fluctuated and she could no longer wait in place. A moment later, she actually chased after the beautiful woman and Yang Kai. The other third-order origin returning realm masters all looked at each other for a while, wondering what kind of medicine their third young master was selling in his gourd. However, none of them dared to disobey Shui Yu's orders and could only follow obediently. On the other side, not long after Yang Kai flew out, he felt a third-order origin returning realm master chasing after him. Although with his strength, he was not afraid of such a master, the other party was not alone. If he were to be entangled by this master, Shui Yu would likely catch him red-handed. At that time, he would not be able to escape. Yang Kai's impression of Shui Yu was very complicated. In fact, there was no deep hatred between them. In fact, he could even be considered her savior. After all, when the profoundine sunflower water invaded her body, it was he who refined the pill to save her. But in the end, he had taken advantage of her quite a bit. On that dead star, they had hugged each other naked, touching what he should and should not have touched, seeing what he should and should not have seen. Although he had been forced to do so at the time, and if he had not done so, he would have died without a doubt, but this was not something a man should do. If it were any other woman, they would not have let him go, not to mention that this woman's status was lofty and her self-esteem was definitely very strong. How could she let him go so easily? He had run away without giving her any explanation, so of course she would hold a grudge against him. In short, if he was caught by her, he would be finished. So, after learning that there was a pursuer behind him, Xianxia used all his strength to fly deeper into the Emperor Garden. As he ran, a golden light flashed from his left eye as he constantly scanned his surroundings. The demon eye of annihilation, great demon god's innate divine technique, had the ability to see through illusions. Using it at this time would undoubtedly be of great help to Xianxia. Xianxia wanted to find a usable barrier. There were many barriers and spirit arrays in the Emperor Garden. When he, Fei Ji too, and the others had entered this place, Xianxia had learned a lot about them, but this time, the Emperor Garden had opened up to the entire territory of the star, so no matter how many barriers and spirit arrays there were, most of them had been broken. Xianxia ran all the way but did not find a single usable barrier or spirit array. The few traces he found had all been destroyed. As time passed, the pursuer behind him was getting closer and closer, causing Xianxia to become increasingly anxious. Fortunately, at that moment, Xianxia finally discovered something. Under the observation of his demon eye of annihilation, a large area in front of him seemed to be covered by a powerful spirit array. Xianxia did not even think about it and rushed over, carefully sticking close to the edge of the spirit array. A moment later, when the beautiful woman arrived, she was caught off guard and directly rushed into the spirit array. In an instant, the spirit array was activated and wrapped around the beautiful woman, preventing her from moving forward. Xianxia stood in place and listened for a moment, only hearing a burst of tender voices mixed with powerful energy fluctuations coming from inside. He immediately knew that his plan had succeeded. Grinning, Xianxia changed direction and flew off in a different direction. For the time being, he should be safe. The Emperor Garden was so big, so as long as he was careful, he would not encounter Xueyu again in the future. Considering all this, Xianxia felt relieved, but he did not relax his vigilance, still scanning his surroundings while flying forward to avoid accidentally falling into a spirit array. Less than half a cup of tea's worth of time after Xianxia left, Xueyu led her group of masters to this place, and after hearing the beautiful woman's shout, everyone worked together to break the spirit array and rescue her. After listening to the beautiful woman's report, Xueyu's face became extremely ugly. She had not expected that her people would be so unlucky as to trigger the spirit array here and allow that little brat to escape. Third young master, this subordinate has failed, please punish me. The beautiful woman's complexion was also very bad as she spoke with a look of shame. Forget it, Xueyu waved her hand. It's not a big deal, I just suspected that person was an old acquaintance of mine, but I couldn't be sure. Since we failed to catch up, this matter ends here. Worthy of the third young master of Hengluo Chamber of Commerce, she was able to put things down without any hesitation. After learning that Xianxia had escaped, she no longer had any intention of pursuing him. Third young master is wise, the most important thing now is to find that cultivation artifact. This is closely related to the future of master. As long as we can find that artifact, master will definitely be able to take a step further and become a peak master in the third order origin king realm. An old man with a thin face said. Although this person was old, he was in high spirits. His face was rosy, and his vitality was extremely powerful. What old Chu said is correct, but we have too little information, and whether or not that cultivation artifact is here is uncertain. In any case, the biggest goal of this trip is to find that artifact, so let's first inquire about it. Xueyu did not refute and instead agreed with what the old man surnamed Chu said. Obviously, this old man's status in this group was not low. Hengluo Chamber of Commerce was the wealthiest in the world, and although the Emperor Garden's reputation was great, there were not many things that could tempt them, but this time, Hengluo Chamber of Commerce had sent out all of its elites, all of whom were peak masters in the third order origin returning realm, led by an important figure like Xueyu, so it was obvious that they were after something big. As for what this so-called cultivation artifact was, it was actually capable of allowing a peak second order origin king cultivator to break through to the third order origin king realm. On the other side, after Yang Kai escaped from his pursuers, he headed deeper into the Emperor Garden. Along the way, there were traces of battle and signs of destruction of formations and prohibitions everywhere. There were also many corpses of cultivator lying around. It was clear that this place was indeed full of dangers and thistles and thorns at every step. At least, it was much more dangerous than the last time he came in. This was because Yang Kai had discovered the remains of many ancient puppets along the way. The ancient puppets varied in size and appearance, but without exception, they had all been destroyed by the cultivator who had barged into this place. Even though he had encountered puppets the last time he was here, the number of puppets he had encountered was definitely not this exaggerated. It seemed that after the Emperor Garden officially opened, the dangers inside had greatly increased. No wonder Min Sha and the others had fled outside, not daring to stay in the Emperor Garden for long. The competition here was too fierce and there were too many dangers. However, entering late also had its advantages. Yang Kai had been delayed outside for a long time, so after entering the Emperor Garden, he didn't have to worry about triggering any spirit arrays. All he needed to do was follow the traces of battle and it was generally safe. Countless people were opening up a path for him. Of course, where there were gains, there were losses, and all the benefits had definitely been taken away by those people. Along the way, Yang Kai saw that the doors to all the pavilions and rooms were wide open and the insides were a mess. These had obviously been carefully searched, and Yang Kai didn't know if anything good had been taken away. However, Yang Kai didn't care. He had entered the Emperor Garden this time only to obtain two things, both of which he had discovered the last time he entered. The first was life-revitalizing jade cream, one of the 3 great divine waters of the Star Territory. It had countless uses and could even bring back the dead. However, for Yang Kai, what he was most interested in was the life-revitalizing jade cream's ability to help him condense his golden blood. After swallowing all of the diluted life-revitalizing jade cream he had obtained last time, Yang Kai had already gained a lot. If he could obtain more and purer life-revitalizing jade cream, it would naturally be of great help to him. Yang Kai longed to completely replace all of his golden blood with pure golden blood. If he could really achieve this, whether it was his vitality or physical strength, it would greatly increase. Even if he couldn't be said to be immortal, it would be extremely difficult for him to suffer serious injuries. The second thing Yang Kai wanted was naturally the world spirit hidden in the ice road. That thing was formed from pure cold energy and had already developed intelligence. It was the favorite of the ancient divine spirits. It was rumored that in ancient times, there were many spirits of heaven and earth, but they were all preyed on by the ancient divine spirits. That was why they were gradually becoming extinct. The world spirit hidden in the ice road was of the ice attribute, which was perfectly suited to the ice phoenix's appetite. If it could help the ice phoenix remnant soul devour it, it would also be greatly nourished. Since this was related to Su Yan's future, Yang Kai would naturally be interested. As long as he could obtain these two things, this trip to the Emperor Garden could be considered a great harvest. As for the rest, Yang Kai didn't care too much. Thinking so, Yang Kai continued to observe the surrounding terrain, but after a full day, he was still confused. This could not be helped though, as the scenery inside the Emperor Garden was simply too similar. Yang Kai had no idea where he was right now, let alone where to find the world spirit or life revitalizing cream. During this time, Yang Kai's time was calm and he did not encounter anyone. Presumably, the cultivator who had entered this place had either fallen or gone deeper into the Emperor Garden, making it impossible for Yang Kai to find someone to inquire about the situation. Inside the Emperor Garden, one's divine sense was not able to spread out to explore one's surroundings like it was on the outside. Inside this place, one's divine sense was restricted to a range of a few dozen meters. Yang Kai once again took out the communication artifact he used to contact Yang Inflammation and Qian Tong and poured his divine sense into it, but to his disappointment, there was still no response. Sighing, Yang Kai helplessly put the communication artifact into his space ring and continued forward. About half a day later, Yang Kai suddenly came to a halt and listened carefully. Vaguely, he seemed to hear some sounds of fighting not far away. After listening carefully for a moment, he couldn't help smiling happily and quickly rushed over to the source of the sound. There were indeed people fighting over there, and as he approached, the sounds and movements became more and more obvious. The battlefield was inside a large palace, and there seemed to be quite a number of people involved, at least 7 or 8 of them. Moreover, none of them were weak. Judging from the sounds of fighting, the two sides seemed to be in a stalemate. Even if one side had the upper hand, the advantage was definitely not obvious. Xianxia did not rush to reveal himself and instead concealed his aura before quietly flying over to the palace, breaking through a window and peering inside. As far as the eye could see, the brilliance of artifacts and martial skills blossomed inside the palace. From time to time, one could see silhouettes leaping up and down, either fighting in pairs or in groups of 3 to 5, fighting each other to their heart's content. There was another person, who seemed to be a woman. She was lying on her side, and no one knew if she was dead or alive. It's them. Xianxia looked around for a moment with a stunned look on his face. He hadn't expected that the first group of people he encountered after entering the Emperor Garden would actually be acquaintances. Clear Sky Sect's Great Elder Mou, Sect Master Guzhan, and Xianxia Tao. Although Mou and Guzhan were both third-order origin returning realm masters and could be considered top masters in the Emperor Garden, Xianxia Tao had only just broken through to the first-order origin returning realm. What's more, many of Clear Sky Sect's elders had joined forces to use a secret technique to raise her cultivation, so it was impossible for her to display the strength of an origin returning realm master. She hadn't even condensed her Shi yet. On the other hand, their enemies consisted of 4 people, 2 third-order origin returning realm masters and 2 second-order origin returning realm masters, so the battle was obviously at a disadvantage for Clear Sky Sect. Xianxia Tao was in great danger, and if not for the 9-palace heavenly silk umbrella given to her by Mou, she would have likely been captured alive or killed. While Guzhan and Mou were fighting with their enemies, they had to spare some effort to protect her. However, in the end, they were still the sect master and great elder of Clear Sky Sect, so the artifacts they possessed and the methods they used were all frightening, so even though the situation was a bit perilous, they were still able to hold on for some time. Before Xianxia arrived, they must have been fighting with their opponents for a long time. Since they were acquaintances, Xianxia naturally wouldn't just stand by and watch. What's more, he had a good impression of Mou and had a friendship with Xianxia Tao. However, Xianxia also wore a puzzled look, not understanding why the people from Clear Sky Sect were fighting with these 4 people in this palace. Was there some kind of benefit here? Thinking so, Xianxia looked around the palace, and after a quick glance, Xianxia couldn't help raising his brow as a look of ecstasy appeared on his face. This was because at the center of the palace, there was something that looked like an altar. That thing looked like a strange stone. It was blood red in color and was the size of a heart. A blood essence stone. Xianxia recognized what this thing was at a glance. It was actually a blood essence stone. It was truly a case of wearing out iron shoes in a fruitless search, only to find it by chance. A blood essence stone was of great use to other cultivators. It could absorb the blood of a dead cultivator and turn it into pure blood qi that could be used to heal wounds or supplement one's vitality at critical moments. However, for Xianxia, it was even more useful, and that was to act as the heart of the stone mongoose. On Tongxian realm, Xianxia had obtained a total of 2 stone mongoose embryos, but there was only 1 blood essence stone, so after coming to Shadowed Star, he could only promote the birth of 1 stone mongoose. However, in his black book space, there was another stone mongoose embryo that had yet to break out of its shell. All that was missing was a piece of blood essence stone. As long as he could obtain the blood essence stone, he could give birth to a second stone mongoose. Xianxia understood the power and mysteries of the stone mongoose better than anyone else. Yang Yin could use it for artifact refining, and it also had extremely strong combat power. During the Battle of Dragon Cave Mountain, the stone mongoose's performance had been extremely eye-catching. Xianxia already had a stone mongoose, so if he gave the second stone mongoose to Yang Yin, she would definitely be very happy. This little girl had envied Xianxia for a long time now. Xianxia had once asked Qian Tong to inquire about blood essence stones, but unfortunately, even with the power of Shadow Moon Hall, he had not been able to find them. Now that he had ventured deep into the Emperor Garden, he had discovered one. How could he not be happy? In an instant, Xianxia regarded this blood essence stone as his own. But first, he had to find a way to resolve the crisis of Clear Sky Sect's trio. Considering all this, Xianxia turned his attention back to the battlefield again. Clear Sky sect had 3 people while the other side had 4, so they were at a disadvantage in terms of numbers. The only reason they had been able to hold on until now was because of the powerful cultivations of Gu Zhen and Mou. As a sect master, Gu Zhen's strength was naturally not to be underestimated. At this moment, he was dealing with 2 enemies on his own, one a third order and one a second order, while Mou was fighting the other third order. As for Xianxia Tao, she was jumping up and down beside Mou, being chased by the last second order enemy. Unable to fight back, she could only use her 9 palace heavenly silk parasol to defend herself, her pretty face filled with anxiety. Yang Kai observed for a moment and immediately decided to focus on Mou. As long as he could free Mou, there would be no suspense in the battle here. With this thought in mind, Kai Yang no longer concealed himself. With a tap of his foot, he directly broke through the window. While in midair, Yang Kai released the Firebird artifact spirit, and in an instant, the temperature of the entire palace rose sharply. The people on both sides who were fighting paled as they turned to look at this newcomer. They were in the middle of an abyss of suffering, so who would have thought that someone would come and intervene at this time? Everyone was worried that this newcomer might be the other side's reinforcements. When he looked over, he saw a fiery red, strange-looking firebird swooping over like a burning flame. With a sharp cry, the bird opened its beak and spat out fireballs the size of washbasins. The heat was so hot that it made people's hearts jump. This is... Mou's eyes shrank, but he soon showed a look of pleasant surprise. He had participated in the Battle of Dragon Cave Mountain and naturally had a deep impression of the Firebird artifact spirit, so when he saw it now, he immediately deduced that Yang Kai had arrived. Not the enemy's reinforcements, but his own. Mou was overjoyed. As he relaxed his mind, he attacked even more ruthlessly without holding back. On the other hand, the other 4's expressions were gloomy as they sensed the power of the Firebird artifact spirit. As for Yang Kai, who was hiding behind the Firebird, they didn't take him seriously. In the blink of an eye, the fireball spat out by the Firebird had already reached the top of Mou's opponent's head. The terrifying power contained in the fireballs caused his opponent to be horrified. He hurriedly retreated, breaking away from Mou's entanglement. At the same time, he spun around in place, releasing a milky white mist from his body, enveloping the area around him in a radius of several meters. He didn't know what kind of method it was, but at first glance, it seemed to have a very strong defensive power. Boom boom boom. The fireballs arrived as expected and blasted into the milky white mist, causing it to dissipate, revealing the figure of the cultivator wrapped inside. Looking around, this cultivator was actually unscathed, and the milky white mist that had been dispersed seemed to have a life of its own as it tried to repair the gap. At that moment, a golden light suddenly shot out from behind the Firebird artifact spirit and shot straight towards the man's chest and abdomen. Yang Kai had taken action. He had released the Firebird at the first opportunity to attract the enemy's attention while hiding behind it. Naturally, he would not miss this rare opportunity. Although Yang Kai didn't know what kind of magical defense his opponent had displayed, he certainly wouldn't allow the white mist to repair it. The golden blood thread was extremely sharp and fast, and it also had a strong ability to conceal itself, so it wasn't until the golden light was right in front of him that this man noticed it and couldn't help letting out a strange cry as he waved a dagger-like artifact in his hand to block the golden blood thread. But it was already too late. With a soft bang, the golden blood thread pierced through the man's lower abdomen and emerged from the other side of his body, binding him tightly. The Firebird artifact spirit also spread its wings at this moment and swooped down towards this cultivator. Mou, who had been fighting with this cultivator, also stretched out his hand. This hand seemed to extend infinitely, transforming into a giant palm that slammed down towards this cultivator's head. This cultivator was unable to dodge and was instantly engulfed by the monstrous flames and palm print. Screams filled the air but soon stopped abruptly. After the palm print dissipated and the Firebird soared into the air, all that was left was a charred corpse. A third-order origin returning realm master had been killed in an instant. Of course, Yang Kai's sneak attack played a significant role, but the powerful killing power of the artifact spirit and Mou was also the main reason. Otherwise, the golden blood thread alone wouldn't have been able to kill this cultivator. After killing this enemy, Yang Kai didn't waste any time. With a thought, He and the firebird flew towards the two cultivators who were fighting Gu Zhen, while Mou rushed directly towards the second-order origin returning realm cultivator who had been chasing Xianxia Tao. In an instant, Clear Sky Sect's momentum soared as they took the initiative. On the other hand, the other side was greatly shocked. The third-order origin returning realm cultivator who was still alive was extremely decisive. After realizing that the artifact spirit was not to be trifled with, a look of unwillingness flashed across his face as he shouted, "Retreat." Wanting to leave at this time was undoubtedly a bit too late. At the very least, the two second-order origin returning realm cultivator were unable to escape. Mou used his superior cultivation to block one of them and killed him without much effort. The other cultivator was also entangled by Yang Kai and the artifact spirit and was similarly unable to escape. The third-order origin returning realm cultivator, on the other hand, was truly strong. After suffering a blow from Gu Zhen, he took the opportunity to escape and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Gu Zhen naturally wouldn't let this matter rest and hurriedly chased after him. After Yang Kai intervened, the battle subsided in less than half a cup of tea's time and ended with Clear Sky Sect's overwhelming victory. Such an outcome really surprised Mou. Seeing Yang Kai take back the artifact spirit, Mou hurriedly brought Xianxia Tao over to thank him. "Sect Master Yang, I didn't expect to meet you here. This Mo is ashamed, but I will remember this great kindness. Elder Mo doesn't need to be so polite, I just happened to meet you here. Seeing that your Saint Chi consumption is not small, you should quickly restore it. Allow me to replace you." Yang Kai smiled lightly. "Sect Master Yang is right, then I'll have to trouble Sect Master Yang." Mou wasn't an indecisive person and naturally understood the importance of replenishing one's Saint Chi here, so he immediately brought Xianxia Tao to the side, swallowed some pills, took out some Saint crystals, and began to meditate. Gu Zhen hadn't returned yet, so Yang Kai didn't act polite and directly rushed over to the altar-like object and stared at the heart-sized blood essence stone with joy. This thing wasn't something that could be taken casually. Yang Kai didn't know what this altar-like object was for, but it was actually covered in a number of layers of protection. Outside the blood essence stone, there was a thin protective barrier. If he wanted to obtain the blood essence stone, he would naturally have to break through this barrier first. Since Yang Kai wanted the blood essence stone, he naturally wouldn't hesitate and immediately sent out a golden blood thread towards the thin film. In an instant, the thin film flashed brilliantly. This seemingly fragile thin film was actually quite sturdy, greatly surprising Yang Kai. However, in the end, it was still an inanimate object, so even if Yang Kai didn't use his full strength, it wouldn't be able to resist his bombardment for a long time. After a stick of incense worth of time, the thin film shattered and Yang Kai immediately grabbed the blood essence stone. Examining it carefully, he found that it was almost identical to the blood essence stone he had accidentally obtained on Tongxian realm. The birth of a second stone mongoose was now possible, causing Yang Kai to grin happily as he put it away. Looking around, Yang Kai saw that Mou and Xianxia Tao were still meditating while Gu Zhen had chased after the enemy and still hadn't returned. The sound of Yang Kai taking the blood essence stone had obviously reached Mou's ears, but he had nothing to say about it. After all, if it weren't for Yang Kai, the future of Clear Sky Sect's trio would have been bleak. At the very least, Xianxia Tao would have definitely died here, let alone snatching this treasure. In any case, Yang Kai was qualified to take away this blood essence stone. The palace fell silent for a while and Yang Kai's eyes suddenly fell on a woman lying on her side in a corner of the hall. When he was peeping in from outside the palace just now, Yang Kai had noticed this woman, but he didn't know whether she was dead or alive as she hadn't moved even now. Yang Kai couldn't help feeling curious. There should only be 3 people from Clear Sky Sect who entered here, so was this woman an accomplice of the previous group? Thinking so, Yang Kai walked over to the woman, and as he approached, he released his divine sense and swept her with it. After this investigation, Yang Kai was a little surprised. This woman wasn't dead, but she had obviously suffered heavy injuries and was gasping for breath. Her cultivation wasn't very high either, just like him, only a first-order origin returning realm cultivator. Why would someone with such a low cultivation come here? Yang Kai shook his head secretly. Sure enough, people died in pursuit of wealth just as birds died in pursuit of food. Coming to the woman's side, Yang Kai saw that her face was extremely pale and there were traces of blood at the corners of her mouth that hadn't yet dried up. Other than that, there were no obvious injuries. Obviously her 5 viscera and 6 organs had suffered heavy damage. However, the other party's face was covered in black silk, so it was impossible to see whether she was beautiful or ugly. This old master was originally discussing with Elder Mo how to break the barrier on the altar when this woman ran in a panic. She was the one who lured those 4 people here just now. At some point, Gu Zhen had returned, but looking at his annoyed expression, it was obvious he hadn't been able to catch up to the last enemy. After all, the other party's cultivation was the same as his, so if she wanted to escape, Gu Zhen couldn't do anything about it. So, she's not an accomplice of those 4? Yang Kai raised his brow. Gu Zhen slowly shook his head. She should be being hunted down. Oh? Yang Kai was a little surprised. Originally, he thought this woman was an accomplice of those 4 and was prepared to take advantage of her injuries to deal her a fatal blow, but now that he knew the truth, he couldn't act so ruthlessly. After all, there were no grievances between them and Yang Kai was not a cold-blooded person, so there was no need for him to kill the innocent. Moreover, even if he didn't kill her, in her current state, she wouldn't live long. However, in any case, the fact that Clear Sky Sex Trio had encountered such a dangerous situation was definitely related to this woman. If it weren't for her attempting to divert the disaster, Clear Sky Sex Trio wouldn't have ended up in such a precarious situation. Considering all this, Yang Kai squatted down and turned the woman's body around, reaching out and brushing aside the black hair covering her face. In an instant, this woman's face was imprinted in his eyes. Yang Kai was stunned, and in the next moment, his pupils shrank rapidly as a look of disbelief appeared on his face. He cried out involuntarily, "How is this possible?" His expression was one of utter disbelief, as if he had seen a ghost in broad daylight. What's wrong? Does Sect Master Yang know this woman? Enlightened Master Gu immediately guessed. Yang Kai didn't answer, the expression on his face constantly fluctuating as his eyes swept over the woman's face. The more he looked, the more shocked he became. This woman's appearance was exactly the same as the woman in his memory, almost indistinguishable. Even after 20 to 30 years, Yang Kai's impression of her still hadn't been erased. But, was she really the woman in his memory? If she wasn't, then this was too much of a coincidence. The world was so big that even if there were people with similar appearances, it was impossible for them to be exactly the same, but if she was, then how could she appear here? For a time, Yang Kai's mood fluctuated as various scenes from the past flashed through his mind. What Yang Kai couldn't determine was that since she was here, the other woman should also be here, so why was she alone? This obviously didn't make sense. Sect Master Gu, I need to help heal her, please help me, Sect Master Gu. Yang Kai didn't have time to think too much. The woman in front of him had her eyes closed, and although she was unconscious, there was still a pained expression on her face. Moreover, the vitality in her body seemed to be rapidly draining away. If he didn't rescue her in time, it wouldn't be long before she died. Whether she was the one he suspected or not, Yang Kai had to wake her up and ask her carefully. Sect Master Yang can rest assured, this old master can guarantee with his life that no one will disturb you. Gu Zhen promised solemnly. Thank you. Yang Kai didn't say much, simply reaching out and helping the young woman up, allowing her to sit cross-legged in front of him. Immediately afterwards, he grabbed her wrist and poured his Saint Qi and divine sense into her body, carefully examining her condition. As he continued to investigate, Yang Kai's expression gradually became ugly. This woman's injuries were more serious than he had imagined. All of her 5 viscera and 6 bowels had been displaced. Not only that, there seemed to be some other kind of energy raging in her meridians. It was impossible to tell what kind of attack she had suffered. This kind of injury could not be described as light. If it had been an ordinary cultivator, they would have been completely helpless and could only exhaust their Saint Qi in order to keep her alive as long as possible. For Yang Kai, this was also a difficult problem. He didn't have much confidence in being able to save her, but since things had already gotten to this point, he could only try. Considering all this, Yang Kai stretched out his hand and wiped his space ring, took out a jade bottle, opened the cap without hesitation, and poured out a pink pill from it. This pill had a refreshing fragrance and was brimming with spirit energy. At first glance, it was obvious its grade was not low. Although Guzhen was standing to the side, he was also paying attention to the situation here. At this moment, when he saw the pill in Yang Kai's hand, he couldn't help showing a look of surprise, because if he wasn't mistaken, this pink pill should be an Origin King grade low-rank healing pill. Origin King grade pills were priceless treasures not just on Shadowed Star, but throughout the entire Star territory. Those who could refine such pills were all Origin King grade alchemists. If that was all, it wouldn't be a big deal, but the key was that this pink pill actually had pill veins. Guzhen's eyes almost popped out of their sockets as he immediately realized that the relationship between this woman and Yang Kai was not simple. Otherwise, how could Yang Kai have taken out such a precious pill to help her heal? Even across the entire Star territory, there shouldn't be many such pills, and if they were to be taken back to Shadowed Star, countless masters would fight over them. What kind of background did this woman have that Yang Kai would not hesitate to save her life? Guzhen suddenly became curious. This Origin King grade spirit pill was naturally obtained in that hidden mountain valley before. Yang Kai had not expected that the pill he obtained there would come in handy so quickly, otherwise, with his own alchemy skills, he would not have been able to refine such a pill. When he was distributing pills to the young woman from Ice Heart Valley in the mountain valley, Yang Kai had deliberately distributed some pills for various purposes, including those for healing. However, although the efficacy of an Origin King grade spirit pill was powerful, with this woman's current condition, taking such a pill would be a blessing or a curse. If she couldn't bear it, she would likely die even faster. Considering all this, Yang Kai took a light breath and forced a drop of pure golden blood from his body into the pink pill before pinching the woman's cheek and popping the pill into her mouth. With pure golden blood supplementing her vitality, Yang Kai no longer had to worry about the damage caused by the eruption of this pill's medicinal efficacies. All that was left was to help her refine the pill's efficacies. Yang Kai did not avoid this and simply reached out to hold her two jade hands, pouring a steady stream of pure and vigorous Saint Qi into her body, helping her circulate her own Saint Qi. As time passed, Mou and Xianxia Tao also adjusted their breathing, and after coming over to Guzhen's side to inquire about the situation, both of them quietly stood by. On the other side, as the medicinal efficacies continued to take effect and Yang Kai's guidance, the complexion of the woman who had been seriously injured became better and better. Her 5 viscera and 6 organs were gradually repaired and the raging energy in her meridians was expelled. After 2 hours, the woman suddenly let out a groan and spat out a mass of black blood towards Yang Kai's face. Yang Kai reacted quickly, and with a wave of his hand, he pulled this mass of black blood to the side. Only now did Yang Kai breathe a sigh of relief. He had finally pulled this woman's life back from the gates of hell, but if she wanted to fully recover, it would definitely take a long time for her to recuperate. On top of that, she would only be able to display less than half of her combat strength for a short time. Inside the Emperor Garden, such a situation was undoubtedly very dangerous. Once something happened, she would be powerless to fight back. After spitting out this mouthful of black blood, the woman's eyelashes fluttered, as if she was about to wake up. Yang Kai was overjoyed. A moment later, the woman opened her beautiful eyes, but she didn't seem to understand this situation as her eyes were filled with confusion. After seeing the man sitting cross-legged in front of her, she was obviously stunned and stared at Yang Kai in a daze, not saying a word. Yang Kai didn't dare to ask casually, for fear that the answer he received wouldn't be what he wanted. After a long time, the woman stretched out a trembling hand, seemingly wanting to touch Yang Kai's cheek. A trace of excitement flashed across Yang Kai's eyes, but he didn't try to dodge. They really know each other. Xianxia Tao watched from the side and muttered to herself, and it seems their relationship isn't shallow. Meeting an old friend in a foreign land was undoubtedly a joyous occasion. Xianxia Tao was also happy for Yang Kai and was secretly moved by this long-awaited reunion. The next moment, though, an unexpected scene occurred. When the woman's small hand was only 3 inches away from Yang Kai's cheek, she suddenly changed from touching to slapping, as if she wanted to slap Yang Kai, but unfortunately, she didn't have the strength to do so, so the way she slapped him made it seem like she was flirting with him. Bastard, the first thing this old lady sees after dying is actually you. Master waited for you for so many years in vain, how could you die too? Didn't they say good people don't live long while bad people live 1,000 years? Cursing like this, the woman's beautiful eyes actually began to tear up, like a broken string of pearls, continuously falling down, making her look extremely sad. Biluo? Yang Kai's face twitched as he spat out these two words from his throat. At this moment, he was finally able to confirm the identity of this woman in front of him. He hadn't guessed wrongly, she was indeed the one he knew in the past, otherwise, it would have been impossible for her to recognize him at a glance. The personal maidservant of the beguiling demon queen, Xianxia, Biluo. It had been nearly 30 years since they parted ways in the ash-gray cloud evil land, so Yang Kai never expected to meet Biluo here. The world was simply too unpredictable. He longed to reunite with Su Yan in the Emperor Garden, but that was not the case. Instead, he saw Xueyu here, as well as Biluo, who he thought he would never see again. Over the years, although he hadn't been able to reunite with Su Yan, at least he had some clues about her whereabouts and knew she was still alive. On the other hand, he had no information about the beguiling demon queen, Xianxia, or Biluo. When Yang Kai left the central capital and went to Tongxian realm, that was the last time he saw Xianxia and Biluo. Nearly 10 years later, Yang Kai returned to the central capital from Tongxian realm and went to the ash-gray cloud evil land to look for Xianxia, but the two women had long disappeared. After some inquiries, Yang Kai learned from the lightning flash Shadow King that the last place Xianxia and Biluo went was the Spider Mother's nest. After Yang Kai arrived at the Spider Mother's nest, he only found an altar, unable to determine whether Xianxia and Biluo were still alive. Since then, Yang Kai had thought he would never see Xianxia or Biluo again. Who would have thought that such a dramatic scene would occur in the Emperor Garden? For a time, Yang Kai felt like he was in a dream, unable to believe what he was seeing. While Yang Kai was in a daze, Biluo also seemed to realize that she was not dead, causing her to feel a little embarrassed but also overjoyed. She had not expected to see Yang Kai again here. Although this bastard had bullied her in the past and caused her master queen to worry deeply about him all these years, it was undeniable that Biluo was still very excited to reunite with him in this kind of place, her pair of beautiful eyes filled with splendor, seemingly even recovering some of her vitality. Sister Chen, I'll have to trouble you to help me comfort her, her mood seems to be a bit unstable. Yang Kai hurriedly called out, fearing that Biluo would slap him again after regaining her strength. No matter what, he was still the sect master of a great sect. If he were to be slapped in front of his face, what kind of scandal would that be? Chen Shirtao nodded before quickly walking over and sitting down next to Biluo, letting her weak body snuggle up to her as she tried to comfort her. Yang Kai got up and briefly communicated with Mou and Gu Zhen, learning that after they entered the Emperor Garden through the space array on the jade pedestal, they were not together. However, their luck was good and they were not too far apart, so it only took them some time to regroup. As for where the others had gone, they did not know. So that's how it is. After listening to their explanation, Yang Kai gently nodded, not showing any disappointment. His original intention was to inquire about the situation of Yang Inflammation and Yi Shiyun, but since he failed to obtain any information, he could only give up. After all, with Yi Shiyun by his side, Yang Inflammation shouldn't be in any danger. Turning back to look at Biluo, Yang Kai's mouth couldn't help twitching. At this moment, Biluo had practically buried her head in Chen Shirtao's bosom. Whether it was intentional or not, this woman had actually placed her mouth on the cherry on top of Chen Shirtao's chest, causing the heat from her breaths to cause Chen Shirtao's pretty face to blush. Although she felt itchy and uncomfortable all over, due to the fact that the other party had yet to recover from his injuries, Chen Shirtao could only endure. What was even more excessive was that Biluo was grabbing her jade hand and constantly playing with it, as if she was playing with some kind of novel toy. Yang Kai's face went dark. This woman was indeed Biluo. As the saying goes, wolves roam the world eating meat while dogs roam the world eating shit. Biluo had developed these bad habits many years ago, but Yang Kai had not expected that after 30 years, she would still be the same. A person's interests were not so easy to change. Seeing Chen Shirtao so uncomfortable, Yang Kai couldn't stand it anymore and walked over, grabbed Biluo's collar, and lifted her up. Biluo glared at him fiercely, as if he wanted to say something, but it affected the injuries in his body, and he couldn't stop coughing. Sect Master Yang, what do you plan to do next? If you don't mind, why don't you join me and Elder Mo? Gu Zhen looked at Yang Kai sincerely and asked. The dangers inside the Emperor Garden had far exceeded his expectations. This was not just the spirit arrays in the Emperor Garden, but also the threat from the other star cultivators. At this time, having an extra person was always an extra source of strength. This was especially true for Yang Kai. They knew him very well. Although he only had a cultivation base of first-order origin returning realm, his performance in the battle just now had clearly made everyone's eyes light up. Gu Zhen wanted to join forces with Yang Kai to explore this place together. Yang Kai hesitated for a moment before slowly shaking his head. Yang Kai appreciates Sect Master Gu's kindness. If it was just me alone, joining forces with several of you wouldn't be a problem, but now. Saying so, he glanced over at Biluo. This woman had just returned from the gates of hell and was now a burden. How could Yang Kai allow her to delay Gu Zhen and Mou? It was also impossible for him to ignore Biluo as he still had many things to ask her. What's more, it was not convenient for him to let outsiders know what he was after. If that's the case, this old master won't insist. Gu Zhen obviously understood Yang Kai's concerns but didn't say anything. To be honest, he and Mou were already having a hard time carrying Xianxia Tao, so if Biluo was added to the mix, the road ahead would be filled with thorns. Smiling lightly, Gu Zhen said, this old master was actually planning to explore this place for a few more days before leaving. If Sect Master Yang feels that his strength is insufficient, he should withdraw from this place as soon as possible. This old master has heard that there are many opportunities and benefits outside the Emperor Garden. Junior will bear that in mind. Yang Kai gently nodded before suddenly seeming to think of something and asking, right, several of you have been here for more than a dozen days, have you found an extremely cold ice road somewhere? An ice road? Gu Zhen and Mou exchanged a glance before slowly shaking their heads. We haven't found such a place. If you haven't, then forget it, I was just asking casually, Yang Kai smiled lightly. Although they were curious as to why Yang Kai was asking about this ice road, Gu Zhen and Mou didn't ask any further questions. The two sides exchanged a few more pleasantries before the Clear Sky Sect group took their leave. Before leaving, Xianxia Tao glanced over at Biluo with a look of dread, but after seeing her staring back at her with a smile, she couldn't help shivering, obviously having some psychological trauma towards Biluo. After the three from Clear Sky Sect left, Yang Kai glanced over at Biluo with a complicated expression, remaining silent for a long time before asking, can you move? I need to rest for a while. Biluo's face paled slightly. Good, it just so happens that I have some questions to ask, so let's stay here for a while. Immediately, the two found a corner in the palace and began talking while resting. Yang Kai was naturally very curious about why Biluo was here, where Xianxia Luo was, and where they had gone after leaving the Ashgray Cloud Evil Land. Asking one by one, Biluo didn't conceal anything. It was quite absurd. After Yang Kai and Xianxia Luo separated, they set off for Tongxian Realm, and after 2 or 3 years, Xianxia Luo took Biluo to find traces of Yang Kai. Although she had heard Yang Kai say before that as long as she could find a void corridor, she could reach another world, Xianxia Luo had traveled far and wide but still failed to find any. She had found a few void corridors, but none of them led to Tongxian Realm. They were either unstable or only capable of short-distance teleportation. 3 years later, she and Biluo returned to the Ashgray Cloud Evil Land. The beguiling demon queen of her generation was troubled by love, so much so that her lovesickness caused her to fall ill. This was one of the sorrows of the Poison Widow bloodline. Xianxia Luo's mother and grandmother all had similar experiences. Once one acquired this kind of physique, it was inevitable. However, unlike Xianxia Luo, what she missed was the dead, the loved ones who had died at her hands, while Xianxia Luo missed the living. One day, Xianxia Luo took Biluo to the Spider Mother's lair. Her original intention was to reminisce about the past. After all, she and Yang Kai had been captured by the 7th Order monster beast, the Spider Mother, in the Spider Mother's lair. They had shared life and death for a period of time, and it was during that period that the two of them had become familiar with each other. Yang Kai, by chance, had left behind a seed of love in her heart. To reminisce about the past, there was no better place than here. Since the 7th Order monster beast, the Spider Mother, was killed by Yang Kai, no one cared about the Spider Mother's lair anymore. However, after Shanqing Luo entered, she found an ancient altar inside the spider mother's lair. From this altar, a faint call could be heard. Unable to resist, the beguiling demon queen cut her wrist and poured her blood into the altar. In an instant, the altar lit up and enveloped her and Biluo. When she and Biluo woke up, they found themselves in another place. Shanqing Luo was overjoyed, thinking that she had arrived at the new world Yang Kai had mentioned. However, after looking around, she found that there was a giant silver spider waiting in front of her. Both she and Biluo were scared to death, thinking that they would definitely die in this place. But when they inspected it carefully, they noticed to their shock that the 300 tall spider that seemed to be completely made of silver and possessed a shocking imposing aura had actually been dead for countless years. It didn't have the slightest vitality, and only a corpse was left behind. What made Shanqing Luo feel even more incredible was that there was a subtle connection between her and this giant spider, and when she activated her body, she could actually absorb some mysterious energy from the spider's corpse. This energy not only changed her poisonous widow constitution, but also improved her aptitude, causing her cultivation to soar. After surviving a great disaster, one was bound to have good fortune. In the end, Shanqing Luo was still a queen and knew that this was a great opportunity for her, so she didn't rush to leave and instead chose to remain there. A few years later, after the giant spider's corpse turned to dust and the mysterious energy contained within was completely absorbed by Shanqing Luo, the beguiling demon queen's strength rose from the second-order saint realm to the first-order returning realm in one fell swoop. Biluo also benefited greatly from this place. Although she couldn't absorb the mysterious energy from the spider's body like Shanqing Luo could, the energy that filled the surrounding area gave her some benefits. At this point, the two women left that strange place. After some investigation, they learned that the two of them had arrived on a certain monster star territory. Monster star, monster star. On this monster star, 90% of the creatures were monster beast and monster race. It was extremely vast, and there were also some human, demon race, and other races, but their numbers were extremely small and the environment they lived in was very poor. After all, Monster Star was dominated by the monster race. Later, this master and servant pair wandered around Monster Star for a period of time and coincidentally caught the eye of one of the 10 great tribal lords, Qiyu, who took Shanqing Luo as her adopted daughter, allowing them to have a stable residence and no longer have to wander around. As one of the 10 great tribal lords of Monster Star, Qiyu herself was an Origin King Realm Master, so as her adopted daughter, Shanqing Luo could be said to have a respected status. After listening to Biluo's story, Yang Kai was dumbfounded. Yang Kai's encounters and experiences over the years were already rich and varied enough, but he had never expected that Shanqing Luo and Biluo's experiences were no worse than his own. However, in terms of luck, they were undoubtedly much better and had not experienced as many dangers as he had. Yang Kai had used Tongxian Realm as a transit point to arrive at Monster Star territory step by step. The two of them, on the other hand, had arrived directly at Monster Star's territory through a single altar. Qiyu is an Origin King Realm Master and one of the 10 great tribal lords, so why would she take a fancy to Qing Luo? Why would she take her as her adopted daughter? Yang Kai was puzzled. After all, Qiyu was from the monster race and Shanqing Luo was from the human race, so the two were not opposed to each other. Yang Kai subconsciously thought that the other party had bad intentions. Hearing Yang Kai's question, Biluo naturally knew what he was worried about and smiled lightly, because Master has inherited the Heavenly Moon Demon Spider source. Heavenly Moon Demon Spider? Yang Kai's expression changed slightly. Why, have you heard of it? Biluo also looked at him curiously. Yang Kai nodded lightly. The Heavenly Moon Demon Spider was one of the ancient divine spirits. Strictly speaking, it was in existence on the same level as dragons and phoenixes, but it was difficult to judge which one was stronger. After all, no one had ever seen a battle between ancient divine spirits. Yang Kai knew about the Heavenly Moon Demon Spider because he had been in contact with ancient divine spirits for a long time. Whether it was his Golden Dragon Remnant Soul or Su Yan's Ice Phoenix Remnant Soul, both belonged to the category of ancient divine spirits. How could Qing Luo have the Heavenly Moon Demon Spider source? Yang Kai frowned and suddenly said thoughtfully, could it be that the spider corpse you encountered when you first arrived at Monster Star and Monster Star? Yes, that was the Heavenly Moon Demon Spider's corpse. Biluo cast a look of approval. Master spent a lot of time to inquire about it. Even she didn't know what the spider was before. The reason why Red Moon Tribal Lord took a fancy to Master and adopted her as his daughter was also because of this. Otherwise, do you think Red Moon Tribal Lord would give Master such benefits for no reason? So that's how it is. Xianxia nodded gently. If this was the case, then it was easy to explain. The reason why the beguiling demon queen possessed the heavenly moon demon spider source was because she had absorbed the mysterious energy from the heavenly moon demon spider's corpse, causing her bloodline to change. Shanqing Luo being able to go directly to Monster Star and Monster Star through the altar, Xianxia estimated that it was related to the dead heavenly moon demon spider. It could even be said that the altar came from the heavenly moon demon spider. Shanqing Luo's bloodline and the poison widow constitution were probably born from this altar. Everything could be explained. Then where's your master now? Have you also entered the Emperor Garden? Xianxia asked anxiously. Biluo's expression immediately dimmed. He nodded and said, yes, but I got separated from the master after we came in. I don't know where she is now. Hearing her words, Xianxia could not help but sigh. At least you still have some conscience. Biluo pouted. Seeing Xianxia worry about Shanqing Luo, her dislike for him grew. But you can rest assured, even if Master is alone, there won't be any problems. Her current cultivation is at the third order origin returning realm, and an average cultivator in this realm is no match for her. So powerful? Xianxia was shocked. Being invincible in the same realm was understandable, after all, Shanqing Luo now had the heavenly moon demon spider source, so her strength could not be measured by common sense. However, her cultivation being at the third order origin returning realm was enough to shock Xianxia. Xianxia's speed was already fast enough, but he had not expected the beguiling demon queen to be even faster than him. However, when he thought about it carefully, it was not that surprising. She had absorbed all the mysterious energy from the ancient divine spirit's corpse and had only taken a few years to break through from the second-order saint realm to the first-order origin returning realm. Heh, you bastard, if you don't work hard, Master will definitely fall in love with someone else in the future. No woman is willing to find a man who can't protect her, Biluo gloated. The beguiling demon queen's cultivation was higher than Xianxia's in the past, and now that they had met again, not only had the gap not narrowed, it had instead widened significantly. Biluo subconsciously felt that Xianxia was no longer worthy of her master, so while gloating, she also felt a little anxious for Xianxia, as if she expected better from him. None of your business. Xianxia spat disdainfully. When he thought of Shanqing Luo's dragon lady, Xianxia couldn't help feeling a little apprehensive. It wasn't that he was afraid of her, it was just that this woman's seductive charms were somewhat outrageous. Xianxia could resist other women, even if a woman like Yin Sudai tried to use her seductive techniques on him, he could still ignore them, but Shanqing Luo. He had no confidence he could remain calm in front of her. If he was not careful and allowed himself to be captured by her, his reputation would be ruined. Forget it, let's not talk about this for now. The Emperor Garden is very big, we may not necessarily meet again. Xianxia seemed to be talking to Biluo, but also seemed to be comforting himself. Although Shanqing Luo had planted a secret technique called soul-seeking seal in his body a long time ago, allowing her to sense his location through this seal, so many years had passed, and even if he did not deliberately remove the soul-seeking seal, it was on the verge of disappearing. If Shanqing Luo wanted to use the soul-seeking seal to find him, it should be impossible. And, no matter what, after this trip to the Emperor Garden is over, I will return to Monster Star and tell Master about your situation, Xianxia smiled faintly. The Master had been worried for so many years, so if he learned that Xianxia was still safe and had arrived on Monster Star's territory, he would definitely be very happy. Which star are you on now? Shadowed Star, you can't come here. Xianxia slowly shook his head and briefly explained the situation on Shadowed Star. Biluo memorized this information and prepared to report it to his master one by one. Right, are you looking for an ice road? After talking about business, Biluo suddenly seemed to remember something and asked Xianxia. And, have you encountered one? Xianxia raised his brow. I seem to have encountered one, but I don't know if it's the place you're looking for. Biluo said thoughtfully. When she was being chased by her pursuers, she had been in a panic and had indeed stumbled upon a corridor. Originally, she had wanted to hide inside it, but after noticing how cold it was, she gave up on that idea and instead fled to this place, where she happened to meet the three from Clear Sky sect and dragged them into this muddy water. Hearing her description, Xianxia was overjoyed and hurriedly asked, "Do you remember the specific location?" If Biluo was not mistaken, this place was definitely the ice road he was looking for. "More or less, I'll take you there," Biluo said and stood up. Although she was still a little weak, her cultivation was not weak, so after resting for such a long time, as long as she did not fight with others, she should be fine. As such, Xianxia did not stop her and instead carefully released his divine sense to investigate their surroundings while the two of them walked in a certain direction. The place they were looking for was not too far from here, so it took less than half a day for Xianxia and Biluo to arrive. "It's here." Looking around at the familiar environment, Xianxia smiled happily. Although most of the scenes in the Emperor Garden were similar, there were still some subtle differences. After all, he had been here once before, so how could Xianxia forget this ice road? Feeling the chill emanating from the ice road, Biluo showed a look of dread. Even if she had been at her peak, entering this place would have been certain death, not to mention now that her Yuan-Chi was severely injured. "Should I wait for you outside?" Biluo asked. "No, you'll come with me." Xianxia shook his head. After crossing this ice road, he still had to search for life-revitalizing jade cream, so it was naturally impossible for him to turn back. Leaving Biluo here alone was not something he could rest assured about. "Me too?" Biluo frowned, obviously feeling a little uneasy. "Don't worry, I've walked this road before, so protecting you won't be a problem," Xianxia grinned. "Good, I hope I won't die for no reason," Biluo sighed helplessly. Biluo sighed helplessly. Although her words were full of uneasiness, her decision was made without any hesitation. Obviously, she trusted Xianxia very much. "Let's go." Xianxia called out before taking the lead and walking towards the ice road. As soon as they stepped onto the ice road, a biting cold enveloped them, almost capable of freezing one's soul. Xianxia didn't panic, instead pushing his Saint Chi and condensing it into a protective shield around himself and Biluo, instantly isolating them from the surrounding cold. The demonic flames burning outside the shield provided excellent protection against the cold. Someone's here?" Xianxia looked around and couldn't help raising his brow, feeling quite surprised. It was clear that someone had set foot on this ice path in advance. Furthermore, it seemed like someone had fought here. Many of the ice pillars in the surroundings were damaged. The lifelike ice sculptures not far away were also shattered. There was still the smell of a great battle in the air. Not only that, but from a short distance away, a tender shout could be heard, as if the battle was still ongoing. Xianxia and Biluo glanced at each other before silently converging their auras and walking towards the place where the battle had taken place. The deeper they went, the more terrifying the cold became. Xianxia's Saint Chi defense alone was no longer enough to resist all the cold, so in desperation, Xianxia could only release the Firebird artifact spirit and let it transform into a curtain of fire to envelop him and Biluo. "This is an artifact spirit?" Biluo's beautiful eyes widened in surprise. "You actually have such a powerful fire attribute artifact spirit?" In an instant, she couldn't help looking at Xianxia in a new light. "Shoo!" Xianxia glared at her before continuing to approach. Although he had deliberately restrained his aura, the energy fluctuations coming from the Firebird artifact spirit could not be concealed. Xianxia didn't know if the people fighting over there had discovered him, but at this time, it was best to be as careful as possible. After spending a stick of incense worth of time, Xianxia gradually arrived at the periphery of the battlefield and hid behind a small iceberg. Secretly looking forward, Xianxia saw two women in white robes flying up and down as they fought against a white rabbit-like creature. The white rabbit looked small and exquisite. Its entire body was sparkling and translucent, as if it was carved out of white jade. It did not have the slightest flaw, as if it was the most perfect piece of art. However, its every move could cause changes in the cold air here. In other words, the cold air here could be controlled by it, forming an extremely terrifying attack. The two women fighting against it were both powerful third-order origin returning realm cultivators, and both of them should also possess the ice attribute, because the martial skills and artifacts they used all gave off a frigid aura. Fighting in this kind of environment would undoubtedly allow them to display their full strength. But even so, the two women were still unable to gain the upper hand and were instead being toyed around by the white rabbit-like creature, causing them to wear anxious looks on their faces. It was self-evident what this white rabbit-like creature was. A world spirit. Yang Kai's eyes lit up. The last time Yang Kai entered the Emperor Garden, he had encountered this little thing and knew that it had an invisible body that could transform into anything it wanted, so even though this white rabbit looked small and crystal clear, it was actually quite ferocious. Although the two third-order origin returning realm women were strong and were able to display their full strength in this special environment, the world spirit in the form of a white rabbit also had a terrain advantage. What's more, this advantage was even more obvious than theirs. After all, the spirit of heaven and earth itself was the pure cold chi of this place. After tens of thousands of years of accumulation, it had gained sentience and evolved step by step. To it, the world inside the ice path was like its own backyard. As such, even though the two women had joined forces, they were still powerless against this world spirit and were instead being suppressed. What a coincidence, Yang Kai grinned as he looked at the two women and murmured. Do you know them? Biluo asked curiously. I don't know them, but I know where they come from, Yang Kai replied casually, causing Biluo to be confused. Yang Kai really didn't know these two women, but judging from the clothes they wore and the patterns embroidered on their clothes, they should be masters from Scarlet Wave Star's Ice Heart Valley. Yang Kai had only dealt with Ice Heart Valley a few days ago, so how could he possibly be mistaken? It seemed that the people from Ice Heart Valley had split into two groups, one exploring the outside of the Emperor Garden while the other exploring its interior. Not putting all their eggs in one basket was a very wise decision. Ice Heart Valley's cultivator all cultivated ice attribute secret techniques, so it was easy to imagine how important this world spirit was to them. It was probably because of this that they had taken the risk to fight the white rabbit, but now that they were riding a tiger, they couldn't get off and could only grit their teeth and endure. In the current situation, it was naturally best to sit on top of a mountain and watch the tigers fight. The strength of these two women from Ice Heart Valley wasn't low, so even if they couldn't defeat the world spirit, they could still cause it some trouble. Yang Kai could definitely find an opportunity to subdue this world spirit in one fell swoop or have the Ice Phoenix remnant soul devour it. As for whether these two women lived or died, it didn't have much to do with Yang Kai. They had just met by chance and there was no friendship between them, so Yang Kai really wasn't in the mood to rescue them. Having made up his mind, Yang Kai cast a glance at Biluo to calm her down. Biluo understood and gently nodded. Although she appeared to be calm on the surface, she was quite nervous. This kind of snatching food from a tiger's den was quite a thrill. She hadn't expected Yang Kai to be so bold as he dared to secretly scheme against two third-order origin realm cultivators. However, he was still the man that Milady had taken a liking to. If he didn't have any courage, then he wouldn't be worthy of Milady. The battle was still going on, but Yang Kai and Biluo were still hiding behind the ice mountain, not exposing their whereabouts. The two women from Ice Heart Valley were completely focused on the world spirit, so how could they have the leisure to investigate their surroundings? As time passed, the battle became more and more intense. The two women from Ice Heart Valley were almost fighting with their lives on the line, trying to kill their way out. By now, it was too late for them to regret their decision, secretly cursing themselves for rushing into this place and provoking the world spirit. As a result, not only did they fail to obtain what they wanted, they were also in danger of dying here. However, regret was of no use. Faced with the white rabbit's attacks, the two women could only bitterly defend and try to find a way to escape. The situation was getting worse and worse, and the two women were sweating profusely as their pretty faces paled. Yang Kai watched coldly from a distance, looking for an opportunity to take action. Suddenly, he frowned, as if he had sensed something, and a sense of alarm rose in his heart. This feeling, it was as if he was being watched by someone. Thinking so, Yang Kai quickly converged his divine sense and swept his eyes around with a frown, but he didn't find anything suspicious. His divine sense couldn't travel too far from his body, so Yang Kai couldn't use his powerful divine sense to investigate his surroundings. However, he did not think that the feeling he had just sensed was a mistake. Perhaps, there really was someone else hiding here. Considering all this, Yang Kai lowered his head and pushed his demon eye of annihilation to its limit. At this moment, Yang Kai finally discovered something. Behind another ice mountain less than 300 meters away, there were actually two figures standing close together. Yang Kai didn't know what kind of mysterious artifact they were using to completely conceal their auras and traces. Even with his demon eye of annihilation, Yang Kai couldn't see their true appearances and could only make out vague silhouettes. However, judging from their figures, it should be a man and a woman. What's more, the man was actually missing an arm. Xianxia of Demon Blood Temple and the beautiful Temple Master? The faces of these two immediately appeared in Yang Kai's mind, causing his expression to change slightly. Although this was just his guess, it should not be far from the truth. A combination of a man and a woman, and the man missing an arm, there was no other possibility except for these two from Demon Blood Temple. If there was, it could only be said to be a coincidence. Unexpectedly, they were also here. It was really a case of enemies meeting on a narrow road, Kai Yang thought to himself. His relationship with Demon Blood Temple was far from harmonious. Before entering the Emperor Garden, Xianxia had wanted to kill him, but unfortunately, he had been blocked by the Emperor pressure and had instead been injured. The threats he had made that day were still fresh in Yang Kai's mind, and now that he had met his enemy, Xianxia would definitely not give up. The other two should have discovered him, and the warning signs he had felt just now were probably caused by these two. Fortunately, Yang Kai had used his demon eye of annihilation silently, so neither Xianxia nor the beautiful temple master had noticed him, allowing him to gain the upper hand. The mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind, so who was the hunter? The current situation could only be described as confusing, so Yang Kai did not dare to act rashly, otherwise, he would most likely fail. On the other side, the two women from Ice Heart Valley were constantly shouting. Although the cultivations of the two women from Ice Heart Valley were not weak and their artifacts were powerful, fighting against the world spirit here was not an easy task. All of the artifacts he summoned were greatly damaged by the overwhelming ice attribute attacks, and even the Saint Chi he used to protect himself was on the verge of being broken. On the other hand, the world spirit in the form of a white rabbit wore a satisfied look on its face, its red eyes filled with a playful expression as it leapt up and down nimbly, gathering the surrounding ice attribute chi and condensing it into a series of spear-like weapons that it shot towards the two women from Ice Heart Valley. The sound of something tearing through the air rang out incessantly, causing the faces of the two women to change drastically. Using some kind of mysterious secret technique, they were able to link their Saint Chis together in a short period of time to resist this attack. Hong hong hong, the entire ice road reverberated with a loud bang as the world energy around it churned, as if the end of the world had arrived. Screams rang out as the two graceful figures were sent flying backwards, coughing up blood as they tumbled through the air, dyeing their white robes red, making for an extremely miserable sight. At this moment, the two women from Ice Heart Valley showed looks of despair. They had consumed most of their Saint Chi and had been injured by the world spirit, so at this moment, they were completely powerless to fight back and could only close their eyes and wait for death. At that moment though, two other figures suddenly emerged from behind an ice mountain, as if they had appeared out of thin air and immediately transformed into two blood-red streaks of light that shot towards the world spirit. The moment they appeared, Yang Kai discovered that these two were indeed Xianxia and the beautiful temple master of Demon Blood Temple, as he had guessed. The two of them chose to act at this moment not because they wanted to save someone, but because the world spirit was at its most relaxed. Choosing this moment to attack was undoubtedly aimed at the world spirit. Although the ice attribute world spirit was of little use to them, if they could capture it, they could exchange it for a lot of other things they wanted. As for Yang Kai and Biluo, Xianxia and the beautiful temple master didn't pay them any mind, only planning to deal with them after they had dealt with the world spirit. The two of them had grasped the timing and angle of their attacks well. Midair, Xianxia's cheeks puffed up as a cicada-like cry suddenly rang out from his mouth, forming a terrifying sound wave visible to the naked eye that spread out in front of him. A series of ripples quickly spread out and directly enveloped the world spirit. The world spirit, which was about to attack the two women from Ice Heart Valley, was caught off guard and was immediately struck. Ordinary attacks were useless against this kind of incorporeal object, but Xianxia's secret technique in the form of a sound wave was obviously no small matter. The old man's golden cicada extreme demonic art was passed down from ancient times and was extremely powerful. This golden cicada's cry mainly targeted the soul. Although the world spirit had sentience, it wasn't fully developed, so it was most afraid of such attacks. Xianxia's attack was the right medicine for the problem, and the effect was extremely significant. The spirit of heaven and earth in the form of a white rabbit clearly showed an extremely painful expression. Its movements also paused, and its body changed as if it was about to collapse. Its two front paws covered its head as it rolled on the spot. At that moment, the beautiful temple master of Demon Blood Temple took action, flicking her jade white hands and sending out two blood-red threads. Demon Blood Thread Secret Technique. As the temple master of Demon Blood Temple, she was able to use two demon blood threads. Demon Blood Temple's Demon Blood Thread Secret Technique was fundamentally different from Xianxia's. Xianxia used the golden blood in his body to condense golden blood threads, so as long as he had enough golden blood, no matter how much he used, it wouldn't cause any harm to him. However, Demon Blood Temple's demon blood threads were different. Demon Blood Temple's demon blood threads were condensed from condensing one's vitality and physique over a long period of time, so to the people of Demon Blood Temple, they were extremely precious. When cultivating a demon blood thread, a cultivator's vitality would be greatly damaged and they would have to find a way to supplement their vitality, otherwise it would lead to hidden dangers. A cultivator could basically only produce one demon blood thread in their lifetime, and if they were forced to produce a second one, it would put a great burden on their body and could even lead to death. The consequences could be said to be extremely serious. After all, the Demon Blood Thread Secret Technique could break through the shur of an origin-returning realm master, so it was quite powerful. Generally, powerful secret techniques had many limitations, and the number of demon blood threads was the biggest impediment to this secret technique. However, this beautiful temple master of Demon Blood Temple had actually produced two demon blood threads, and judging from the aura they were exuding, these two demon blood threads were equally powerful. What's more, her vitality was abundant and there was no sign of it being damaged. Xianxia really didn't know how she was able to accomplish this. From this point alone, it was clear that she was able to become the temple master of Demon Blood Temple. The moment the two demon blood threads were shot out by her, they twisted and tumbled as a large amount of blood-red mist gushed out from them and transformed into two blood-red snakes. Xianxia's eyes lit up as he couldn't help showing a look of excitement. His golden blood threads couldn't reach this level, so it seemed that his guess was correct. This demon blood thread secret technique still had a lot of potential to be unearthed. The reason Xianxia was able to produce golden blood threads was because when he left Luyan's desert, he had helped a demon blood temple disciple named Deng Ning and obtained the first half of the demon blood thread secret technique from him. Although it was only the first half, it didn't affect Xianxia at all. Xianxia had guessed earlier that the second half of this secret technique should describe how to flexibly use the demon blood threads and its various transformations. Now it seemed that he had guessed right. However, the demon blood thread secret technique was a secret technique of Demon Blood Temple, so it was impossible for an outsider like Xianxia to obtain it. At this moment, seeing the transformations of the demon blood threads, Xianxia was naturally overjoyed. Since obtaining the golden blood threads, this secret technique had helped him a lot and played a huge role in many of his battles. If he could really uncover the mysteries hidden in the second half of this secret technique would become even more powerful. All kinds of thoughts flashed through Xianxia's mind as the two blood-red snakes took advantage of the white rabbit's momentary daze to rush over, opening their mouths and revealing their fangs. One of them bit the white rabbit's head while the other bit its tail, refusing to let go. Furthermore, blood-red energy was pouring into the white rabbit's body from the fangs, as if it wanted to corrupt its spiritual power. The spirit of heaven and earth was obviously shocked by the sudden attack. When it recovered from Xianxia's attack, it found that it was restrained from the front and back. It couldn't help but become furious. It shook its head and tail, but no matter how hard it tried, it couldn't get rid of the two blood snakes. Instead, the two blood snakes poured even more blood-red energy into the white rabbit's body, causing it to feel a little dizzy. The spirit of heaven and earth also realized that the situation was bad. It did not dare to stay on the spot anymore. Instead, its body shook, and its white rabbit form immediately collapsed. It turned into pure, icy cold chi and tried to escape. A burst of tender laughter rang out, containing a power that could captivate one's soul, causing everyone present to feel their blood boil and their hearts tremble. The beautiful temple master of Demon Blood Temple stood midair and gently waved her finger, seemingly without the slightest trace of anger, causing the two blood snakes to transform. Looking around, the two blood snakes transformed back into two demon blood threads that instantly entangled themselves before splitting into smaller blood-red threads. These blood-red threads shuttled back and forth at an extremely fast speed, forming a giant blood-red net that shot towards the spirit of heaven and earth. This time, the spirit of heaven and earth was unable to dodge and was directly struck by this giant blood-red net. Condense! The beautiful temple master shouted, and with a single thought, the giant blood-red net suddenly contracted, quickly binding the spirit of heaven and earth. No matter how the spirit of heaven and earth struggled, it was unable to break free. In an instant, the spirit of heaven and earth had become the beautiful temple master's property. The beautiful temple master smiled with a trace of smugness on her face as she stretched out her hand and beckoned towards the blood-red net. As if it had a mind of its own, the blood-red net flew towards her. At that moment, a sudden change occurred. A sharp phoenix cry suddenly rang out, and immediately after, a terrifying pressure descended from the sky. Whether it was the two Ice Heart Valley disciples who were lying on the ground, or the high-spirited Xianxia and the beautiful temple master, all of them paled and looked around in shock. Behind an ice mountain, a large bird that was over 30 meters long, completely pure white and flawless as if it was carved out of ice jade, soared into the sky. The large bird didn't have a physical body, and it was only an illusory shadow. Even so, it still looked down with disdain, as if it didn't place anything in the world in its eyes, and its eyes contained boundless dignity. Anyone who met its gaze would feel as if they were nothing more than ants. Ice Phoenix. The eyes of the two women from Ice Heart Valley almost popped out of their sockets as they called out the name of this giant bird, their beautiful eyes filling with fanaticism. Ice Heart Valley's surname was Ice, and in this world, the Ice Phoenix was the ancient spirit most proficient in ice attribute principles. The totem worshipped in Ice Heart Valley was an ice phoenix. However, they had never seen a real ice phoenix before. Although the one in front of them was not a true ancient divine spirit, it was more or less related to that heaven-defying existence. In just a short time, these two women had experienced the ups and downs of life. At first, they thought they would die under the attack of this world spirit, but at the critical moment, someone had appeared and used a powerful secret technique to subdue the ice attribute world spirit, and before they could recover, another ice phoenix phantom had appeared. The mood of the two women was extremely complicated. They had never expected that while they were fighting the world spirit, there would be so many outsiders spying on them from the sidelines. At the same time, they secretly rejoiced. In any case, the two of them had managed to survive. Staring at the ice phoenix with trembling eyes, the two women's faces shone with a strange brilliance. A phoenix cry rang out as the ice phoenix left behind an afterimage and instantly disappeared. When it reappeared, it was already blocking the path of the beautiful temple master of Demon Blood Temple, opening its beak and pecking towards the blood-red world spirit. It was as if the ice phoenix was pecking at an insignificant insect, its posture elegant and casual. The beautiful woman was obviously taken aback. After all, an ice phoenix was not something one could see casually, but soon, she recovered and shouted, courting death. Whether it was a real ice phoenix or not, daring to have ideas about her prey was something the beautiful woman could not tolerate. Shouting so, she waved her hand and summoned a bracelet-like artifact before sending it towards the ice phoenix remnant soul. As soon as this bracelet shot out, it suddenly split into two, then three, and in the blink of an eye, the ice phoenix remnant soul was enveloped in an overwhelming number of bracelets. The ice phoenix, however, turned a blind eye to this. Although it was now just a remnant soul, it could not be destroyed so easily. When the sky full of bracelets smashed down towards it, the ice phoenix swallowed the blood into its abdomen before spreading its wings and summoning the rich ice attribute energy here, transforming it into countless ice blades that surrounded its body. Asterisk ding ding dang dang, asterisk a series of clinking sounds rang out as the bracelets shattered and the ice blades collapsed. When the bracelet returned to the beautiful woman's hand, the ice phoenix was unscathed while the beautiful woman's pretty face went pale. This could not be helped though. Not only had the ice phoenix swallowed the world spirit, it had also not spared her demon blood threads. In this short period of time, the beautiful woman had already felt that the connection between her demon blood threads and her mind had become much weaker. If this continued, she feared her demon blood threads would disappear. Daring to swallow my things, I'm not afraid you won't be able to digest them. The beautiful woman shouted as she formed a series of hand seals, seemingly urging her demon blood threads to attack the ice phoenix from inside its body. Although they had only exchanged a single blow, with the beautiful woman's eyesight, she could naturally see that this ice phoenix was not a true ancient divine spirit, otherwise, how could she have dared to remain here? She would have run as far away as she could. Even an Origin King Realm Master would not be able to withstand a single blow from a true ancient divine spirit. As soon as she did so, the ice phoenix immediately let out a cry of pain and a faint red glow appeared on its white body, giving it an extremely strange appearance. Xianxia could no longer continue to hide. The moment the ice phoenix rushed out, he had already prepared to take action, so when he saw the ice phoenix cry out, he immediately rushed out with Biluo. Sure enough, it was you, little brat. Xianxia rushed out from the side and took the initiative to meet Xianxia, directly blocking his path, a look of anger and malice filling his face as he glared at Xianxia, his expression extremely fierce. Xianxia did not move, simply glancing at him coldly before turning his attention back to the ice phoenix. He could not command the ice phoenix to do anything as its remnant soul was only using his body as a medium to temporarily stay here. If this were not the case, he would have been able to give orders to the ice phoenix, causing him to feel extremely anxious, fearing that something would happen to the ice phoenix here. Fortunately, although the ice phoenix was only a remnant soul, it still knew how to make a choice. After letting out a sharp cry for a while, the ice phoenix opened its mouth and spat out a blood-red light. As soon as this blood-red light appeared, it immediately split into 2 demon blood threads and returned to the beautiful woman's hands. After all, this was a secret technique that Demon Blood Temple's temple master had spent countless years refining, so it was not easy to digest. After spitting out the demon blood threads, the ice phoenix let out a long cry and turned into a white light that rushed directly into Xianxia's body and disappeared. After swallowing a world spirit, the ice phoenix was satisfied and needed to refine it as soon as possible to enhance its strength. As for the next battle, it had nothing to do with it. The moment the ice phoenix entered his body, Xianxia could not help shivering as he felt a chill run down his spine. Fortunately, this chill did not affect him much, otherwise, he would have had no choice but to turn around and flee. A series of unforeseen events happened in the time it took for a spark to fly off a piece of flint. It was so fast that almost no one could react. The 2 women from Ice Heart Valley, who were lying in a pool of their own blood, could not help showing looks of interest when they saw the ice phoenix actually take the initiative to enter Xianxia's body. They could not help wondering what kind of heaven-defying opportunity this man had encountered to allow him to obtain such a treasure. If they could obtain this ice phoenix. The beautiful temple master of Demon Blood Temple, on the other hand, was furious, her silver teeth clenched as she glared towards Xianxia. The world spirit had been within her reach, but it had been snatched away by Xianxia's ice phoenix. Between this gain and loss, Demon Blood Temple's temple master's mood could be imagined. At this moment, she wished she could skin Xianxia alive and grind his bones to dust to vent the hatred in her heart. However, after carefully assessing the situation in front of her, this beautiful woman suddenly restrained her anger and instead smiled charmingly, her beautiful eyes flashing as she called out softly, "Little brother, we really are fated to meet again." She looked at Xianxia excitedly and when she spoke, her pink tongue darted out of her mouth and licked her red lips, as if she had just seen a delicious meal, a look of excitement appearing on her face. "It is indeed fate," Xianxia grinned and gently nodded. Biluo's brow furrowed slightly as she stared at Xianxia fiercely and asked in a low voice, "Do you know her? You pervert, are you flirting with other women again?" She was obviously not used to seeing the current appearance of Demon Blood Temple's temple master and thought that Xianxia had some kind of relationship with her. Hearing her question, Xianxia glanced over at her but didn't bother to explain. "Little brother, we are all from Shadowed Star and are one family, why bother ruining this temple master's good fortune?" The beautiful woman was still smiling sweetly, and her every move seemed to exude endless charm. Her slender waist leisurely took 2 steps forward, and her red lips lightly parted as she said, "If you know what's good for you, obediently hand over the heaven and earth spirit to me, and I can guarantee that nothing happened today. How about it?" Good, after returning to Shadowed Star, come to Lu Yan's sand field to find me and I'll return that world spirit to you. Yang Kai replied with a smile, as if he was chatting casually with Demon Blood Temple's temple master, not showing the slightest trace of nervousness. The beautiful woman's pretty face went cold as her heart filled with anger. Even a fool could understand the perfunctory meaning in the other party's words. If she really returned to Shadowed Star, even if she had great ability, it would be impossible for her to enter Lu Yan's sand field to find him, let alone return that world spirit. It was clear that the other party wanted to take the spirit of heaven and earth for himself. Letting out a long sigh, Demon Blood Temple's temple master's beautiful eyes flashed a touch of sadness, as if she had once been abandoned by Yang Kai, slowly saying, "Little brother, this queen has no intention of becoming enemies with you, but if you insist on being so obstinate, this queen doesn't mind teaching you a lesson. You should think carefully, if this queen takes action, you and the girl beside you won't be able to leave here safely. You can try if you dare." Yang Kai sneered. Arrogant brat. Xianxia flew into a rage and growled, "Sect leader, there's no need to talk nonsense with him. Let's take him down first. A mere First Order origin returning realm dares to be so arrogant? He really doesn't know how high the heavens are and how deep the earth is." "Yes." Demon Blood Temple's temple master gently nodded, a strange light flashing across her beautiful eyes as she chuckled lightly, "This little brat belongs to me. Such a strong man, this queen has never encountered one before. He should be able to increase this queen's vitality significantly." When they had entered the Emperor Garden that day, she and Xianxia had passed by Yang Kai, who was condensing his shi, and had seen Yang Kai resist the Emperor pressure with his physical body. At that time, Demon Blood Temple's temple master had been shocked by Yang Kai's extraordinary physical strength, so naturally, she had been greatly tempted by him. The stronger a man's physique was, the more useful they were to her. Over the years, Demon Blood Temple's temple master had harmed many strong men, but she had never found a male cultivator who could compare to Yang Kai. Even if today's incident with the world spirit had not occurred, Demon Blood Temple's temple master would not have let Yang Kai off after meeting him in the Emperor Garden. Before, she had only been trying to distract Yang Kai and make him lower his guard. Since they had already shed all pretense of cordiality, there was nothing more to say. "Then this old master will take these 3 women." Xianxia laughed loudly, not only regarding Biluo as his own, but also the 2 women from Ice Heart Valley who were seriously injured and unable to move. When these words reached their ears, the 2 women from Ice Heart Valley couldn't help paling as they secretly cursed in their hearts. If they were at their peak, the 2 of them might not have been afraid of Xianxia and Demon Blood Temple's temple master, but now they could not even display 20 to 30% of their strength, so they could only pin their hopes on Yang Kai. But could a trivial First Order origin returning realm cultivator who was carrying a burden who had not yet fully recovered resist the attacks of this man and woman? The 2 women from Ice Heart Valley were extremely nervous as they stared fixedly at the scene, fearing that Yang Kai would be killed. If that were to happen, they would not be able to escape. Although they did not want to admit it, they and Yang Kai were grasshoppers tied to the same rope, and if one was injured, the other would be injured. "Little brat, this old master knows that your fire attribute artifact spirit is powerful, but in this place, do you dare release it to fight?" Xianxia sneered, his expression ferocious, his words hitting Yang Kai's weak spot. The artifact spirit had now turned into a protective shield around Yang Kai and Biluo. If it were released, Yang Kai would be able to survive for a while in this frigid environment, but with Biluo's current condition, it would likely die immediately. Xianxia was certain that the Firebird artifact spirit would be useless in the upcoming battle, at most playing a defensive role. "So what?" Yang Kai looked at him coldly, not caring at all. "You won't shed tears until you see the coffin." Xianxia coldly snorted, taking a deep breath as he spoke, and in the next moment, a golden light bloomed from his body and enveloped his entire body. Amidst this dazzling golden light, a faint phantom of a cicada appeared behind Xianxia. This giant cicada was also golden in color, and with a flicker, it drilled into Xianxia's body. Immediately, Xianxia's aura underwent a huge change as an extremely uncomfortable and violent aura filled his body, seemingly capable of drawing out the violent and murderous intent from the depths of one's heart. Golden Cicada Extreme Demon Art. Xianxia hated Yang Kai to the bone, and the enmity of losing his arm made him restless, so now that he had taken action, he had begun circulating his famous secret art. Obviously, he intended to end this battle quickly. As the golden light dissipated, Xianxia's exposed skin seemed to have some small scales, and a pair of wings as thin as a cicada's had sprouted from his back. His cheeks puffed up, and after he spoke, a cicada-like cry rang out and a sound wave visible to the naked eye rushed straight towards Yang Kai. The indifference on Yang Kai's face gradually converged. He had seen this guy use this move to deal with the world spirit just now and knew how strange and powerful this secret technique was, so naturally, he would not act carelessly. Pushing his divine sense, Yang Kai's massive spiritual energy burst out from his mind and condensed a protective barrier in front of him. This spiritual energy was actually visible to the naked eye, like a fiery red mist, shocking the eyes. Divine sense manifestation? Xianxia's eyes bulged as he called out in shock, a look of disbelief filling his face. Although the power of divine sense was formless, if it was strong to a certain extent, it could be seen with the naked eye. This was the manifestation of divine sense. No one on Shadowed Star was capable of such a feat at the very least, no one Xianxia knew had such an ability. Only an Origin King Realm cultivator could achieve such a feat. This little brat in front of him had clearly only broken through to the First Order returning realm not long ago, so how could he possess such powerful spiritual energy? Moreover, judging from the color of the barrier formed by this spiritual energy, Xianxia did not seem to have an ordinary divine sense, but rather a mutated conflagrated knowledge. See. Shit. Xianxia's thoughts flashed as he secretly cursed. He had tried to overestimate this little brat's strength, but it seemed he had still underestimated him. The sound wave attack launched by Xianxia quickly rushed in front of Yang Kai, but it was completely blocked by the fiery red mist, like a stone sinking into the sea, unable to play any role. Fortunately, Xianxia was not fighting alone. At the same time, Demon Blood Temple's Temple Master also took action, summoning her bracelet-like artifact again and sending out countless phantom bracelets that smashed towards Yang Kai, each one filled with terrifying momentum. Facing such a situation, Yang Kai's expression remained calm, or perhaps he had already expected this. Flicking his wrist, a 3-meter-long, bladeless, dark green sword-shaped artifact appeared in his hand. Dragon Bone Sword, Verdant Drop. Pouring his Saint Chi madly into it, the green sword instantly released a brilliant green light, as if it had come to life in Yang Kai's hand. Accompanied by a resounding dragon roar, the verdant jade sword transformed into a giant dark green dragon several dozen meters in length that rushed towards Demon Blood Temple's Temple Master with bared fangs and brandished claws. Dragon's might had descended upon the world, and this type of tangible pressure was even more terrifying than that of the Ice Phoenix. Before the phantom bracelets could reach Yang Kai, they were swept away by the giant dark green dragon, and immediately after, it opened its mouth wide and spat out a green mist towards Demon Blood Temple's Temple Master. This green mist had a foul stench that made anyone who smelled it want to vomit. Demon Blood Temple's Temple Master cried out in alarm and hurriedly dodged, her beautiful eyes trembling violently. She had not personally participated in the Battle of Dragon Cave Mountain, but she had received a detailed report from Xianxia and knew that Yang Kai had such a strange and mysterious artifact in his hands. When she heard Xianxia's report, she hadn't taken it seriously, thinking he was exaggerating to cover up his failure. After all, artifacts were dead while people were alive. Even if an artifact's grade was high, if the person using it wasn't strong enough, it wouldn't be able to display much of its power. But after seeing it with her own eyes, Demon Blood Temple's Temple Master no longer dared to think so. The giant dark green dragon transformed from this artifact seemed to have flesh and blood, as if it was an ancient divine spirit that had descended here, making Demon Blood Temple's Temple Master no longer dared to face it head-on. Such a result wasn't surprising though. During the Battle of Dragon Cave Mountain, although Yang Kai had been able to use the Dragon Bone Sword, he had barely been able to do so. At that time, the dragon's soul had not cooperated with him and had even resisted, making it impossible for Yang Kai to control it at will. But now, the dragon's soul inside the Dragon Bone Sword had completely submitted to him and was connected to his mind. The power it could display was even greater than what Yang Kai had displayed on Dragon Cave Mountain, so Demon Blood Temple's Temple Master's attack naturally collapsed upon contact. Now, she could only dodge back and forth inside this ice path world while fighting the giant dark green dragon. Seeing this situation, Xianxia not only wasn't surprised, he was instead overjoyed. This couldn't be helped though, as Yang Kai's artifact spirit was protecting his body while the dragon bone sword had also transformed into its dragon form and chased after the religion master. This little brat had displayed both of his trump cards, causing Xianxia's fear to vanish completely. Xianxia was confident that with his strength, he would be able to take Yang Kai's head in the blink of an eye. As long as he could kill Yang Kai, the giant dark green dragon would naturally have no use for him. Not only that, he would also be able to obtain that piece of profound gold, allowing him to reach the grand accomplishment stage of his golden cicada extreme demon art. When that time came, his strength would surpass the religion masters and he would be able to take over Demon Blood Temple. Killing several birds with one stone, the key was whether Yang Kai would live or die. Considering all this, Xianxia's heart burned with excitement and he no longer hesitated. Waving his hand, he summoned a thin needle-shaped artifact and shot it towards Yang Kai. This type of artifact didn't have significant offensive power, but its advantage was in concealment, making it ideal for sneak attacks. On top of that, although its lethality wasn't great, if one was hit by it, it wouldn't be pleasant. After all, each of these needle-shaped artifacts had a faint green and black glow, obviously they were highly toxic. Seeing these needle-shaped artifacts flying towards him, Yang Kai calmly summoned a purple shield in front of him. In the next moment, a series of clanging sounds rang out. In front of this origin-grade high-rank defensive artifact, these needle-shaped artifacts were unable to break through its defenses and cause effective damage to Yang Kai. However, this was enough. Xianxia didn't use this needle-shaped artifact to attack Yang Kai, but rather to attract his attention. The thin cicada wings on his back fluttered lightly and his entire body strangely disappeared. In the blink of an eye, he appeared 5 meters away from Yang Kai's side. His speed was so fast that it was breathtaking. With a ferocious grin on his face, Xianxia sneered, "Boy, you want to fight with this old master? You're still too inexperienced." As soon as his voice fell, his shirt burst forth and formed an invisible quagmire around Yang Kai, causing Yang Kai's movements to freeze for a moment. Although the power of Shi was similar, different people would more or less have some differences. Xianxia's Shi contained a kind of bloody aura, and when one was wrapped in it, it was as if one had fallen into a pool of blood. Not only was it difficult to move, but it was also difficult to circulate one's Saint Qi. There was also a feeling of being submerged in this bloody aura, making it difficult to breathe. Moreover, when this bloody aura seeped into one's body through one's pores, it would stir up the ruthlessness deep within the cultivator's heart, causing their mind to become unstable. Yang Kai was hit, and his eyes became red. His expression was extremely difficult, and his breathing became faintly rapid. Biluo, who was standing beside him, was even more unbearable. With a cry, her body softened and fell into Yang Kai's arms. She had yet to recover from her serious injuries and was unable to fight, let alone Xianxia, a third-order origin returning realm master. Acting so arrogant after just breaking through to the origin returning realm? This old master will show you what a real origin returning realm master is. Xianxia said smugly as he stretched out his remaining hand towards Yang Kai. This hand was covered in scales and looked terrifying, but it was undeniable that it contained terrifying power. Xianxia's plan was very simple, to use his Shi to subdue or kill Yang Kai in one fell swoop. After all, last time on Dragon Cave Mountain, Xianxia saw with his own eyes that Yang Kai was only a third-order Saint King. Although he had now broken through to the origin returning realm, he certainly did not have time to condense his own Shi. In other words, the difference between him and a Saint King was only that his cultivation had increased slightly, there was no fundamental change. Using his own strength to attack the enemy's weakness, Xianxia's idea was undoubtedly correct. Although it was a good idea, Xianxia could never have imagined that in such a short time, Yang Kai's Shi had already reached the minor accomplishment stage and was not inferior to any of the origin returning realm masters who had been in this territory for many years. Just as the big hand was about to grab Yang Kai, the corners of Yang Kai's mouth suddenly curled upwards and a sarcastic smile appeared on his face, the panic in his eyes disappearing and being replaced with incomparable calmness. Seeing this situation, Xianxia's heart clenched as he subconsciously felt that something was wrong, an unprecedented sense of crisis filling his body. Before he could figure out whether Yang Kai was deliberately mystifying him or if he really had victory in his grasp, a mysterious force suddenly emerged from the other side, not only wrapping him up but also sweeping away his Shi. Kacha, Asterisk a sound from the depths of Xianxia's soul caused his complexion to change drastically. When this mysterious force swept over him, he was shocked to find that his shur was actually collapsing inch by inch, unable to be maintained at all. At the same time, the space around him seemed to distort, giving Xianxia the illusion that he had been banished to the void. Everything in front of him was also distorted beyond recognition. Xianxia was clearly right in front of him just now, but in the blink of an eye, he was far away from him. Impossible! Xianxia cried out in horror as his eyelids twitched. With his eyesight, he was naturally able to see that Xianxia had also released his own shur, and it was even stronger and more mysterious than his own. Otherwise, it would have been impossible for him to break through his own shur. What kind of power had been fused into his shur? Why would it distort the space around it? Xianxia's big hand was clearly only 3 inches away from Xianxia, but he was unable to continue because in his vision, Xianxia's position had changed dramatically. He was not confident that he could kill Xianxia with a single blow. Space Force. Xianxia's shur had condensed the mysteries of the Tao of space, so wherever his shur enveloped, space would change. This was something Xianxia had comprehended through the Emperor pressure before entering the Emperor Garden. The last few days of this journey had not been wasted. The power of the Emperor pressure had allowed Xianxia to fuse his space force into his shur. Although he was still unable to fully integrate it, this kind of fusion of his own divine technique was undoubtedly more powerful than ordinary shur. The current situation was the best portrayal of this. This was the first time Xianxia had used his shur in a battle, so he had great expectations for it. Now, it seemed that the results were indeed remarkable. In all fairness, Xianxia's strength was extraordinary. He had been famous for many years and his cultivation had reached the third-order origin returning realm. If they really fought, it would be very difficult to kill him, not to mention in this special environment where Xianxia had Biluo to take care of while his opponent also had a helper in the same realm. All kinds of restrictions forced Xianxia to show weakness to his enemy and deliberately lure Xianxia closer. When facing the first blow from Demon Blood Temple's Temple Master, Xianxia had summoned the verdant dragon bone sword. This was all part of his plan, the purpose of which was to make Xianxia lower his guard. The other party was really arrogant, thinking that without the help of the dragon bone sword and artifact spirit, Xianxia was a soft persimmon and actually dared to attack him directly. With such a good opportunity, how could Xianxia miss it? Xianxia's figure flickered as he pushed his space force and disappeared from where he stood. When he reappeared, he was behind Xianxia. This was not an illusion caused by his extreme speed, but rather true teleportation. Within the range of his shur, Xianxia could do this, but unfortunately, the range of his shur was less than 300 meters. In other words, he could only teleport within this small range, but even so, this was still quite amazing. Xianxia still maintained his charging posture and had not recovered from his daze. Xianxia waved his hand and a pitch-black blade-like attack took shape, trembled slightly, and shot towards Xianxia like an arrow. Space Blade. His opponent was a third-order origin returning realm master, so naturally, Xianxia would not hold back and planned to kill him with a single blow. The space blade lived up to his expectations and directly opened a crescent-shaped hole in Xianxia's back before exiting from the other side. However, Xianxia wasn't happy and instead showed a look of surprise. He immediately turned his head to the side and saw a distressed figure appear. It was none other than Xianxia, but at this moment, his face was filled with palpitations and his face was pale, as if his yuan qi had been greatly damaged. In the same place where Xianxia had disappeared, there was a crescent-shaped wound on his back, but strangely, no blood was flowing out from it. Walla. Xianxia's figure actually collapsed, turning into nothingness and disappearing. Golden cicada shedding? Xianxia raised his brow, extremely surprised. He had just said it casually, after all, this old man's technique was called the Golden Cicada Extreme Demon Art, but it turned out he was right. Xianxia's secret technique was indeed called the Golden Cicada Shedding, but it was actually an escape technique. Since learning the Golden Cicada Extreme Demon Art, Xianxia had used this technique to avoid many fatal attacks. Just now, when Xianxia's space blade left his hand, Xianxia instinctively sensed the danger and decisively used this secret technique, saving his life. Although this technique was powerful, there were many restrictions to using it. Not to mention damaging one's yuan qi, once used, one would not be able to fight for a short time. If this were any other place, Xianxia might have been able to succeed. However, on this ice road, the space was very small, so even if he wanted to escape, he could not run too far. What made Xianxia even more desperate was that inside Xianxia's he could no longer judge the space around him. Originally, he thought he would try to distance himself from Xianxia and find an opportunity to join forces with his religion master to fight against Xianxia, but after escaping, Xianxia was actually less than 10 meters away from him. Xianxia almost cursed out loud. He had never seen such a strange Shi in his life. Interesting. Xianxia grinned, a strange smile on his face as he increased his control over his Shi. In an instant, the distorted space around him began to slowly collapse. With Xianxia as the center, within a radius of 300 meters, small void cracks began to appear one after another. These void cracks were as thin as the hairs of an ox, and although they were quickly repaired by the world principles here, they continued to appear. Looking at the pale and helpless Xianxia, Xianxia stretched out his hand, slowly clenched it into a fist, and shouted, "Condense!" The space cracks actually obeyed his command and gathered around Xianxia. They were so dense that they looked like countless tiny snakes. It was a shocking sight. Poor Xianxia, Demon Blood Temple's great elder, a powerful third-order origin returning realm master, had been forced into such a desperate situation. Seeing these void cracks closing in from all directions, Xianxia's face finally became panicked as he hurriedly shouted, "Wait, Sect Master Yang, please show mercy." Countless void cracks appeared from all directions, causing Xianxia's face to fill with horror. Obviously, he wanted to beg for mercy. Normally, he wouldn't be afraid of these unstable void cracks. As long as he used some special methods, he could easily destroy them and escape, but at this moment, he was at his weakest. He had just used his golden cicada shedding carapace secret technique and could only muster 30% of his Saint Chi. But how could Xianxia listen to his nonsense? Beating a snake to death wasn't an easy task, so this guy deserved to suffer today. The dense void cracks soon engulfed Xianxia and a miserable howl rang out. Xianxia barely managed to condense his Saint Chi to protect his body, but it didn't play much of a role. As soon as his Saint Chi came into contact with these void cracks, it was banished into the endless void, followed by his flesh, blood, and bones. By the time everything calmed down, the former Great Elder of Demon Blood Temple had been reduced to a pile of minced meat, many of them incomplete, with at least half of his body having disappeared. The two women from Ice Heart Valley stared blankly. They had thought that the battle would be one-sided and that Xianxia would be killed instantly, so they had prepared for the worst. But how could they have known that Xianxia's first move would be so earth-shattering? A dark green dragon transformed from a dark green longsword had left one of the experts completely occupied, and the strange aura had forced the other person into a dead end, dying tragically on the spot in an instant. Which cultivation star did this guy come from? Why had they never heard of him before? To have such strength and cultivate such a strange force, the other party should not be a nameless person. He was definitely a rising star of some large force. However, they had never heard of such a young man from their star territory before. While rejoicing, they also felt a little uneasy. After all, the two of them didn't have any strength to fight back at the moment, nor did they know Xianxia's strength. If Xianxia won the final victory and decided to kill them, they likely wouldn't be able to resist. For a time, the two women from Ice Heart Valley were filled with grief. This situation of being meat on the chopping block really made them feel helpless, but they did not dare to act rashly for fear of attracting Xianxia's attention. On the other side, Demon Blood Temple's temple master was also horrified. She had witnessed the tragic death of Xianxia and her heart had been thrown into chaos for a moment. She had never expected Xianxia's combat power to be so astonishing that even her great tribal chalk elder could not last long in front of him. Didn't they say he had just broken through to the origin returning realm not long ago? Why was there such a powerful aura? Could it be that Xianxia's information was wrong? Was this guy pretending to be a pig to eat a tiger? In an instant, Demon Blood Temple's temple master silently cursed the dead Xianxia in her heart, secretly regretting that she had provoked such a freak. At this moment, Demon Blood Temple's temple master was being entangled by the giant dark green dragon and had no spare energy to deal with Xianxia. The giant dark green dragon was refined from the skeleton of an ancient divine spirit and had fused with a wisp of its dragon soul and a dragon bead, so it was naturally intelligent. Although it could not judge the situation on its own like the firebird artifact spirit and lacked intelligence, making it unable to understand when to advance or retreat, its strength was undeniable. Coupled with Xianxia's divine sense control, it was fully capable of fighting Demon Blood Temple's temple master alone. Demon Blood Temple's temple master complained incessantly. Her bewitching technique had no effect on the giant dark green dragon, and her bracelet-shaped artifact had also lost a great deal of its spirituality after being shrouded in this green mist. This green mist was highly toxic and had a corrosive effect, so although the grade of this bracelet artifact was not low, it was still unable to resist this poison. Demon Blood Temple's temple master did not even dare to release her demon blood threads for fear that they would be contaminated by the green dragon. She also had to divide her Saint Qi and focus to resist the terrifying cold here, so the situation was extremely critical. The moment Xianxia died, Demon Blood Temple's temple master decided to retreat. However, Xianxia did not give her this opportunity. His figure flickered as he wrapped Biluo up and arrived near her, using his divine sense to control the dragon bone sword to entangle her while simultaneously sending out his shiur to envelop her. Demon Blood Temple's temple master's expression was filled with shock as she barely managed to avoid the poisonous mist, squeezing out a forced smile on her face and saying, "Little brother, there is no need to be so heartless. What's more, this lady didn't want to do anything to you." Realizing the situation she was in, Demon Blood Temple's temple master even changed the way she addressed herself, no longer referring to herself as this queen in front of Xianxia. "I don't need to be so heartless," Xianxia sneered, "because we won't meet again in the future." Demon Blood Temple's temple master's complexion changed slightly as her beautiful eyes filled with resentment and panic, continuing to force a smile. "No, little brother, if you let this mistress go, this mistress will listen to everything you say in the future. Whatever you want this mistress to do, this mistress will do. I promise to serve you comfortably, is that all right? I am a third-order origin returning realm cultivator, so I will be of great use to you." As she spoke, her coquettish eyes were like silk. Coupled with those tender red lips, it was indeed quite tempting. "Slut." Biluo grit her teeth and cursed, a look of disdain filling her face. "Sorry, I'm not interested in you." Xianxia shook his head with a serious look. "You can die now." As he spoke, the countless void cracks appeared in the space around Demon Blood Temple's temple master again and gathered towards her under Xianxia's control. "If you want me to die, don't think you'll have an easy time either." Demon Blood Temple's temple master's demeanor changed from a moment ago to a hysterical roar, her pretty face becoming somewhat distorted as she sent out 2 blood-red demon blood threads. Immediately forming a series of hand seals, she shouted, "Explode!" A sensational energy fluctuation rippled from the demonic blood thread. Soon after, 2 clusters of blood-red light blossomed from the demonic blood thread. They were like the most beautiful flowers, blooming their final beauty. However, this beauty hid endless murderous intent. Xianxia's face changed, and without even thinking about it, he immediately summoned his purple shield and pushed its sandstorm power to protect himself and Biluo. Boom, boom, boom. 2 loud sounds rang out, and the entire ice road began to shake violently. The aftermath of the violent explosion swept out and instantly destroyed Xianxia's shiur. Even the giant dark green dragon which was rushing towards Demon Blood Temple's temple master was sent flying by the terrifying shockwaves. Demon Blood Temple's temple master's 2 demon blood threads had been refined by her for many years and had absorbed an unimaginable amount of vitality, so the power of this explosion was naturally immense. The area within 1,000 meters of Demon Blood Temple was a complete mess. However, Demon Blood Temple's temple master had disappeared, obviously taking advantage of the chaos just now to escape. A golden light flashed from Xianxia's left eye as he looked around through the layers of fog and soon caught sight of Demon Blood Temple's temple master's figure. Her speed could not be described as slow. In the blink of an eye, she had crossed 1,000 meters and was desperately trying to escape from the ice road. Xianxia's brow rose slightly, but he didn't chase after her, instead standing in place with a gloating look on his face, waiting quietly, as if he was waiting for a good show to begin. Perceiving this, Demon Blood Temple's temple master was overjoyed. She thought that Xianxia had been injured in the explosion just now and would not be able to chase after her, secretly rejoicing that she had acted decisively enough, otherwise she would have died. However, before she could finish this thought though, a gray figure suddenly appeared in her field of vision. This figure wasn't very big, only about a meter tall, and had a strange appearance, like a stone statue. However, what made Demon Blood Temple's temple master suspicious was that this stone statue was too lifelike, its two eyes incredibly sharp. What was even more strange was that this stone statue was actually carrying a black stick and was squatting motionlessly on top of a small iceberg. What is this? Demon Blood Temple's temple master couldn't help staring at it suspiciously. At this moment, the stone statue actually stood up from the iceberg. Its two clear eyes stared at him, then it raised the pitch-black staff in its hand and swung it at him in a seemingly light manner. This action was undoubtedly quite comical because Demon Blood Temple's temple master didn't feel any threat from it. But in the next moment, her complexion changed dramatically. The black stick, which was originally only the height of the stone statue, strangely elongated the moment it was swung out and smashed down towards her like a mountain. A sense of horror she had never felt before emerged from the bottom of her heart, and Demon Blood Temple's temple master found it difficult to breathe. It was as if under the weight of this stick, even the heavens and earth would change color. Demon Blood Temple's temple master was a character who had experienced many great storms and fought countless battles throughout her life. Her combat experience was extremely rich, so at this moment, how could she not understand that this stone statue was obviously the other party's last resort? She recalled that when Xianxia reported to her about the battle on Dragon Cave Mountain, he had mentioned a huge stone giant. Could it be? Demon Blood Temple's temple master didn't dare to think about it anymore, biting the tip of her tongue and spitting out a blood mist. This blood mist seemed to have a mind of its own as it wriggled in front of Demon Blood Temple's temple master before wrapping around her body. In an instant, a blood-red artifact armor appeared on her tender body, one that seemed to have decent defense. But this wasn't all. Demon Blood Temple's temple master summoned a mirror-like artifact which transformed into an invisible barrier directly above her. Just as he finished these actions, the pitch-black stick had already fallen. With a crashing sound, the invisible barrier was like a piece of paper. The moment it came into contact with the rod, it shattered and returned to its original form. It was sent flying to the side. The mirror shattered and the spiritual light dimmed. Demon Blood Temple's temple master's face instantly went pale, and before she could do anything, the stick had already landed on her head. Her vision went dark as Demon Blood Temple's temple master lost consciousness. Even if she was a third-order origin returning realm master, being hit by the stone mongoose's heaven-shaking pillar was absolutely impossible to survive. Her head directly burst open and her body plummeted down like a meteor under the terrifying force, smashing into the hard ice and creating a beautiful flower of blood. Seeing this scene, Xianxia's mouth curled into a satisfied smile. The stone mongoose was naturally released by him in advance. Although the cold here was terrifying, it had no effect on it at all. Xianxia's original intention was to let the stone mongoose find an opportunity to launch a sneak attack and see if it could win the battle in one fell swoop, but he hadn't expected such an unexpected result. Of course, Xianxia wasn't dissatisfied with this result. If it weren't for the stone mongoose standing guard and attacking Demon Blood Temple's temple master unexpectedly, it would have been quite difficult to kill her. Although Xianxia wasn't afraid of any origin returning realm master with his current combat power, if Demon Blood Temple's temple master was determined to escape, there was nothing he could do unless he sealed all her escape routes in advance. Fortunately, her plan did not succeed. A moment later, the stone mongoose ran over and handed a space ring to Xianxia. This was obviously something that belonged to Demon Blood Temple's temple master. Xianxia took it, swept it with his divine sense, and happily put it away. As the temple master, this beautiful woman's wealth was naturally rich, but Xianxia didn't have time to check it one by one, so he could only put it aside for now and wait until they left the Emperor Garden. Turning his head, Xianxia couldn't find Xianxia's space ring. Xianxia guessed that he had accidentally sent it into some void crack, so it would be impossible to retrieve it. However, this wasn't a big deal as the harvest from this battle was more than enough. At the very least, Xianxia had achieved his original goal. Reaching out and putting the stone mongoose into the black book space, Xianxia said lightly, "Let's go." N. Biluo seemed to be a little absent-minded as she gently nodded and allowed Yang Kai to lead her towards the end of the ice road, a strange expression appearing on her face along the way. She felt that her previous thoughts had been completely wrong. When she first met Yang Kai and discovered that his cultivation was the same as hers, Biluo subconsciously felt that Yang Kai and her master weren't a good match. She felt that Yang Kai hadn't worked hard over the years and that the gap between him and her master was growing larger and larger. However, after this battle, she realized that although Yang Kai's cultivation was 2 minor realms lower than her master's, in terms of combat power, he was probably on par with her master. If her master had been the one to deal with this battle just now, he might not have been able to handle it as perfectly as Yang Kai. Unfortunately, Yang Kai had relied too much on external forces. Although this could be considered a part of his strength, there was always something to be desired about it. One's own strength was the foundation, external forces were not the way to go in the long run. No one was perfect, and even Jade had flaws. Now, it seemed that although there was a gap between him and her master, it wasn't too big, and he was barely a match. Thinking so, Biluo's mood inexplicably improved. The dangers on the ice road had been eliminated, so the rest of the way was naturally unimpeded. Soon, Yang Kai brought Bai Luo to the main hall he had visited last time. By now, Yang Kai was already familiar with the place. However, he didn't rush to leave and instead stared behind him. A moment later, Yang Kai and Biluo's group of course. After leaving the ice road, they were surprised to see Yang Kai waiting for them. Both women were stunned and vigilant looks appeared on their faces. Immediately, the older woman stepped forward and asked, "Dare I ask for little brother's name?" "This mistress is Scarlet Wave Star's Ice Heart Valley's Tan Tinghe, and many thanks for little brother's life-saving grace." Yang Kai glanced at them faintly and said, "If you're only here to thank me, then there's no need for that. I have a grudge with those two, killing them has nothing to do with you." Tan Tinghe heard this and smiled bitterly. That being said, those two obviously weren't good people. If it weren't for little brother, junior sister, and I probably wouldn't have been able to escape. So, in any case, little brother, please accept this bow from this mistress and junior sister. Saying so, she actually bowed to the other woman. Yang Kai's expression remained indifferent as he didn't bother to stop them. Although he had no intention of drawing his sword to help them, they had indeed saved their lives because of his appearance. This was a fact, otherwise, with Jean Sher's personality and style, these two women would likely have been consigned to eternal damnation. It wasn't too much to accept their bow. After thanking them, seeing that Yang Kai didn't say much and even showed an unfriendly look, the two women's expressions became somewhat awkward. They glanced at each other, seemingly wanting to say something but hesitating. "Is there anything else?" Yang Kai frowned and showed some displeasure. In their current situation, it was best for them to quickly find a place to meditate and recuperate. Why did they keep pestering him? Could it be that they saw his strength and wanted to join forces with him? Or could it be that they wanted to rely on him to protect their safety? Yang Kai guessed in his heart. If this was the case, then they had miscalculated. Although they were quite good-looking, he wasn't so kind as to help them casually. Carrying Biluo was already difficult enough, so Yang Kai had no intention of taking care of two wounded people. "It's like this." Tan Tinghe brushed her hair behind her ear as she looked at Yang Kai expectantly and asked, "Dare I ask, little brother, the thing that swallowed the world spirit just now, was it the legendary ancient divine spirit Ice Phoenix?" Yang Kai's eyes narrowed as he stared at the other party coldly, his expression becoming gloomy. Perceiving his hostility, Tan Tinghe quickly waved her hand, "Little brother, please don't misunderstand. My junior sister and I don't want to harm you. What's more, the two of us don't have the ability to do so. We just wanted to ask. So what if it is? So what if it isn't?" Yang Kai coldly snorted. This woman really didn't know what was good for her. Why was she inquiring about these things? Didn't she know that some things were taboo? If he was the kind of person with a bad temper, he would have killed her just because of this sentence. Hearing his answer, Tan Tinghe's face lit up and she hurriedly said, "If it really is an ice phoenix, can little brother transfer it to my Ice Heart Valley? We can satisfy any request you have." "Transfer?" Yang Kai's face froze for a moment before he angrily laughed, "Are you still dreaming? How can you say such a thing? Even Biluo, who was an outsider, looked at Tan Ting sarcastically. This proposal was the funniest joke she had ever heard in her life. What kind of noble existence was the Ice Phoenix? Yang Kai being able to obtain a wisp of its remnant soul was a heaven-defying opportunity, so how could he possibly give it away? However, in the face of Yang Kai's cold words, Tan Ting wasn't discouraged and instead said seriously, I won't hide it from little brother. My Ice Heart Valley cultivates an ice attribute secret art, and the totem our disciples worship is the Ice Phoenix, so this thing has an unimaginable effect on my Ice Heart Valley. So what? Yang Kai became impatient. If this mistress is not mistaken, little brother doesn't cultivate an ice attribute secret art. Although the Ice Phoenix is rare, it won't be of much use to you, and you won't be able to display its full potential. If you agree to transfer it, I can agree to all your conditions on behalf of the sect. Tan Ting spoke very quickly, hurriedly explaining her plan while the other woman from Ice Heart Valley nodded in agreement. If Yang Kai could really agree to this deal, Ice Heart Valley would be willing to pay any price, which was why they dared to make such a decision with the other elders of the sect. They believed that the other elders of the sect would only rejoice and would not complain in the slightest. I'll take what you just said as a passing wind. If you dare say another word, I'll make sure the two of you never leave the Emperor Garden. Yang Kai glanced at them coldly and threatened unceremoniously before tugging at Biluo and walking away. Little brother, think about it carefully. If you've made up your mind, you can come to Scarlet Wave Star's Ice Heart Valley. Tan Ting seemed unwilling to give up and shouted from behind. As soon as she finished speaking, a golden light shot out from the front. Halfway through, it changed from a stab to a whip, sweeping across her body like a whip. With a delicate cry, Tan Ting was sent flying into the air and landed heavily on the ground. When she looked up, Yang Kai and Biluo had disappeared. Senior sister. The other woman from Ice Heart Valley was shocked and quickly walked over to help Tan Ting up. I'm fine. Tan Ting slowly shook her head, a look of unwillingness appearing on her face. She wanted to chase after them, but remembering the strength of that blow just now, she didn't dare to act rashly. She understood that her words just now had aroused the other party's killing intent, but because he wasn't a vicious person, he had only given her a small warning instead of actually killing her. Angering the other party at this moment was undoubtedly unwise, as it was no different from courting death. However, watching this cultivator, who didn't cultivate an ice attribute secret art, leave with an Ice Phoenix remnant soul, filled her with unwillingness. If that thing had been placed in Ice Heart Valley, it would have played a huge role. How can that person be so unreasonable? The younger woman was indignant. It's us who didn't know what was good for us, Tan Ting smiled bitterly. But senior sister, are we just going to watch such a great opportunity slip away from our eyes? The other woman was obviously unwilling to give up. What else can we do? We can only hope that he changes his mind one day. In any case, I've already told him where our Ice Heart Valley's cultivation star is, so if he really wants to exchange it one day, he should come to the sect. Tan Ting shook her head, forget it, this matter ends here. Junior sister, let's find a place to adjust our breathing first. N. On the other side, Yang Kai and Biluo left the palace. Although Tan Ting's proposal had been rejected by him and he had even taught her a lesson, Yang Kai's mood was somewhat complicated. The Ice Phoenix remnant soul was something he had left to Su Yan, so it should have been Su Yan's inheritance, but now it was being eyed by an outsider and shamelessly demanded to be exchanged for it, making him very annoyed. If it weren't for the fact that there was no enmity between him and these two women, he would have already killed them instead of allowing them to complain. Along the way, Biluo was extremely well behaved and didn't say a word. She also knew that the reason she was able to walk safely in this crisis-ridden Emperor Garden was entirely thanks to Yang Kai, so she didn't dare disturb him. Soon, the two arrived in front of a maze. Standing in front of the entrance, Yang Kai frowned and thought hard. He had been to this place once before. When he, Fei Ji too, and the others had come here, they had also gotten lost, but overall, their journey had gone smoothly. At that time, Lian Guang's puppet had been leading the way, which not only saved them time and effort, but also allowed them to avoid many dangers. Now that he had no puppet to rely on, Yang Kai could only rely on his own memories. Fortunately, he could still remember the route they had taken that day, so even if there were some places he wasn't clear about, he should be able to recall them once he reached a certain place. After a while, Xianxia took a deep breath and led the way into the labyrinth, Biluo naturally following without a word. This kind of maze-like terrain often contained many barriers and spirit arrays, and now that the Emperor Garden had officially opened, the level of danger inside had greatly increased, so Xianxia didn't dare to lower his guard along the way, constantly using his demon eye of annihilation to scan his surroundings to prevent himself from accidentally triggering any kind of barrier. 2 days later, Xianxia led Biluo out from the other side of the labyrinth, both of them looking a little tired and fearful. Being able to leave the labyrinth was largely due to Xianxia's memories and a bit of luck. Unlike the previous labyrinth, which only had barriers and barriers, Xianxia and Biluo encountered many ancient puppets. These ancient puppets were of different shapes and sizes, and their strength varied greatly, but all of them were Origin Returning Realm masters, with the strongest having reached the Third Order Origin Returning Realm, causing Xianxia a lot of trouble. Fortunately, Xianxia was no ordinary Origin Returning Realm master, and with the help of his Dragon Bone Sword and Firebird Artifact Spirit, as well as the tyrannical power of the Stone Mongoose, he was able to make it through safely. In particular, the Stone Mongoose had a strong restraining effect on these ancient puppets. After passing through the labyrinth, 2 arched doors appeared in front of them, one black and one white, giving off a strange appearance. The white one seemed to be made of white jade while the black one gave off a gloomy aura, creating a stark contrast. Behind these 2 arched doors, however, was a vast expanse of chaotic nothingness that Xianxia's divine sense couldn't detect. On the surface, it was like the surface of a lake, unfathomable. Biluo was stunned for a moment before exclaiming, "Space array doors." Xianxia glanced at her in surprise before nodding, "Good, you actually recognize them." "I've seen them before." Biluo's expression became dignified. "Which one should we enter?" "I'll tell you later, let's recover for a while first," Xianxia smiled lightly. When he came here last time, Fei Zhitu and the others had struggled for a long time. They didn't know which space array door to enter. After all, this choice was really difficult. Most people would prefer the white one because the black one often represented danger and danger. But in fact, no matter which space array door they chose, neither of them was dangerous. The only difference was that they arrived at a different location. Fei Zhitu and the others had entered the white space array gate that day. There, they encountered a jade coffin, which triggered the barrier of the Emperor Garden. The Emperor Garden had appeared, and inside this jade coffin, there seemed to be a person lying quietly. The great emperors of the star of Xianxia, and the Emperor Palace. And so, this information was obtained by Xianxia from Yang Inflammation. After all, Yang Inflammation was a soul clone of one of the great emperors and had some understanding of these secrets. Xianxia, Du Cc, and the others had entered the black space array door, where the old woman, an Origin Returning Realm master, had fallen and where the heaven-shaking pillar had been obtained. Half an hour later, Xianxia and Biluo finished recovering, and under Xianxia's instructions, the two walked towards the black space array door step by step. Looking at the bottomless black space array door, Biluo couldn't help feeling a little nervous as she reached out and grabbed Xianxia's clothes. Xianxia, on the other hand, had a relaxed look on his face as he brought her into the black array gate. An indescribable sense of weightlessness enveloped them, causing them to feel dizzy for a moment. By the time they regained their senses, they had already arrived in another place. Looking around, Xianxia's face lit up. This was the place. That day, he, the old woman, and the others had passed through the black spatial array gate and arrived at this place. "Come with me." Xianxia called out to Biluo and began walking forward, seemingly searching for something. Biluo looked at him blankly but didn't ask any questions. This was clearly a garden-like place, filled with the fragrance of flowers, a small bridge over flowing water, and a large number of artificial mountains. The scenery was very unique. Kai Yang looked around the artificial mountains, from time to time slowly shaking his head. After a while, his eyes suddenly lit up and he quickly rushed towards one of the rockery. Over there, Xianxia smelled a faint fragrance that refreshed his senses. Even Biluo, who had not yet fully recovered from her injuries, had a slightly better complexion at this moment. Soon, Xianxia arrived in front of the rockery. Looking at a familiar pool in front of him, Xianxia couldn't help grinning. Found it. Bai Luo was very curious. She looked into the pool and found that it was very dry. There was only a small amount of milky white liquid at the bottom of the pool that was almost negligible. The strange fragrance was emitted by this milky white liquid. What is this? Biluo asked curiously. Xianxia didn't speak, instead reaching out and dipping his finger into the milky white liquid at the bottom of the pool before pointing it at Biluo and saying, "Open your mouth." Biluo opened her mouth subconsciously and Xianxia directly poked his finger in. The next moment, Biluo's eyes widened and she couldn't help but stick out her small tongue, rolling it around Xianxia's finger a few times and licking the inexplicable liquid clean. At a speed visible to the naked eye, the little girl's face became rosy, not because she was aroused or shy, but because at this moment, she felt that her vitality had increased by a lot. The weakness in her vitality caused by her previous injuries had been resolved at this moment. Meditate and refine it, don't waste it, Xianxia ordered, a strange smile appearing on his face. Oh, Biluo obediently walked to the side, but before leaving, she glared fiercely at Xianxia. Both of them clearly remembered the absurd things that happened in Fragrance City's Shanqing Luo Palace when they were young and impetuous. Although nearly 30 years had passed, that kind of experience was too special, who could forget it? In particular, Biluo's small mouth was thin and tender, delicate and rosy, and when she smiled, a row of small silver teeth could be seen, giving her a very lethal appearance. After Biluo sat down cross-legged and began refining the life-revitalizing jade cream, Xianxia turned his gaze to the back of the rockery with excitement. When he came here that day, he had vaguely guessed that there should be pure life-revitalizing jade cream hidden somewhere behind this rockery. What he, the old woman, and the others had obtained was just a diluted product. Now, it seemed that his guess was correct. After all, he, the old woman, and the others had turned this pool upside down that day, and they didn't leave anything behind. However, when they arrived here today, some thin life-revitalizing nectar had actually appeared, and this was sufficient to explain everything. If it was just Xianxia alone, it might have been a bit difficult to find where this pure life-revitalizing jade cream was hidden, but for today, he had made sufficient preparations. With a thought, Xianxia released the stone mongoose from the black book space, took out a container specially used to hold liquid, and handed it to it before pointing to the rockery in front of him. The stone mongoose understood and its figure flickered as it directly slammed into the rockery. A strange thing happened next. The moment the stone mongoose's body touched the rockery, it seemed to become invisible and directly merged into it, disappearing in an instant. However, in Xianxia's perception, he could vaguely perceive the position of the stone mongoose and feel it constantly moving deeper into the rockery. Now that it was 1,000 meters away from him, Xianxia stood in place and waited expectantly. The stone mongoose could even drill a hole in colored glass 6,000 illusion-colored glass mountain, so it was naturally easy for it to find something here. Less than a stick of incense worth of time later, the stone mongoose's figure suddenly drilled out of the rockery again and happily jumped in front of Xianxia, opening its mouth wide and spitting out a container. Xianxia stretched out his hand and grabbed the container, releasing his divine sense to investigate its contents, and couldn't help grinning widely. Inside the container was a milky white liquid about a foot in diameter. Although it was liquid, it was extremely thick, at least 10 times richer than the life-revitalizing jade cream in the pool. This was the purest form of life-revitalizing jade cream, one of the 3 great divine waters in Star Territory. Xianxia was in a good mood. He hadn't expected this trip to go so smoothly. On this trip to the Emperor Garden, Xianxia had only 2 goals, one was to obtain World Spirit, and the other was to obtain life-revitalizing jade cream. Although obtaining the former had taken a bit of effort, Xianxia had finally achieved his goal while obtaining the latter without encountering any obstacles. All of this was thanks to the mysteries of the stone mongoose. Without its help, Xianxia estimated that it would have been very difficult for him to reach such a deep place to obtain the life-revitalizing jade cream. With the help of so much life-revitalizing jade cream, Xianxia no longer had to worry about the lack of golden blood. In fact, even replacing his own blood with pure golden blood was no longer an extravagant hope. After happily fiddling with the life-revitalizing jade cream for a while, Xianxia solemnly put it away. Biluo also opened her eyes at that moment, a look of joy filling her face. "How do you feel?" Xianxia asked casually. Much better, I should be able to fight now, Biluo sighed lightly. Bai Luo breathed a sigh of relief. She had been with Yang Kai for the past few days and had been sheltered by him, so Bai Luo had been quite anxious. Although Yang Kai's strength was amazing, this was the Emperor Garden, a place filled with dangers, and one more person was better than nothing. Although she didn't dare say that her cultivation had fully recovered, at the very least, she was no longer a burden. Where are we going now? Biluo got up and asked. Follow me, there's a good thing over there, Yang Kai grinned, his expression calm. The good thing he was referring to was naturally the stone stele that Qian Tong had been trapped in back then. The reason why Qian Tong had taken the risk to enter this place was to bring an artifact refiner here to study the artifact refining experience. The stone stele contained the most profound artifact refining Dao. After escaping from the Emperor Garden, that artifact refiner had entered retreat to study the stone stele. Not long ago, news came that this artifact refiner had broken through to the origin grade artifact refiner level, which showed just how valuable this stone stele was. Since he had come to this place, Yang Kai certainly wasn't willing to miss this opportunity. If possible, he wanted to take this stone stele with him. Moreover, if Yang Kai wanted to find Yang Inflammation, he would have to pass through this place. In any case, it was just along the way, so it shouldn't take much time. The place where Qian Tong had been trapped back then was not too far from where he was now. Yang Kai followed his memory and left this garden-like place, passing through a 1,000-meter-long corridor and smoothly arriving inside a palace. This was the place where Qian Tong had been trapped, and the stone stele had been erected here. Yang Kai thought that since this place was so secluded, no one would come here, but after stepping into the palace, he realized he was wrong. Not only had someone come here, but there was more than one of them. Not far away, there were 7 or 8 people standing together, all of them staring off in a certain direction. Each of these 7 or 8 people exuded a powerful aura. There were men and women, old and young, but among these 7 or 8 people, there was a young man who stood out. This young man's face was like a crown of jade. His lips were red and his teeth were white. His exposed skin was so fair that it would make any woman jealous. At this moment, he held a folding fan in his hand. His posture was elegant, as if he were a young master from some great power who was taking his servants on a spring outing. His expression was relaxed. Everyone present paled in comparison to this young man, causing Yang Kai's eyes to involuntarily fall on him. Upon seeing this, Yang Kai could not help shrinking his neck, wishing he had never come to this place in the first place. This could not be helped though, as this young master was actually Shui Yu, the woman he had been avoiding like a snake. Why is she here? Yang Kai could not help cursing in his heart. Although there had been some twists and turns along the way, overall, it had been smooth sailing. Yang Kai had never expected to run into Shui Yu in this place. This is an unlucky year. After entering the Emperor Garden, Yang Kai had clearly shaken her off, so how could he have met her again? If only he had known Shui Yu was here. Yang Kai would not have come here no matter what, but unfortunately, the Emperor Garden restricted the extension of one's divine sense, so he had not been able to spy on this situation here in advance. What made Yang Kai even more curious was which path Shui Yu had taken to enter this place. The moment he saw this woman, Yang Kai pulled Biluo, wanting to take her away quickly. However, Biluo did not move at all. Instead, he stared blankly in a certain direction. His face was filled with surprise and some grievance. He opened his mouth and shouted, "Master!" As soon as she finished speaking, her body swayed. Wrapped in a burst of fragrant wind, she pounced over. Yang Kai was stunned. Turning his head to look in that direction, he saw a woman in red, dressed like a young woman looking at him. Their eyes met, and both of them were slightly dazed. That young woman was extremely enchanting. It was as if she was born with a charm that could turn all living things upside down. Any man would go crazy for her. Those beautiful eyes were as bright as the stars, captivating everyone's mind. He was immersed in it, unable to extricate himself. Her tender body was graceful, and her twin peaks were full. Her fiery red robes could not hide her impressive figure and instead accentuated it vividly. Her skin was white as snow, and her 10 fingers were like spring onions. The moment she saw Yang Kai, this enchanting woman seemed unable to believe her eyes and her tender body trembled slightly. Qing Luo? Yang Kai murmured. Although after seeing Biluo, he knew that Qing Luo had also come to the Emperor Garden, he had not expected his meeting with her to be so dramatic. If this were any other place, Yang Kai would have been happy, but at this moment. Yang Kai turned his head to look to the side and found that Shuiyu was also staring at him, her pair of beautiful eyes flashing with anger and a kind of love-hate hatred. Yang Kai's mouth twitched, knowing that it was impossible for him to retreat at this time. Without even mentioning the fact that Qing Luo was here, there was no way he could retreat, and Shuiyu would definitely not allow him to leave safely. Yang Kai had not been with this woman for a long time, but he knew that she had an extremely strong desire for control. Either he submitted to her, or she would destroy him. Since he had left Rainfall Star without any hesitation, the relationship between the two of them had become more of an enemy than a friend. The situation was very delicate. Qing Luo and the masters from Shuiyu had some kind of conflict between them, but before Yang Kai arrived, the two sides were obviously confronting each other. Qing Luo was currently standing in front of the stone tablet that contained the artifact refining Dao. It seemed that she had been investigating the mysteries hidden in this stone tablet. Haha. Yang Kai let out a hollow laugh. Third young master, it seems we've met again. We meet again. Shuiyu actually smiled at Yang Kai. Although she was dressed like a man, her smile contained endless charm, no less enchanting than Qing Luo's. It seems that the one who followed this young master into the Emperor Garden was really you? If I said no, would third young master believe me? Yang Kai shrugged his shoulders. What do you think? Shuiyu grit her teeth. Third young master, do you know this person? An old man with a long beard next to Shuiyu looked at Yang Kai suspiciously and asked softly. I know him, an old friend. Shuiyu's lips curled slightly as she emphasized the last few words. Anyone could hear the dissatisfaction she felt towards Yang Kai. The old man nodded lightly before turning a malicious look towards Yang Kai. A trivial first-order origin returning realm, no matter where he came from, as long as he dared to offend the third young master, he would definitely die without a burial. The old man did not put Yang Kai in his eyes at all and was only waiting for the third young master to give the order to take Yang Kai's head. Ahem. Yang Kai lightly coughed before turning to Shuiyu with an embarrassed look and saying, Third young master, can you wait a moment? I have an acquaintance here that I haven't seen for many years. I have some things to say. An acquaintance? You mean this dragon lady? A strange light flashed across Shuiyu's eyes as she chuckled lightly. I've never heard of you having some kind of relationship with the monster race, but it doesn't matter, please do as you wish. Saying so, Shuiyu casually opened her folding fan and gently fanned herself a few times, appearing extremely free and easy. Yang Kai gently nodded but did not use any movement skill, instead just strolling towards Qing Luo. The beguiling demon queen still hadn't recovered from her shock, or rather, this unexpected reunion had caused her to lose her ability to judge. She was still standing there in a daze, her red lips moving a few times as if she wanted to say something, but she didn't dare to make a sound. She was afraid that if she made a sound, this illusion would disappear in front of her eyes. She was extremely worried about personal gains and losses. Bai Luo was already sobbing in her arms. She felt extremely wronged. Perhaps it was because she had been infected, but Qing Luo's beautiful eyes were gradually covered with a layer of mist. After crossing a few dozen meters, Yang Kai soon arrived in front of Qing Luo, and as Yang Kai gradually approached, her breathing gradually became rapid and her tender body began to tremble more and more obviously, even her face and neck were flushed red. The seed of love that Yang Kai had inadvertently planted in her body several decades ago had already turned her world upside down, making it impossible for her to maintain her calm in front of Yang Kai. If there was anyone in this world who could restrain her, it was undoubtedly Yang Kai. Even when she had met Red Moon Tribal Lord, she had never been so helpless. At that time, even if she was no match for him, the only thing that awaited her was death, but now, she felt as if her soul was about to melt. As Yang Kai walked towards her step by step, the sound of his footsteps was like the dull beat of a drum, pounding on her heart, causing it to tremble uncontrollably. All these years. Qing Luo, have you been well? Yang Kai hesitated for a long time before finally asking. Yang Kai had always felt some regret towards Qing Luo. After all, since he left the ash-gray cloud evil land and went to Tongxian realm, the two of them had never seen each other again, unlike Su Yan and his little senior sister, whom he could still meet after that. He thought he would never see the beguiling demon queen again in this life. He thought that he would miss out on this seductive woman. How could he have known that the world was so fickle, that in this vast star territory, the two of them would meet again one day? Thousands of words were on the tip of Yang Kai's tongue, but he didn't know where to begin. Hearing this familiar voice that the beguiling demon queen had missed for nearly 30 years, Shanqing Luo could no longer restrain her emotions, tears silently slipping down her cheeks as she asked in a trembling voice, "Please tell me this isn't a dream." "No." Yang Kai grinned, stretched out his hand, and gently wiped her tears. Shanqing Luo closed her eyes, took a deep breath, and opened them again. Yang Kai was still standing in front of her, his big rough hand still stroking her cheeks. All of this felt extremely real, without the slightest illusion. "Little bastard." Shanqing Luo ground her teeth and cursed under her breath, immediately wrapping herself in a fragrant wind as she threw herself into Yang Kai's arms. With such a beauty throwing herself into his arms, even if the situation was critical, Yang Kai couldn't help feeling a little restless, especially when it came to a woman like Shanqing Luo. Once she showed weakness, the temptation and lethality of a man couldn't be measured with common sense. But in the next moment, Yang Kai's expression changed, his face twisting. For some reason, Shanqing Luo seemed to have lost her mind. With one hand, she pinched Yang Kai's waist and twisted it fiercely while her other hand clenched into a fist and pounded Yang Kai's chest, seemingly venting all the grievances and longing she had felt all these years. From an outsider's point of view, this was undoubtedly Shanqing Luo flirting with him, but only Yang Kai knew that this enchantress was really going all out. Although she wouldn't injure him, the pain he felt was unavoidable. This dragon lady, Yang Kai was both angry and anxious. But this wasn't the end of it. After quietly punching Yang Kai for a while, Shanqing Luo suddenly raised her head and stood on her tiptoes, her beautiful eyes filled with endless resentment, like a resentful woman, opening her mouth and biting down on Yang Kai's neck. Everyone was dumbfounded. The 7 or 8 origin returning realm masters on Shuiyu's side all shook their heads, muttering under their breaths. Under the watchful eyes of so many people, she was actually so shameless and immoral. This demoness was indeed a demoness. She had no sense of shame at all. As for that little brat who was being entangled by the dragon lady, it was obvious he wasn't a good person. How did young Master Shuiyu know this person? The third young master had always been self-disciplined and wouldn't make friends with a cat or a dog. Such a person shouldn't be placed in the third young master's eyes. Enough! Someone suddenly shouted. Shuiyu couldn't stand it anymore. It was fine that they were flirting in front of everyone, but if things continued to develop, that adulterous couple would go even further. How could Shuiyu tolerate that? Although Shuiyu and Yang Kai had once hugged each other naked on the Dead Star, that place was a barren wasteland with no audience, so how could it compare to this scene? What's more, seeing Yang Kai not resisting and allowing the dragon lady to do as she pleased, Shuiyu felt her lungs explode, her body trembling as she clenched her fists so tightly that her knuckles turned white. Unable to bear it any longer, Shuiyu blurted out in anger. After shouting, Shuiyu also realized that her reaction was a little too big, so she quickly added righteously, hugging in public, "You really have no sense of shame." Saying so, she ground her teeth and glared at Yang Kai, as if she wanted to skin him alive. "You scared me to death." Shanqing Luo patted her towering chest exaggeratedly, her expression suddenly changing from anger to annoyance as she glanced sideways at Shuiyu, giggled, and said to Yang Kai, "We'll talk about our business later." Agreed. Yang Kai nodded solemnly, breathing a sigh of relief in his heart. Observing her expression, he naturally knew that after such a torment, Shanqing Luo's mood should have calmed down. However, after not seeing this dragon lady for so many years, her seductiveness had become even more outstanding. When those eyes of hers had been directed towards him, Yang Kai's soul had almost been sucked away. After thinking about it for a moment, Yang Kai asked softly, "Do you have some kind of grudge with them?" "Not really, it's just humans and demons can't coexist." Shanqing Luo smiled lightly, "Since you're with Biluo, you should have heard some things about me, right?" N. That's right, Xianxia Luo chuckled and briefly explained what had happened before. It was by chance that after vaguely perceiving that Yang Kai was also in the Emperor Garden, she had been searching for him. As such, they had been searching for Yang Kai's whereabouts all this time, going deep into the Emperor Garden and inadvertently coming to this place, discovering the stone stele inside this palace. While they were investigating its mysteries, Shuiyu led a group of people in. Then, Yang Kai and Biluo arrived, and she and Shuiyu's people didn't even have time to fight. Is that so? Yang Kai listened to her story and gently nodded, already having a plan in his mind. Since there was no deep hatred between the two sides, there was no need to start a fight here. Considering all this, he raised his head and grinned at Shuiyu, third young master, as the saying goes, it is better not. It's fate that we're able to meet here. How about we end this matter? Sure. Unexpectedly, he said. Shuiyu actually agreed so readily that even Yang Kai was stunned. But soon after, Shuiyu nodded. But soon, Yang Kai's brow furrowed. Since Shuiyu had agreed so quickly, there must be some other purpose. Sure enough, Shuiyu looked at Yang Kai with a smile and said unhurriedly, since you and I have known each other for a long time, this young master won't embarrass you, lest others say that my Hangluo Chamber of Commerce is bullying others with numbers. But what? Yang Kai narrowed his eyes. Don't be so nervous. Shuiyu chuckled, a smug look on her face. My request is very simple, I only want one person. You want one person? Yang Kai's face sank. Who do you want? He subconsciously looked at Xianxia Luo, thinking that Shuiyu was venting her anger on the beguiling demon queen. Everyone present thought so, including Xianxia Luo herself. After all, she was well aware of her own charm, no man had ever been able to remain calm in front of her. Hearing this, she giggled and smiled like a blooming flower. I'm sorry, young master, if you want me, then you may be disappointed. This young master already has a sweetheart and has been thinking hard about it for several dozen years. Now that we have finally met again, I will not be separated from him. Saying so, she stretched out her arm and wrapped it around Yang Kai's arm, pressing her tender body against Yang Kai's in an extremely intimate manner. Shuiyu's eyes flashed a strange light as she closed the folding fan in her hand and laughed, looking at Xianxia Luo sarcastically, Dragon Lady, don't think too highly of yourself in front of this young master. When did this young master say he wanted to keep you? Your skin is really thick. She didn't know why, but she didn't want to let go of any opportunity to ridicule Xianxia Luo. If it was the previous her, it would have been impossible for her to have such thoughts. Xianxia Luo's cultivation was quite good, but at this moment she couldn't help blushing and asking in a stunned tone, then who do you want? As she said this, she glanced suspiciously at Biluo, but the latter quickly waved his hand, indicating that he and Shuiyu were complete strangers. What this young master wants is the man next to you. Shuiyu coldly stared at Yang Kai, the corners of her mouth rising slightly as she held the folding fan in her hand and pointed at Yang Kai. If you stay, I won't embarrass these two women, this young master will do as he says. Everyone's eyes turned towards Yang Kai, wondering what kind of grievances existed between these two men that could make Shuiyu give up the beautiful woman in front of him and instead choose to keep Yang Kai. As long as he was a man, he would choose the woman. This enmity shouldn't be small, it should be comparable to the enmity of killing one's father and stealing one's wife. The masters around Shuiyu all thought to themselves, but what they were more curious about was, when did third young master become enemies with such a person? How come they had never heard of him before? You want me to stay? Yang Kai's expression became strange. You don't dare? Shui Weiwei raised her pure white chin, her face overbearing and aggressive. Or are you saying that you're guilty? What a joke, why would I feel guilty? First, I didn't steal, and second, I didn't rob. You dare say you didn't steal or rob? Shuiyu's mood was unexpectedly agitated, her eyebrows furrowed as she glared at Yang Kai. Understanding the meaning of her words, Yang Kai let out a hollow laugh, staring at Shuiyu from a distance of several dozen meters, not knowing what to say. After a long time, he sighed and tried to persuade her, third young master, forcefully twisted melons won't be sweet, why bother? You walk your own path, I will cross my own bridge, the well water does not interfere with the river water, everyone can live together in peace, how good would that be? If you really want to force me, at worst we can all fight to the death, no one will have a good ending. Fight to the death? Shuiyu seemed to have heard the funniest joke in the world, the corners of her eyes narrowing. Do you think you have the qualifications and ability to do so now? Whether I do or not, you'll know once you try, Xianxia sneered. Moreover, it's only a matter of a few words. Do you think you can stop me? Shuiyu's expression changed greatly as she shouted, you dare. She was also an extremely intelligent woman, how could she not understand the threat in Xianxia's words? The other party's words just now clearly indicated that he wanted to expose her biggest secret, so how could she not be nervous? Why wouldn't I dare? Xianxia smiled proudly. In any case, it won't be a big loss to me, but third young master, you, heh. His laughter was full of meaning, causing Shuiyu to panic even more. If you dare do that, you will definitely regret it. That will depend on third young master's attitude, Xianxia said calmly, looking as if victory was already in his grasp. Shuiyu was speechless for a moment, her pretty face so gloomy that a layer of frost could be scraped off. The many masters around her couldn't help but look at each other in disbelief. They knew how powerful the third young master's methods were, but now he was actually forced into such a predicament by an unknown first-order origin returning realm with just a few words. It was as if he was being toyed with in the palm of his hand. This was something that had never happened before. What kind of blackmail did the other party have on the third young master that could make him so cautious? For a time, the third-order origin returning realm masters were all curious, each of them itching to see Xianxia reveal this secret to resolve their doubts. The third young master was a perfect person in their minds, so naturally they were curious if such a person actually had some kind of blackmail on him. The situation reached a stalemate in an instant, causing Shuiyu's mood to fluctuate. This was the first time she had encountered such a situation where she couldn't make a choice. Letting Xianxia and the Dragon Lady leave was something she absolutely refused to do. Back then, because Xianxia had saved her life, she didn't stop Xianxia from leaving Rainfall Star, but after so many years, she had always regretted her decision. She shouldn't have let that little brat leave and should have used some means to bind him to her side and make him assist her. In this world, besides a few of her closest relatives, only he knew her secret, so she shouldn't have let him out of her sight. What's more, Shuiyu had full confidence in her charm, so as long as time passed, how could she be afraid he wouldn't fall for her? At that time, not only would she avoid the possibility of her secret being exposed, she would also be able to capture his heart and soul, killing two birds with one stone. As such, she didn't want to let Xianxia leave. If she missed this opportunity, she didn't know when she would be able to see this bastard again. However, with Xianxia's threat looming over her, Shuiyu didn't dare to act too forcefully, lest she force him to reveal her secret. All kinds of thoughts flashed across her mind, but Shuiyu's eyes suddenly lit up as she chuckled and looked at Xianxia confidently. Stop trying to scare me, you won't do such a thing. Nonsense. Xianxia curled his lips. Is that so? Shuiyu sneered, then say it, if you have the courage, say it. But guess what the consequences will be if you say it out loud, I hope you can bear them. Shuiyu's performance was like that of a scoundrel, intentionally or unintentionally glancing towards Shanqing Luo as she spoke. Xianxia frowned slightly and pondered for a moment, his expression sinking. He really hadn't considered what the consequences would be, but after being reminded by Shuiyu, he understood the meaning of her words. If he really exposed her secret, then the only thing Shuiyu could do was silence him. In other words, Shanqing Luo and Biluo would definitely be regarded as people she must kill. Perhaps all the masters who followed her would also die. After all, in order to keep such a secret, Luo Chamber of Commerce wouldn't care about the life or death of a few origin returning realm masters. After so many years, you've become much more shameless. Xianxia looked at Shuiyu sarcastically. Same here. Shuiyu chuckled, you're no better. But do you think this will make me hesitate? Xianxia looked at her with a sneer, you're too naive. As soon as these words came out, Shuiyu's expression changed wildly as she stared at Xianxia in a daze. You wouldn't really. Xianxia's lips curled into a sneer as he coldly snorted, I already said, at worst, we'll fight to the death. It's not too late for you to let us leave now, otherwise. Shuiyu's face instantly turned livid. She had not expected Xianxia to be so stubborn. For a moment, her heart filled with grief and indignation as her tender body trembled. She only wanted him to leave with her, not kill him. On the contrary, there was a huge opportunity waiting for him, so why was he resisting to such an extent? Countless people wanted to follow her but were unable to do so. She was now extending an olive branch to him, trying to win him over, but her method was a bit overbearing. Why couldn't he understand her painstaking efforts? Since Xueyu was born, she had never been so passive except when facing her father, President Aio. In the end, a woman was still a woman. No matter how much she dressed up like a man, it was inevitable that she would let her emotions affect her decisions. Seeing Yang Kai's attitude of preferring death to dishonor, her expression calmed down and she sneered, "Do as you wish. If you really do that, besides you and me, everyone here will die." As soon as this statement came out, the faces of the origin returning realm masters around Xueyu changed drastically as they stared at Yang Kai nervously. Good, good, good. Yang Kai also laughed in anger, flicking his arm and taking a step forward. He stared fiercely at Xueyu and said word by word, "All of you listen to me, your young master Xueyu has a big secret, and I'll tell you what it is right now." With things having gotten to this point, he was riding a tiger and had no choice but to reveal it. Xueyu slowly closed her eyes and took a deep breath, not showing any intention of stopping Yang Kai. It seemed she was determined to fight Yang Kai to the end. On the other hand, the origin returning realm masters around her all wore strange expressions, all of them worried about personal gains and losses. The conversation between Xueyu and Yang Kai was not hidden, so every word was clearly heard by all of them. At this moment, how could they not know that once Yang Kai really exposed this secret, they might really be implicated? Sometimes, even if something had nothing to do with them, just listening to it could cause them trouble, especially for a behemoth like Hengluo Chamber of Commerce. There were many secrets that could not be leaked. But in contrast, these people's curiosity only grew. The same was true for Shanqing Luo and Biluo. Both women perked their ears and listened attentively. Seeing that Yang Kai was about to reveal this so-called big secret, as he was about to reveal Yang Kai, he couldn't help shouting, "Yang!" How could he just sit back and watch this happen? He only wanted to stop Yang Kai before he revealed this big secret, so as he shouted, his figure flickered and flew towards Yang Kai. His body soared through the air like a great pung spreading its wings, as if he wanted to kill Yang Kai in one fell swoop. Yang Kai didn't even look at him, grit his teeth, and exhaled loudly, "Your third young master Xueyu likes this father, and, deeply in love with this father." As soon as these words came out, it was earth-shattering. Everyone was dumbfounded, and Shanqing Luo and Biluo couldn't help covering their mouths with their hands, glancing between Yang Kai and Xueyu, a strange look flashing across their beautiful eyes. As for the old man with the 3 strands of long beard who was rushing towards Yang Kai, he staggered and fell from mid-air, the killing move he had been preparing dissipating. After landing on the ground, his eyes widened and a blank look appeared on his face. Everyone's eyes nearly popped out of their sockets. This news was too shocking. Impudence. The beautiful woman. Next to Xueyu shouted, "How noble is third young master? With so many beautiful women around him, how could he?" The beautiful woman scolded as she secretly glanced towards Xueyu, only to see her face go pale and her eyes bulge as a look of surprise appeared on her face. However, the expression on her face was quite awkward, as if her thoughts had been exposed. Could it be, it's true? The beautiful woman's heart clenched. With so many beautiful women around him? Yang Kai sneered, "Have you ever seen him flirt with any beautiful woman? Have you ever seen him spend a night with any beautiful woman?" Hearing what he said, the origin returning realm masters all wore dumbfounded expressions, but after thinking about it carefully, they found that this was indeed the case. Although third young master was humble and polite to everyone, and his smile was like a spring breeze, charming thousands of young women, he was the most handsome young man in Star Territory. He never lacked women, and no matter where he went, there would always be beautiful women throwing themselves at him and taking the initiative to express their goodwill. However, he had never had any intimate contact with any of them, let alone spent a night with any of them. Before, everyone thought that third young master had good self-control and kept himself clean, but now, thinking back to the conversation between the third young master and Kai Yang, about how a forcefully picked melon is not sweet and so on, and how the third young master only wanted to take Kai Yang away and give up on the other side of the enchantress, everyone was more or less convinced. Could it be that third young master really had a special sexual orientation? Looking at third young master again though, she found that his face was flushed red, clearly showing a guilty conscience. The beautiful woman didn't dare to say anything, feeling both regret and amusement in her heart. How could such a good man fall in love with another man? The expressions of the others were similar. These people had lived for countless years and were all very good at reading people's expressions, so Shuiyu's expression and attitude were enough to explain the situation. A burst of breathless laughter came out. It was Xianxia Luo laughing so hard she couldn't stand up straight. When this laughter reached Shuiyu's ears, she felt like she was being stabbed in the back, wishing she could find a hole to crawl into and never see anyone again. Although she was a woman, in front of outsiders she was a man, so to be spoken to like that by Yang Kai was really too embarrassing. However, she didn't have the courage to refute him, causing her delicate body to tremble and her blood to boil. Yang Kai's move was really beyond her expectations. She really didn't think that Yang Kai could be shameless to this extent, not caring about his own reputation at all. You really are vicious. Shuiyu's face twitched, the veins on her forehead bulging. She gritted her teeth and glared at Yang Kai, shouting, "You dare slander this young master? Whether it's slander or not, the heavens will know, you and I will know," Yang Kai chuckled. Good. Shuiyu's body trembled as she grit her teeth and waved her hand. "Capture these people for me, especially this shameless bastard. This young master will tear his mouth off and let him taste all the tortures in the world." The many origin returning realm masters were stunned and secretly cursed in their hearts. In the past, when the third young master gave orders, he had never been so merciful. Usually, he would kill them all. But today, he actually wanted them to capture the three of them alive. Obviously, he was unwilling to hurt them. It seemed that this little brat wasn't spouting nonsense, otherwise, with the third young master's current level of anger, how could he have let them live? Moreover, if it really was slander, with the third young master's temperament and cultivation, he wouldn't care, let alone become angry. The 6 or 7 third-order origin returning realm masters glanced at each other, all of them feeling that this matter was a bit tricky. The old man with the long beard, who was the leader of this group, shouted, "Forgive us." Only then did the others rush towards Yang Kai and Xianxia Luo, each of them summoning their artifacts and secret techniques. Although their momentum was aggressive, there was no murderous intent, only wanting to complete Shuiyu's order and capture these three alive. Originally, they thought that with their numbers and strength, it would be a piece of cake to capture these three alive. The only one who would be difficult to deal with was the third-order dragon lady. But after fighting for a while, everyone realized that they had been too naive. Needless to say, the dragon lady had used some kind of mysterious technique to summon a giant spider with the wave of her hand. This spider covered the sky and almost submerged the entire palace, shuttling back and forth between the spiders as if they were walking on flat ground. On the other hand, once someone came into contact with this spider, they would immediately be restrained, making it difficult for them to move. As soon as they began fighting, one of them suffered a big loss and was wrapped up like a dumpling by the other party's spider, unable to escape. Her strength was understandable, after all, the difference in her cultivation was obvious. But the man named Yang Kai was quite amazing. Obviously, he was only a first-order origin returning realm cultivator, but every move he made was incredibly lethal. In particular, the golden threads he shot out from his hands seemed to be able to break through sure. There was also the fiery red bird hovering above his head, the stone giant holding a black stick, and the sword that transformed into a giant dark green dragon. He was actually able to fight against 3 third-order origin returning realm masters by himself, and he wasn't at a disadvantage at all. This person was truly monstrous. It was no wonder that Shuiyu's third young master would treat him differently. Comparatively speaking, Bai Luo was the most inconspicuous. However, the moment the battle began, she had already hidden behind the layers of spiders, concealing her aura. No one knew where she was hiding. Occasionally, an attack would strike from her hiding place, but she would only appear for a brief moment before quickly concealing herself again. Shuiyu watched from the side, a bitter smile appearing on her face. In all fairness, Yang Kai's shocking news just now really made her angry, but she also felt a little relieved. After all, Yang Kai hadn't revealed her biggest secret. As such, Shuiyu didn't want to go too far. At this moment, standing in the distance and watching Yang Kai's growth after more than 10 years, she couldn't help feeling excited and even more determined to keep Yang Kai by her side. Such a talent, only by staying in Hengluo Chamber of Commerce, by his side, could he receive the best training, have a brighter future, and go further. As for that dragon lady, Shui Yu's eyes turned towards Shanqing Luo, a look of unwillingness on her face. In the past, she had spent some time with Yang Kai and knew that Yang Kai already had another woman in his heart, so she mistakenly thought that the reason why Yang Kai left Rainfall Star was because of Shanqing Luo. She couldn't wait to fight Shanqing Luo one-on-one right now to let Yang Kai know who his best choice was, but if she really did so, she was afraid that her relationship with Yang Kai would only worsen. For a moment, she hesitated and felt bitter. While the masters of Yang Kai's Shanqing Luo and Hengluo Chamber of Commerce were fighting fiercely, scenes of blood and murder were playing out one after another in the Emperor Garden. Even third-order origin returning realm masters could not guarantee their own safety. Although everyone knew that the Emperor Garden's interior was fraught with dangers, the various opportunities hidden here were still incredibly tempting. Countless cultivators had entered the Emperor Garden's interior, and if these cultivators from different cultivation stars and great forces encountered each other, most of them would fight. Often, one side would emerge victorious while the loser would die. Somewhere in the middle of a blazing inferno, flames were rolling all around, and the temperature was so high that even third-order origin returning realm masters could not easily resist them. This scene of raging flames was not real, but rather the result of an illusion array. However, the cultivators trapped in this illusion array could feel that it was extremely real, as if they were trapped in a raging inferno. At this moment, inside this illusion array, 3 origin returning realm masters were sitting cross-legged, jointly releasing their Saint Chi to form a protective barrier to resist the erosion of the flames. They had been trapped here for 4 or 5 days now, but were still unable to break out of this mysterious illusion array. They had consumed countless Saint crystals and pills, and their Saint Chi was barely enough to make ends meet. On top of that, the surrounding flames were constantly closing in on them like poisonous snakes, and as time passed, the situation of the trio became more and more critical. Finally, one of the 3 ran out of Saint Chi and the Saint Chi barrier around his body flickered a few times before shattering. This person's face changed drastically while the other 2 screamed and desperately pushed their strength. They wanted to repair the gap, but all their efforts were in vain. Previously, the 3 of them had worked together and barely managed to survive, but now that one of them had run out of strength, the surrounding flames instantly drowned them like a tidal wave. Screams rang out but soon subsided, and after the flames dissipated, only 3 skeletons remained. There were no obvious wounds on their bodies. But there was no sign of life. This was the strangeness of an illusion array. Elsewhere, in a place similar to the labyrinth that Kai Yang had walked through before, a group of sect cultivators were huddled together, forming a circle around each other. They were fighting bravely. And what they were fighting against was... It was not a living creature. These were none other than the ancient puppets unique to the Emperor Garden. Each of these puppets gave off energy fluctuations equivalent to an origin returning realm master, with some even reaching the 3rd order. Even if they didn't have much intelligence. The way they fought was also extremely clumsy, but their numbers were shocking. In all fairness, this sect had a large number of cultivators, a total of 5 of them, and their strength wasn't low either. However, in this maze-like terrain, surrounded by countless puppets, there was no way for them to escape. The battle lasted for half a day. The ground was filled with the broken parts and pieces of the defeated puppets, but blood had also dyed the ground red. One by one, the cultivator was killed by the puppets. Half a day later, the bustling maze quieted down. The cultivator of this unknown sect had been completely wiped out. When the aura of the living could no longer be detected, the wounded puppets silently disappeared again, as if they had never appeared. A great number of cultivator had died to the Emperor Garden spirit arrays and puppets. However, the number of people who died in fights and sneak attacks was even greater. Oftentimes, the appearance of a certain treasure would trigger a bloodbath. In the Emperor Garden, there were no rules or principles to speak of, only strength mattered. Whoever was stronger would be able to survive, so cruel and bloody battles were taking place almost every moment. If a powerful master could fly above the Emperor Garden and look down, they would discover that the Emperor Garden was actually a huge octagonal palace. The buildings inside the Emperor Garden were arranged according to a mysterious pattern, as if they contained some kind of mysterious principle. At this moment, inside a palace at the center of the Emperor Garden, two women were standing quietly. One wore a black robe and gave off a mysterious and treacherous aura, while the other had a graceful figure and dignified appearance, exuding a powerful aura at the peak of the third-order origin returning realm. However, such a master was currently standing 300 meters behind the black-robed woman, a respectful look upon her face as she stared at her back. Yang Yan and Yi Shiyun. No one knew when they had arrived at the palace, nor did they know what they were here for. However, judging from the clean clothes and calm expressions of these two women, they did not seem to have encountered any danger or battle along the way. The Emperor Garden seemed to have no defenses against them, allowing them to arrive here easily. This palace was extremely spacious, more than 10,000 meters in radius. However, there was only one thing inside this palace, a white jade crystal coffin that was not very large. There was obviously no power supporting this white jade crystal coffin, but it was still suspended mid-air, giving it an extremely strange appearance. Yang Yan was standing in front of this white jade crystal coffin at this moment, staring quietly at its interior with a complicated expression. Inside this crystal coffin was a person, and judging from her figure, it was clearly a woman. Looking at her face, however, it was identical to Yang Yan. If Yang Kai were here, he would definitely be able to recognize who was inside this crystal coffin. One of Starfield's great emperors. Tens of thousands of years ago, she was a powerful existence who had unified the entire star territory. Her legend was still a familiar one, and the Star Emperor tokens she refined were coveted by many great forces to this day. Any force that obtained one would treat it as a hallowed treasure, not daring to use it lightly. Only when they were on the brink of life or death would they summon the Star Emperor tokens and release the divine technique the great emperors had sealed inside. Her status was transcendent, and she could cover the sky with one hand. She was the pinnacle of the entire star territory. However, no one knew that the famous great emperors of Starfield was actually a woman. Perhaps her surname had long been forgotten by the world, or perhaps no one had ever seen her true face, but her name had been passed down for thousands of years. Looking at the woman inside the crystal coffin, Yang Yan had the illusion that he was looking at himself in a mirror. The two had the same body shape and appearance, the only difference was their temperament. Even in her deep sleep, the great emperor's face still exuded a sense of majesty. That kind of majesty was a kind of nobility that no one dared to look at directly. It was as if looking at her was a great sin. "So this is what I look like," Yang Yan murmured softly. "Master." Yi Shiyin called out, thinking that Yang Yan wanted to give her some orders. "It's nothing." Yang Yan replied lightly, "I was just talking to myself." Yi Shiyin didn't dare to say anything, simply lowering her head and standing in place. Yang Yan took a deep breath before turning his head to look around, sighing slightly. This transcendent soul summoning array should be activated soon. At this moment, inside this huge palace, on the ground and walls, profound and complex runes began flashing one after another. As these runes lit up one by one, the entire palace gradually filled with a mysterious power. Yi Shiyin stood here and seemed to be able to vaguely hear a beautiful melody ringing in her ears, as if someone was calling out to her. She even had the urge to summon her soul avatar out of her body. Thinking of this, Yi Shiyin couldn't help breaking out in a cold sweat. A soul avatar was extremely fragile and was generally hidden in one's knowledge sea. Ordinary cultivators would not release their soul avatar unless they encountered an extremely dangerous situation, but once it was released and they could not find a suitable carrier, their soul avatar would dissipate from the world in less than half a day, and their soul would be completely destroyed. Yi Shiyun had never heard of the Transcendent Soul Summoning Array before, nor did she know what it was used for, but from her own situation, she could infer that it was definitely related to the awakening of the great emperors. As one cultivator after another fell inside the Emperor Garden, the number of dim runes in the palace where Yang Yan was located also increased, as if the Transcendent Soul Summoning Array here was related to the deaths of the cultivators outside and was being activated at the cost of their lives. It was impossible for Yang Yan to do such a thing, but the great emperors could. The Emperor Garden was open to the entire territory of the star, so any cultivator who entered had to be prepared to die. Searching for treasures here was naturally accompanied by great risks. No one forced them to enter the Emperor Garden, everything was voluntary. Now that they had fallen here and become the source of power for the Transcendent Soul Summoning Array, they naturally had nothing to complain about. For the sake of their own awakening, what did it matter if some people died? In the eyes of the great emperors, these origin-returning realm masters were less than ants. Seeing that there were still a dozen or so runes in the palace that had yet to light up, Yang Yan couldn't help turning his head and glancing towards the entrance. However, there was no one there, and no one had come. Even seeing him one last time had become an extravagant hope. Yang Yan had never felt time pass so quickly before. In the blink of an eye, the entire palace lit up and all the runes were lit up. The Origin Martial Soul Summoning Grand Array arranged here began to operate. One rune after another flew out from all directions of the palace, like meteors catching up with the moon as they rushed towards Yang Yan's tender body. Yang Yan couldn't help showing a pained look. Yi Shiyin watched in a daze, but at this moment, there was nothing she could do to help, even moving a finger was difficult for her. She had become a bystander, only able to pay attention to this thrilling historical moment. Elder Yi. Yang Yan's shout suddenly came from the palace. Yi Shiyin hurriedly responded, subordinate is here. No matter what I become in the future, you must assist Yang Kai well. Yi Shiyin was startled, but immediately grit her teeth and replied, as master commands. Yang Yan's orders were equivalent to the orders of the great emperors, so she would not ask for reasons and would only follow them. Vaguely, in the dazzling white light, Yi Shiyin seemed to see a happy smile. Immediately after, the light spread out and wrapped Yang Yan up, forming a ball of light that shot directly into the white jade crystal coffin, causing Yang Yan to disappear. The next moment, the entire palace returned to normal, as if nothing had happened just now. All the illuminated runes dimmed, and the Soul Essence Summoning Grand Array stopped operating, leaving only Yi Shiyin and the crystal coffin suspended mid-air. Master? After waiting for a long time, Yi Shiyin showed a hesitant look and called out anxiously. Ka. A soft sound rang out from the white jade crystal coffin and immediately after, a terrifying pressure spread out from the white jade crystal coffin like a giant wave. At first, this pressure was not too strong, but in the blink of an eye, it reached a level that even Yi Shiyin could not bear. She could not help her knees going soft and she fell to her knees, unable to even lift her head. The emperor pressure was recovering. At the same time, in the place where Qian Tong had been trapped, the battle between Yang Kai and Shanqing Luo was still going on. Strictly speaking, the 6 or 7 third-order origin returning realm masters of Heng Luo Chamber of Commerce were not weak, and each of them possessed powerful artifacts. They were also familiar with each other, so when they cooperated, they were able to display extraordinary combat effectiveness. However, Yang Kai and Shanqing Luo were not mediocre people either. One of them regarded fighting above his level as a common occurrence, and had many external forces at his disposal. The other had coincidentally devoured the heavenly moon demon spider's source strength, so he couldn't be judged by common sense. As such, even though Heng Luo Chamber of Commerce had the numerical advantage, they were unable to do anything to Yang Kai and Shanqing Luo. At first, they were afraid they would hurt Yang Kai and Shanqing Luo, so they held back, but as they fought, they realized that if they held back, they might be the ones to be defeated. As such, they did their best, but even so, they were unable to gain any advantage. The entire palace was in a mess, with various martial skills and artifacts bursting with dazzling light. The surrounding world energy had been stirred up, and even the stone tablet containing the artifact refining Tao had not been spared. Although Yang Kai had tried his best to avoid its range during the battle, what the others didn't know was that at this moment, the stone tablet was covered in cracks, as if it would break at any moment. This made Yang Kai feel very regretful. In any case, the artifact refining Tao contained in this stone tablet was extensive and profound, so it could be considered a treasure. With things having gotten to this point, Yang Kai could do nothing. Yang Kai, it's not too late for you to surrender to this young master, otherwise, this young master will make you regret it for the rest of your life. Shuiyu saw that the situation was deadlocked and could not help shouting. In your dreams. Yang Kai laughed heartily and refused without even thinking about it. You forced me to do this. Shuiyu grit her teeth and steeled herself, quickly forming a series of hand seals. As her movements changed, the nearby world energy world also began to flow. The three bearded old man and beautiful woman who were fighting Yang Kai and Shanqing Luo all paled, as if they knew that Xueyu was about to use some kind of secret technique. Each of them fainted and opened up some distance between themselves and their opponents. When they turned to look at Yang Kai and Shanqing Luo again, a look of schadenfreude appeared on their faces. Yang Kai's expression also became dignified. Although he knew that Xueyu had become angry out of humiliation and was about to use some kind of method, now that he was trapped here, it was impossible for him to escape. His only option was to resist. He did not believe that Xueyu could really display a divine skill that could kill him in one fell swoop. What's more, there was no murderous intent in this woman's eyes. Clearly she just wanted to make him suffer a little. As these thoughts flashed through his mind, Yang Kai prepared to defend himself. At that moment, Xueyu let out a low shout and the surrounding world energy madly poured into her body. In the next moment, a strange monster beast phantom suddenly appeared above her head. This monster beast's body was covered with thick black hair, its eyes were bright and piercing, and there was a single horn on its forehead, giving it a powerful appearance. Yang Kai's eyes shrank. Inexplicably, he felt a sense of threat from this monster beast phantom, a feeling he had never felt since entering the Emperor Garden. Shanqing Luo, on the other hand, exclaimed, "Xiaji." She seemed to recognize what this monster beast was, but it was not surprising. A scarlet wave star, where she had been stranded, was a monster star. 90% of the creatures there were from the monster race, so under her influence, there were few monster beasts she did not recognize. Your eyesight is quite good, actually being able to recognize this young master's symbiotic monster spirit. How about it? If you surrender now, this young master will let bygones be bygones and will only torture that bastard. As for you, you can stay by this young master's side as a concubine. Your beauty is quite good, just barely worthy of this young master. Xueyu still wanted to persuade him to surrender, obviously knowing that her divine skill was too powerful and could not be retracted. She was worried that it would really hurt Yang Kai and Shanqing Luo. Symbiotic monster spirit. Shanqing Luo's beautiful eyes shrank, but she immediately giggled. "It seems I underestimated your Hengluo Chamber of Commerce, even being able to obtain such a thing, but so what? If you want this queen to be your concubine, don't talk big." Kai Yang's eyebrows also wrinkled. He had heard of a symbiotic monster spirit before. It required the blood essence of a powerful monster beast to be refined into one's body using a secret technique. After a long period of time, one would be able to use the various abilities of that powerful monster beast and could even summon it to fight against enemies. This was also a kind of external force, but an ordinary cultivator did not have the ability to do this, and even if they did not have a suitable monster beast's blood essence. Because if one cultivated this secret technique, the strength of its power would depend on the level of the monster beast's blood essence. The Xiaji was a kind of ancient exotic beast that was innately good at fighting, especially the single horn on its forehead. It was no less powerful than an Origin King grade artifact, perhaps even more so. Its blood essence was definitely not bad, and looking at Xueyu's posture, it was obvious she had been cultivating this secret technique for many years. With the help of this symbiotic monster spirit, even if she was only a second-order origin returning realm cultivator, she could be considered invincible in the same realm. No wonder she spoke so confidently. Yang Kai did not know when she had successfully cultivated this secret technique. Many years ago, when he was together with her, he had never seen her display this secret technique. Shanqing Luo's sarcastic remarks made Xueyu's face go cold. "Do you really want to oppose this young master?" "Oppose?" Shanqing Luo covered her mouth and giggled, her charming eyes flashing. "Little young master, you really think too highly of yourself. It seems. Elder sister will have to teach you a lesson, lest you become too arrogant." The beguiling demon queen's tone was that of an elder reprimanding a junior, causing Xueyu to explode with anger. With the two women fighting, Yang Kai couldn't get a word in edgewise and could only helplessly stand to the side and watch indifferently. As for the other masters from Hengluo Chamber of Commerce, they all wore strange expressions. The third young master was actually competing with an enchanting woman over another man. If word of this spread out, what kind of scandal was this? At this moment, all the masters present felt like committing suicide. Good, then let this young master see who is the one who doesn't know the immensity of heaven and earth and who is the one who is boasting shamelessly. Shuiyu angrily pointed her finger and the Xieji phantom roared as it rushed towards Shanqing Luo. Yang Kai's face sank and wanted to resist, but Shanqing Luo's tender body flickered and she took a step forward. In the next moment, the phantom of a huge 8-legged spider appeared behind her. Heavenly Moon Demon Spider. Without gathering the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, without using any technique, the phantom simply appeared in front of everyone's eyes. Its entire body seemed to be made of silver, pure and flawless. On its forehead, there was even a half-moon mark. Although its appearance was terrifying, at this moment, no one who saw the spider had such thoughts. Instead, they all felt that this giant spider was extremely beautiful. This strange feeling made everyone feel uncomfortable. Demonic chi soared to the sky, causing the world to tremble. This is... Shuiyu's complexion changed as she stared at the huge white spider, feeling a bad premonition, but now that the arrow had been knocked, she had no choice but to release it. The Xieji phantom had already rushed towards Shanqing Luo, so she couldn't even withdraw her hand. Go. In contrast, Shanqing Luo's demeanor was undoubtedly much calmer, and with a wave of her hand, the Heavenly Moon Demon Spider moved its 8 claws to meet the Xieji phantom. One was an ancient divine spirit while the other was an ancient variant species. Although the gap between the two was not small in terms of grade, in the end, neither was a living creature, so the role they could play depended on the methods and ability of the user. Therefore, in terms of momentum, the Xieji and the Heavenly Moon Demon Spider were basically on par. In the blink of an eye, the two figures collided, one black and one white, clearly separated. Faintly, one could hear the roars of a beast and the cries of a spider intertwining. After the black and white figures collided, a shocking energy fluctuation swept out in all directions, causing almost everyone present to lose their footing, as if they had become a small boat in the middle of a vast sea, only able to drift with the current. Yang Kai acted as if nothing had happened. The invisible aura emitted by the verdant dragon bone sword blocked the terrifying pressure coming from the center of the battle, so Yang Kai was not affected in the slightest. At a speed visible to the naked eye, the black and white lights were rapidly shrinking, obviously consuming a great deal of energy in this battle. After a dozen breaths of time, the two lights actually merged together, and the figures of the Xieji and the Heavenly Moon Demon Spider could no longer be seen. The next moment, a terrifying burst of energy came from the other side, and an aura that seemed capable of destroying the heavens and earth spread out. Everyone's complexion changed greatly as they summoned their defensive artifacts to resist the aftermath of the explosion. One figure after another was sent flying high into the air before crashing to the ground. No one had expected that the battle between the Xieji and the Heavenly Moon Demon Spider would be so violent, and in the end, it would end in mutual destruction. Shuiyu's face was pale, and Shanqing Luo's vitality was somewhat unstable. *Kacha, *, a shattering sound came from the side. It was the stone tablet that contained the way of refining. Finally, it could not withstand the energy waves again and again. It exploded, and the stone fragments splashed in all directions. Among the rubble, there was something else that was faintly mixed in and shot towards Yang Kai. Kai Yang's brow furrowed, but his eyes were sharp and his hands were quick. Grabbing the object, he looked at it again and was surprised to find that it was actually a stone tablet, 3 inches long and 1 finger thick. Engraved on its surface were 3 mysterious ancient characters. Yang Kai glanced at it but couldn't recognize what it was. The stone tablet that contained the artifact refining method actually contained something else, which greatly surprised Yang Kai. On the other hand, the pale-faced Shuiyu suddenly showed a look of pleasant surprise when she saw this thing, her pair of beautiful eyes staring fixedly at the stone tablet in Yang Kai's hand. Yang Kai, give that thing to me. Shuiyu suddenly shouted to Yang Kai. Why should I? Yang Kai glanced over at her before hurriedly putting the stone tablet into his space ring. Although he didn't know what was inside this stone tablet, since it had been stored so discreetly, it was obviously no trivial matter. Shuiyu should have some understanding of this and even recognized the 3 ancient characters, otherwise, she wouldn't have been so excited. Give it to me. Shuiyu shouted anxiously, that thing is useless to you. How do you know it's useless to me? Yang Kai asked indifferently. Give it to me first, I'll explain it to you later when there's a chance. Give it to me and this young master will withdraw and never bother you or them again. The grievances between you and me will be written off. Shuiyu looked at Yang Kai sincerely. Yang Kai's expression changed as he became more and more curious. What exactly was this thing that could make Shuiyu make such a concession? Although he was certain that the secrets contained in this stone tablet were enormous and of great value, Yang Kai didn't doubt that Shuiyu was deceiving him. She said it was useless to him, so it was probably true. Although Shuiyu was extremely possessive and had many means and abilities, she wasn't a person who liked to lie because she had a very high opinion of herself. Such a person disdained to deceive others. On this point, Yang Kai believed in his own judgment. In all fairness, exchanging a stone tablet for Shuiyu's promise was not a loss. Seeing Yang Kai's expression change, Shuiyu quickly struck while the iron was hot. This young master's words cannot be taken back. You don't need to doubt anything, everyone here can testify. Can I ask what this thing is for? Yang Kai tilted his head and looked at her. A look of embarrassment appeared on Shuiyu's face, and after a while, she gently opened her red lips and quietly sent him a message. I can't tell you exactly what it's used for, but I can tell you that not only is it useless to you, it's also useless to me, and it's useless to all the cultivators in the Emperor Garden. Yang Kai's eyes narrowed. Although Shuiyu didn't say it directly, her words were thought-provoking enough. Most of the cultivator who entered the Emperor Garden were origin returning realm masters, and there was no lack of third-order masters among them, so there was only one explanation why the stone token was of no use to them. Only an origin king realm master could use this stone token. No wonder Shuiyu was willing to make such a promise. The value of something only an origin king realm master could use was absolutely immeasurable, but Yang Kai had just broken through to the origin returning realm and was still far from the origin king realm. What's more, he had many treasures in his hands, so he might not be interested in the secrets hidden in this stone token. Considering all this, Yang Kai had a plan in his heart and looked up at Shuiyu. Can I believe your words? Yes. Shuiyu said solemnly. Good, I hope you can keep your word. Yang Kai gently nodded and was about to throw the stone token to Shuiyu when a sudden change occurred. All of a sudden, an abnormal energy fluctuation came from the surroundings, like an invisible ripple, sweeping through the place where everyone was. Yang Kai was extremely familiar with this kind of energy fluctuation, and the moment he noticed it, his face changed slightly and he hurriedly rushed over to Shan Qing Luo while shouting, Qing Luo. The beguiling demon queen hadn't yet reacted to what was happening, but seeing Yang Kai rushing over so eagerly, she couldn't help smiling and stretching out her jade hand towards him. But in the next moment, her expression changed because she saw a huge hand condensed from world energy appear behind Yang Kai. This hand should belong to a woman, because although it was huge, it gave off a slender and beautiful feeling, as if its flawless beauty had been magnified thousands of times over. This hand grabbed towards Yang Kai. Don't. Shan Qing Luo's beautiful face paled as she screamed. As soon as her voice fell, the jade hand grabbed hold of Yang Kai's body and with a burst of energy, Yang Kai disappeared from her sight. Before she could figure out what was going on, a burst of screams rang out from all around her. Looking around, Shan Qing Luo couldn't help feeling stunned, because at this moment, everyone was experiencing the same thing as Yang Kai. A giant palm condensed from world energy had grabbed each of them and caused them to explode, causing the surrounding space to distort as one figure after another disappeared from her sight. Shan Qing Luo couldn't help looking up at the sky and found that she was in the same situation. When she came back to her senses, she found that she had returned to the monster Emperor Star. Somewhere on Shadowed Star, Yang Kai stood in place in a daze, staring down at his palm. At his fingertips, there seemed to still be some of Shan Qing Luo's warmth, and the tip of his nose seemed to be filled with the fragrance of the Dragon Lady, causing Yang Kai to feel somewhat lost. After a long time, Yang Kai raised his head and sighed slightly. Although they had been forced to separate shortly after reuniting, at least Shan Qing Luo, the Dragon Lady, was living a comfortable life, which was enough for him. Yang Kai didn't know what had happened in the Emperor Garden, but the mysterious world principles had suddenly sent him out. Since he had come out, others must have as well. Considering all this, Yang Kai looked up and found that in the sky, the huge Emperor Garden was still in his field of vision, just as it had always been, but the jade transmission platform that had appeared before had disappeared. Yang Kai estimated that it would be impossible to enter the Emperor Garden again. Yang Kai didn't know what had happened in the Emperor Garden, but it should have something to do with the young inflammation. She had said before that when the Emperor Garden opened, it was the time to awaken the true bodies of the great emperors. Had everything gone smoothly between her and Yi Shiyan? If everything had gone well, then the true bodies of the great emperors should have already awakened. Considering all this, Yang Kai's heart suddenly clenched, and his expression became ugly. Young inflammation was a soul clone of the great emperors, so if the true bodies of the great emperors were to awaken, what would happen to her? Yang Kai had never thought about this kind of thing before, and young inflammation had never told him about it, but now, the more he thought about it, the more uneasy he felt. No longer hesitating, Yang Kai quickly released his divine sense, wanting to investigate his current location and the direction to the Luyan sand field. After investigating his surroundings, Yang Kai's expression became even uglier. He found that he was actually on a deserted island. This island wasn't very big, only about a dozen kilometers in diameter. The island was poor in materials, with no spirit grasses or spirit medicines to speak of, and there wasn't even a single trace of living people. All around him was a sparkling blue sea. Impossible, right? Yang Kai's brow furrowed. When one was unlucky, even drinking water would cause one's teeth to be stuffed. Had he been sent to the limitless ocean? Yang Kai had been on Shadowed Star for many years now and knew that there was a vast limitless ocean on Shadowed Star. One of the 3 great restricted zones, Serene Soul Island, was located in this limitless ocean. Unfortunately, no one had ever seen the Serene Soul Island, or rather, those who had seen it were all dead. The environment he was in now was very similar to the description of the limitless ocean he had heard before. If this was really the case, it would be troublesome. After all, the Luyan sand field was very far from the limitless ocean, and if Yang Kai were to rely on himself to fly back, he didn't know how long it would take him. Of course, this was just a guess. As for where he was, he would have to ask someone to confirm it. Thinking so, Yang Kai summoned his star shuttle and flew out of the deserted island like a bolt of lightning. Above the boundless sea, 5 cultivators wearing the same uniform were fighting a huge octopus-like sea beast, their artifacts and martial skills flashing brilliantly as they fought. The strength of these 5 cultivators wasn't very high, only Saint Realm cultivations. The aura exuding from the octopus was also only at the peak of the 7th order. If they were in another place, the strength of the 5 people would have been enough to take down the sea beast easily, but on the sea beast had the advantage of being on its home ground, and it could easily draw support from the abundant water attribute spiritual chi to fight. Water arrows were formed one after another, blotting out the sky and covering the earth as they flew towards the 5 people, mixed with dark green filth. The sea beast's long and thick tentacles were not to be underestimated, and every time they lashed out, the 5 cultivators paled and hurriedly dodged. Although as time passed, more and more wounds appeared on the sea beast's body, the 5 cultivators had also consumed a lot of energy, each of them panting heavily. After the time it took for an incense stick to burn, a sharp cry suddenly rang out. It came from a woman in a green robe. She and her fellow disciples had only been focused on killing the profound-eyed ink octopus, but at some point in time, the surrounding space had already been enveloped by a thick fog. This was obviously the filthy aura emitted by the profound-eyed ink octopus. This fog not only obstructed the penetration of one's divine sense but also damaged the world energy of artifacts and the circulation of Saint Chi in a cultivator's body. This woman's cultivation was the lowest, so she was the first to be affected. The moment she noticed that her Saint Chi was not flowing smoothly, one of the profound-eyed ink octopus tentacles flew towards her. The woman's beautiful face went pale as she tried to defend herself but was powerless to do so. Seeing the tentacle getting closer and closer to her, she couldn't help screaming, thinking that she was doomed this time. The expressions of the other 4 cultivators also changed drastically, but in the face of such a situation, there was nothing they could do to help. All of them glared at her, wishing they could split into 2 groups. But at that moment, a golden light suddenly appeared in front of him. This golden light looked very weak, but it was as dazzling as the sun, dispersing the dark green fog that had covered the world. Accompanied by a soft sound, the profound-eyed ink octopus tentacles, which the 5 cultivators had no way to deal with, were cut off and dark green blood spurted out. The sea beast let out a hiss. Under the pain, its countless tentacles waved in a disorderly manner, like huge whips, stirring up the nearby sea into chaos. The golden light reappeared, and with a chi-chi sound, all the tentacles of the profound-eyed ink octopus were cut off and sent flying into the distance, green blood instantly overflowing the sea. In the blink of an eye, the originally arrogant profound vision ink octopus died on the spot, its huge body cut into pieces, its death extremely miserable. Escaping from death, how could the young woman from some unknown force not realize that she had been lucky enough to be saved by a powerful master? Calming herself down, she quickly called out, "May I ask which senior has arrived here?" Heavenly Profound Sect Xiao Luo thanks senior for saving her life. The other four also recovered and respectfully thanked this young woman while looking around, trying to find traces of this person. A gust of wind blew by, blowing away the dark green fog that shrouded the sponge. Not far away, a stalwart young man stood there with a strange expression on his face. There seemed to be a trace of nostalgia in his eyes. So young? All five of them were surprised. They had thought that since this person could easily kill a peak 6th order sea beast, this young man would definitely not be young, but unexpectedly, he looked about the same age as them. However, this was obviously not the other party's true age. The higher a cultivator's strength was, the slower their vitality would fade away, so there were many powerful masters who appeared very young. Considering all this, the five people became even more respectful. And, led by a burly man, flew over to Yang Kai and bowed again to thank him. "A trivial matter, not worth mentioning," Yang Kai said faintly as he glanced around at the distressed expressions of these five people and a 7th order sea beast's corpse. Thinking back to the time when he was once weak, but as his strength grew, even this peak 7th order sea beast wouldn't be able to last more than a breath against him. Time really flies by. Moreover, I've already become a senior. Yang Kai suddenly felt like laughing. As his thoughts changed, he saw that the expressions of these five people were very cautious. Knowing what they were afraid of, Yang Kai did not waste any time and simply asked, "Is this the limitless ocean?" The five people looked at each other for a moment before the leading man nodded and said, reporting to senior, "This is indeed the limitless ocean." Sure enough. Yang Kai's face sank. Although he had guessed as much, he had not expected that he would really be sent to the limitless ocean after leaving the Emperor Garden. Did senior come from inland? The woman named Xiao Luo suddenly asked. Luo. The leader's face changed greatly, and he couldn't help but shout, although he didn't know what cultivation realm Yang Kai was in. However, judging from the way he killed the Xianite ink octopus just now, if he wanted to kill them, it would be as easy as blowing off dust. It was one thing to be grateful to him for saving his life, but it was another thing to be wary of him. Before knowing his personality and temperament, it was better to rashly inquire about some information. It was very likely that he would be enraged. Furthermore, he still had two beautiful junior sisters on his side. If the other party was a lecherous person, it was very likely that he would get himself into trouble. The man's expression tensed up. He looked up at Yang Kai and found that he didn't seem to be angry. Instead, he was looking at his junior sister with interest. "How did you know I came from the inland?" "That's because people who live on the limitless ocean all year round have darker skin. Moreover, there's a unique water vapor on their bodies." "Senior, you don't have it." The girl named Xiao Luo was very magnanimous. "So that's how it is." Yang Kai smiled faintly and sized them up a little. He found that it was indeed as she had said, these five people all had a unique water vapor on them. It was very light, and if one didn't examine them carefully, they wouldn't be able to detect it. Moreover, their skin was indeed darker than the inland people. Being pointed out, Yang Kai didn't have any intention of denying it. Instead, he nodded and said, "That's right, I came from the inland, but I got lost here." "Do you know which direction to go to return to the inland?" "How long will it take?" After half a cup of tea's time, Yang Kai summoned his star shuttle and flew off in a certain direction. After inquiring with these five heavenly profound sect disciples, Yang Kai found that his luck wasn't so bad that it would make one's hair stand on end. This was still the outer sea of the limitless ocean, not the inland sea, so he wasn't too far from the inland. It would only take him 3 to 5 days to reach the inland. However, it was somewhat unrealistic to fly back to the flowing sandland. After all, the distance was too far. If he flew alone, it would take at least half a year. Yang Kai wasn't interested in spending so much time on the road. As such, he planned to find a city and use its space array. Fortunately, not far from the limitless ocean, there was a city called Seafront City, which could be regarded as the junction between the inland and the limitless ocean. Many cultivators came and went, so the city's space array was also open to the public, but it cost a lot of Saint crystals. Each time it was used, the cost would vary depending on the distance, with the cheapest costing 10,000 Saint crystals to 300,000 Saint crystals. This kind of price was difficult for an ordinary cultivator to bear, but for Xianxia, it was nothing. 5 days later, Xianxia arrived at Seafront City. This city was not small, more than twice the size of Heavenly Fate City. Cultivators came and went like carps crossing a river, jostling shoulder to shoulder. After all, although the inland and the endless seas were both part of Shadowed Star, because of the difference in territory, there were different products. Many cultivation resources that could not be found inland could be easily found in the endless seas, and for the same reason, many resources that could not be found in the endless seas could be found in the endless seas. Seafront City, as such a junction, had become the most famous commercial city in the surrounding million-kilometer radius. Xianxia was not in the mood to stay here for long, so after some inquiries, he learned the location of the space array and rushed over. The streets of Seafront City were extremely spacious, enough to accommodate several four-horse carriages driving side by side, and the rows upon rows of shops on both sides of the street were a dizzying sight. Just as Xianxia was rushing towards his destination, a loud noise suddenly reached his ears. "You cheap slut, you want to buy 100 spirits pill with just 2,000 Saint crystals? Are you still sleeping? If you don't leave now, I'll take action. But I only have 2,000 Saint crystals left. Shopkeeper Cheng, I have made many transactions with you over the past few years, and although the value is not high, I am still a trustworthy person. Can you sell these pills to me first, and I'll make up for the rest of the Saint crystals in the future? I still want to make a living in Seafront City in the future, so I won't just leave." What a joke. I'm a businessman, one hand for the other, I'm not running a charity. If you don't have Saint crystals, then scram as far as you can. You want 100 spirits pill? Dream on. Shopkeeper Cheng, I beg you. Impossible, I'm warning you one last time, if you don't leave now, you'll have to bear the consequences. The source of the voice was a man and a woman. The man was the shopkeeper of a pharmacy, while the woman was a woman who appeared to be around 40 years old. It could be seen that she was quite beautiful when she was young. However, at this moment, her face was sallow and emaciated. She looked extremely down and out. She was begging the shopkeeper with the surname Ching, but the other party was unmoved. Xianxia stared at the woman's side for a long time before suddenly letting out a light sigh, a thoughtful look flashing across his face. He felt that he should know this woman, but he wasn't sure. After all, the two weren't familiar with each other, but her voice and profile were very similar. Thinking so, Xianxia stepped forward. Shopkeeper Ching, who had been glaring at the woman before, immediately changed to a bowing posture when he saw Xianxia arrive, smiling widely as he said, "What does honored guest want to order? Although this shop is small, all of the spirit pills we sell are of the highest quality. Honored guest may wish to take a look." Xianxia glanced at him but didn't pay him any attention, instead walking over to the woman and carefully examining her. After a while, he asked tentatively, "Are you Foreign Elder Huang?" The woman looked like she was about to cry. Originally, she had been disheartened and was preparing to leave this place, but after hearing Xianxia's voice, her expression couldn't help changing. Looking up, she saw Xianxia looking at her curiously. In an instant, her tender body trembled as a look of panic and horror appeared on her face. "Sure enough, it's Foreign Elder Huang." Xianxia gently nodded. Although this woman looked extremely down and out, she was indeed the one he knew, and judging from her reaction, she should also remember him. Huang Wan. One of the foreign elders of the Haike family, an old acquaintance of Changqi and Hoan. When Xianxia and the Haike family had a conflict, Huang Wan was ordered by Patriarch Yan to go to the city lord's mansion to ask for help. Unfortunately, Fei Ji too had no intention of intervening, so Huang Wan had no choice but to return to the family. Later, this woman left the Haike family and disappeared. Xianxia had also heard about this woman from Changqi and Hoan, so he had some impression of her. He knew that she was unwilling to become enemies with Wu Yi and the others, so she had left the Haika family without hesitation. She had a good personal relationship with Wu Yi, and Chang Qi and Hoan had often talked about their old friends over the years. Huang Wan was the one they mentioned the most. Yang Kai didn't know why she had come to Seaside City, and why she was living so unhappily. However, this wasn't surprising as she was only a third-order Saint King. Such a cultivation was considered good in the Haika family, but on Shadowed Star, it was nothing. Without a backer or background, a third-order Saint King living alone was indeed difficult, especially when she was a woman. "You're Yang Kai?" Huang Wan obviously remembered Yang Kai. "Why are you here?" "It's a long story." Yang Kai slowly shook his head, not preparing to explain in detail, but for an elder Huang, "Why are you here?" "I came here a long time ago." Huang Wan's expression flickered as she awkwardly said, "Back then, I was just following orders, so." "I know, you don't have to worry, I'm not here to find trouble with you." "Are you poisoned?" Yang Kai frowned and looked at her, a faint trace of black qi flowing between her eyebrows. Huang Wan was stunned, as if she hadn't expected Kai Yang to be able to see through her physical condition at a glance. "No wonder you wanted to buy the 100 spirits pill," Yang Kai gently nodded. "I've made a fool of myself." Huang Wan's face was filled with embarrassment. After all, it was a bit embarrassing to be seen through like this. Seeing Yang Kai and Huang Wan talking back and forth as if they were quite familiar with each other, the shopkeeper of the medicine shop couldn't help showing a touch of impatience. He subconsciously thought that someone who was acquainted with such a poor person like Huang Wan would definitely not be rich. What's more, Yang Kai had just come out of the Emperor Garden, experienced several battles, and flew all the way from the Endless Sea to Seaside City, so he really didn't look like much. His face immediately darkened and he no longer had his previous fawning and flattery. He said in a deep voice, "If the two of you want to catch up, can you not stand here and obstruct my store from doing business? Find a place to go and chat for as long as you want." Hearing what he said, Yang Kai glanced at him casually, knowing that this guy was looking down on him and couldn't help feeling a little annoyed, coldly snorting, "How many Saint crystals for 100 spirits pill?" "What? Do you want to buy it?" Shopkeeper Chung looked Yang Kai up and down suspiciously. "What? Can't I buy it?" "Of course you can, but this is my store's small business. One hand for money, one hand for goods." Before shopkeeper Chang's voice fell though, he saw a cloth bag fly towards him. Quickly catching it, he used his divine sense to check its contents and his expression immediately changed 180 degrees, smiling happily as he said, "Good, good, please wait a moment, honored guest." Saying so, he quickly took out 100 spirits pill and handed it to Yang Kai. After receiving the 100 spirits pill, Yang Kai didn't have any intention of entangling with the shopkeeper. The other party was just a Saint Realm cultivator, and although his conduct wasn't anything special, it would be too shameful to bicker with him, so he simply said to Huang Wan, "Come with me." And Huang Wan responded blankly. Her heart was beating wildly as she followed behind Kai Yang, all the way back. Not long after, under the guidance of Yang Kai, the two entered an inn and asked for a room. Yang Kai handed the 100 spirits pill to Huang Wan and had her sit down to meditate. After a day and night, Huang Wan recovered to her original state. Although the 100 spirits pill wasn't a high-grade pill, only Saint King grade low rank, it was still an antidote. The effect of the medicine was quite good. The poison in Huang Wan's body wasn't strong to begin with. It was just that the poison had been delayed for a long time. She swallowed the pill and adjusted her breathing. Immediately, the illness was cured. There was nothing to worry about. He opened his eyes again. The woman wore a somewhat complicated expression as she thanked Yang Kai. This mistress thanks Sect Master Yang for his assistance. This mistress will never forget this kindness. While they were talking. This time, if she hadn't coincidentally met Yang Kai, she didn't know what would have happened to her. It was impossible for her to die, but being entangled with the poison for a long time, her strength would definitely be affected. It might even cause her realm to drop. This was an unacceptable result for any cultivator. It's a small matter. Yang Kai casually waved his hand. But it seems that Consecrator Huang hasn't been doing well these past few years. Hearing this, Huang Wan brushed her hair behind her ear and smiled bitterly. It's not only not doing well, it's actually been extremely difficult. After leaving the Haika family, she realized how difficult it was to cultivate alone in this world. At first, she didn't realize it. After all, she had been a foreign elder of the Haika family for so many years and had accumulated some savings. But after her savings were used up, the nightmare began. Without a backer or background, she had to rely on herself for everything. Moreover, she was a woman, and although she wasn't young, she was still quite beautiful. She was often coveted by some people with bad intentions and had faced danger several times. She also wanted to find another sect or family to join, but a cultivator with unknown origins like her was rarely accepted. As a last resort, she could only find some cultivators like her in seafront city and hunt sea beasts in the open sea to make a living. However, such a thing was accompanied by great risks. Huang Wan had witnessed many cultivators die tragically in the open sea over the past few years, and the team she followed had changed over and over again. Fortunately, her luck was good and she was always able to escape death. Until one day, she encountered a sea beast and was accidentally poisoned, so no one dared to travel with her anymore. In order to detoxify the poison in her body, Huang Wan had sold all of her belongings, but unfortunately, she still wasn't able to gather enough saint crystals to refine 100 spirits pill. She had visited the pharmacy several times already, but every time she begged, the shopkeeper surnamed Qing would never open the door. Until today, when she met Yang Kai. After listening to her story, Yang Kai gently nodded and pondered for a moment before suddenly asking, "Have you ever thought about going back?" Go back? Huang Wan was taken aback for a moment before a look of nostalgia appeared on her face, shaking her head with a bitter smile. "I can't go back. This mistress has already left the Haika family, how could I have the face to go back? What's more, I heard that the family dismissed all foreign elders a few years ago, leaving only a few elders behind. Even if I go back, they won't accept me." No, I'm not talking about going back to the Haika family, I'm talking about going to Wu Yi, Xianxia, and Hoenn. Yang Kai raised a finger and shook it. "You mean, going to High Heaven sect?" Huang Wan's eyes lit up. "Oh? You know about High Heaven sect?" Yang Kai was surprised. Sect Master Yang must be joking. Huang Wan's bright eyes flashed. High Heaven sect is now famous. Although this mistress has lived in Seafront City for a long time, how could she not have heard of it? What's more, the Battle of Dragon Cave Mountain has spread throughout Shadowed Star, so I'm afraid there is no one who doesn't know the name of High Heaven sect and Sect Master Yang. I'm that famous? Yang Kai raised his brow. He didn't think Huang Wan was trying to curry favor with him. After all, this place was adjacent to the Outer Star Sea, far from the mainland. She had heard about the Battle of Dragon Cave Mountain and High Heaven sect, so what she said before was probably true. Forget it, let's not talk about this for now. I just want to ask you, what do you think of my previous proposal? A touch of excitement appeared on Huang Wan's face, but she did not respond immediately. Instead, she hesitated for a long time before saying sadly, "This mistress naturally wishes to, but this mistress' cultivation is so low, how could she possibly enter High Heaven sect? What does it matter if your cultivation is low? There are many people in this sect whose cultivation is lower than yours. It's not as if you don't know the abilities of the Haika family's disciples. Most of them are still in the Saint realm while many of them have broken through to the Saint King realm." Yang Kai laughed dumbly. "But there are no buts, whether you are willing or not, it's just a matter of saying a word." Yang Kai looked solemn as he interrupted her. Huang Wan bit her red lip and nodded solemnly after a long time. "This mistress is willing." "Good," Yang Kai smiled lightly, "then from today onwards, you are a member of High Heaven sect." As the sect master, accepting a disciple was not a problem. Subordinate thanked sect master for his kindness in accepting this mistress. Huang Wan was a decisive person, otherwise, she would not have left the Haika family in advance. Now that she had decided, she no longer hesitated and quickly bowed. "No need to be so polite." Yang Kai stretched out his hand and helped her up. Observing her expression, he knew that she still had some doubts in her heart, so he took the initiative to explain, "Meeting you here can be considered fate. Moreover, over the years, Wu Yi, Xianxia, and Hoenn have often talked about you. Also, the sect is now in urgent need of an origin-returning realm master, so I decided to do this. You don't need to think too much about it. Yes. Huangwan nodded lightly, but sect master, subordinate is only a third-order Saint King right now. She thought Yang Kai had made a mistake. You are now a third-order Saint King, but after a while, you will break through to the origin-returning realm. Yang Kai grinned confidently. Huangwan's situation was the same as Changqi and Haoan's. She had been stuck in this realm for many years and had been unable to break through, but since Changqi and Haoan could break through, Huangwan should be able to as well. High Heaven Sect's current name was indeed resounding enough, and it was not worried about being harassed in the Luyan sand field, but the strength of a sect was inseparable from the number and strength of its masters. It was not something that could be achieved by standing still. Looking at the entire High Heaven Sect, besides Ji Shiyun and Yang Kai, the cultivation of everyone else was really quite pitiful, especially the number of origin-returning realm masters. It would take at least 10 or 20 years for Wu Yi and the others to grow up, but Huangwan was different. She was only one step away from breaking through and could be said to be a ready-made origin-returning realm master candidate, not to mention Yang Kai knew her well. It was for this reason that Yang Kai had the idea of taking her back. If it were a stranger of unknown origins, how could Yang Kai do this? High Heaven Sect would definitely face many setbacks and tribulations in the future, so naturally, it was necessary to prepare ahead of time and find ways to improve its strength. Do you have anything you want to pack up here? If not, come with me, Yang Kai looked at her and asked. I don't have anything, but... But what? Yang Kai looked at her in amazement. But there is one more person I want to take with me. Subordinate earnestly requests sect master's permission. Take with you? Yang Kai frowned. Who? He was willing to take Huangwan into High Heaven Sect, but that did not mean he was willing to take in others as well. Now that he heard Huangwan say this, he suddenly felt a little unhappy. Isn't this woman a bit too greedy? Huangwan could not help showing a look of panic as she bowed her head and said, Please calm your anger, sect master. Can I ask sect master to accompany this subordinate to meet with that person and wait until you see him before making a decision? Yang Kai narrowed his eyes at her for a moment before nodding. Good, lead the way. Many thanks, sect master. Huangwan was overjoyed and quickly led the way. In a corner of Seaside City, in front of a very simple house. This kind of house was very common in Seaside City, extremely low, and could even be described as a humble dwelling. Huangwan led Yang Kai all the way to this place, walked up to the door, and gently knocked on it, seemingly using some kind of secret signal, before immediately pushing the door open and entering. Yang Kai followed in, turned his head around, and couldn't help sighing. Not only was this house abnormally small, it was also dark and damp, and the layout was extremely simple. Besides the minimal furniture, there was nothing else. You've lived here all these years? Yang Kai frowned, the anger in his heart dissipating greatly. Reporting to sect master, subordinate has only lived here for the past 3 years, Huangwan smiled awkwardly. She was a foreign elder of the Haika family, and although the Haika family was not very powerful, at least she had a comfortable residence that was 1,000,000 times better than the environment in front of her. You've worked hard all these years, Yang Kai sighed slightly. Where is the person you were talking about? He didn't see anyone here. She's here. Huangwan smiled and pulled out a small figure from behind her, squatting down and saying in a pleasant tone, Yuner, come and greet sect master Yang. Yang Kai looked down and couldn't help showing a look of astonishment. A child? He really didn't expect that the person Huangwan was talking about was actually a child. Looking at her appearance, she was only about 6 or 7 years old, less than 3 feet tall. Her figure was slender, and her complexion was yellow. It was obvious that she was malnourished. The clothes she was wearing were coarse linen, but they were very neat and tidy, without any dirt or dust. Her hair was still light yellow, and she still had a childish air to her. However, her eyes were round and full of spirit. This was not Huangwan's child, because the two didn't have any similarities in appearance, and according to Yang Kai's understanding, Huangwan had never given birth to a child. So where did this little girl come from? The little girl seemed to be a little shy and a little curious, hiding behind Huangwan, staring at Yang Kai with wide black eyes, but not saying a word. Huangwan persuaded her a few words and asked her to bow, but she remained unmoved, just constantly shaking her head, looking at Yang Kai's face with a little vigilance. This kind of gaze made Yang Kai frown, his heart inexplicably sour. A child of this age shouldn't know anything, but she was actually wary of him, which meant she might have encountered something that made her panic before, so she didn't dare to get close to strangers. Please forgive her, sect master, Yuner is still young and doesn't understand etiquette, please forgive her. Huang Wan stood up and looked at Yang Kai with a wry smile. It's fine. Yang Kai slowly shook his head, sweeping the little girl with his divine sense and saying in surprise, she's already reached the peak of the initial element realm, did you teach her? Huang Wan nodded lightly, Yuner pestered me to teach her, so I taught her a little. Not bad, not bad. Yang Kai showed a look of approval. At such a young age, she had already reached the peak of the initial element realm. This was impossible to achieve in the central capital, and with Huang Wan's financial resources, it was likely that she hadn't been provided with a good environment and resources. In other words, this little girl's aptitude was quite good. After hesitating for a moment, Yang Kai asked via telepathy, where are her parents? He died 3 years ago, Huang Wan replied with a gloomy expression. Shortly after, Huang Wan briefly explained the matter of the little girl. The little girl's surname was Lin, and her full name was Lin Yuner. Her father was originally someone who did not belong to any sect, and her mother was originally a woman from the Ocean Palace. Sea Temple was a great force on the limitless ocean, and its reputation on the limitless ocean was comparable to that of Heaven Battling Union and Thunder Typhoon Sect Inland. Lin Yuner's mother also seemed to have some status in Sea Temple. Originally, with her status, she would have had many choices if she wanted to choose a husband, but love was an inexplicable thing. After meeting Lin Yuner's father, Lin Yuner's mother fell in love with him. The two of them fell in love with each other and soon decided to marry. This matter was learned by the higher-ups of Sea Temple, and in a fit of anger, Lin Yuner's mother was expelled from Sea Temple. Although this was done, the people of Sea Temple did not embarrass her too much and still acquiesced to her living in Seaside City. From then on, Lin Yuner's parents became a poor couple, but they were still in love with each other and lived quite comfortably. However, a cultivator not only needed to live a good life, they also needed to. Both of them were only Saint Kings, similar to Huang Wan, and without the support of a sect, they could only find their own way out to sea, hunting sea beasts for their monster cores, furs, and bones in exchange for resources. It was also for this reason that Huang Wan got to know them and formed a team with them to act together. However, 3 years ago, when they went out, the three of them encountered an 8th-order sea beast. Lin Yuner's parents died on the spot, and only Huang Wan escaped and returned to Seaside City. Since then, she had raised Lin Yuner by her side. At that time, the little Lin Yuner was only 3 or 4 years old and had only just begun to remember. It could be said that most of Lin Yuner's memories came from Huang Wan, and the knowledge she learned was also taught by Huang Wan. Their relationship was like that of mother and daughter. The reason why Lin Yuner was wary of strangers was that when her parents were still alive, they had borrowed some saint crystals from others. After news of their death spread, those creditors came to take Lin Yuner away to repay their debts. Fortunately, Huang Wan stopped them and helped her pay off her debts. In short, Lin Yuner's life was very miserable. She had lost her parents at such a young age, and if it weren't for Huang Wan taking care of her these past 3 years, it was unknown whether she would still be alive today. This simple house was where Lin Yuner's parents used to live. After they died, Huang Wan stayed here in order to take care of Lin Yuner. So that's how it is. After listening to Huang Wan's story, Yang Kai gently nodded, a sense of pity surging in his heart. At that moment though, Lin Yuner, who had been silent all this time, suddenly spoke, "Are you here to take Yun away?" Her voice was crisp and extremely pleasant to the ear. When she asked this question, a pair of clear eyes stared at Yang Kai, like a clear spring, without the slightest impurities. Yang Kai heard this and grinned, "I'm here to take you away." Lin Yuner didn't show any fear, instead tilting her head and thinking for a moment before asking, "Can you come back after a few years?" Why? Yang Kai was very curious about how such a child thought. Yuner will grow up quickly and in a few years she'll be able to go out and hunt sea beasts. At that time, I'll give you a lot of saint crystals, so many that you won't be able to spend them all in your lifetime. She obviously thought that Yang Kai had come to collect a debt again. Yang Kai was taken aback for a moment before he couldn't help laughing. Huang Wan also listened from the side with a nervous expression. Good good good, you're so mischievous and ambitious, Yang Kai nodded with satisfaction. So don't take Yun away, Yun doesn't want to be separated from Auntie Huang right now. Lin Yun'er said crisply. As soon as this statement came out, Huang Wan's eyes immediately became misty. Although Lin Yun'er wasn't her biological child, after getting along with her for several years, she had long regarded her as her own. Now that she heard such words, how could she not be moved? She couldn't help hugging the little girl tightly. This time I came not only to take Yun away, but also to take away your Auntie Huang. What should I do? Yang Kai pretended to be embarrassed. Oh, so you're a bad guy. Lin Yun'er suddenly realized and pointed her little finger at Yang Kai as she shouted resolutely. In the eyes of a child, black and white were clearly distinguished. Anyone who tried to harm her was a bad guy. Yang Kai just smiled and said nothing. Sect Master. Huang Wan looked at him hesitantly. There's no need to say anything, just take her with you. Yang Kai smiled lightly. Since things weren't as he had guessed before, it didn't matter if he just took a child with him. Many thanks, Sect Master. Huang Wan was overjoyed. Although she felt that Yang Kai wouldn't refuse this request, if Yang Kai really refused, she could only stay and take care of Lin Yun'er. Yun'er, quickly thank Sect Master for his kindness. Huang Wan pulled Lin Yun'er out of her arms and pointed at Yang Kai. No, he's a bad guy, he wants to take Yun'er away. Lin Yun'er insisted on her judgment. Not only did she insist, but she also took 2 steps forward and threw a punch at Yang Kai. She seemed to be in a good position, but her territory was unstable. Yang Kai smiled and stretched out a hand in front of him. Seeing this scene, Huang Wan also showed a helpless and bitter smile. Of course, she knew that Yang Kai wouldn't be angered by the words of a young girl and would never hurt her because of it, so she had no intention of intervening to stop it. Pung! Her little fist just happened to hit Yang Kai's palm. Yang Kai couldn't help but raise his eyebrows, a look of surprise on his face, as if he had discovered something incredible. He then gently pushed Lin Yun'er back and provoked her, "You're too weak, come again." Humph! Lin Yun'er was like a newborn calf that was not afraid of tigers. Pouting her little mouth, she threw another punch. A moment later, Lin Yun'er was so tired that she was panting, looking at Yang Kai with a gloomy face. How could a little girl at the peak of the initial element realm shake Yang Kai? After waving her fists for a while, she had to accept this helpless reality. Yang Kai's eyes were bright, looking at Lin Yun'er as if he had found a treasure, his face full of excitement. What's wrong, Sect Master? Huang Wan looked at Yang Kai suspiciously. Haven't you fought with her before? Yang Kai didn't answer, but asked instead. No. Huang Wan slowly shook her head. I only taught Yun'er how to do it, I haven't fought with her. No wonder, Yang Kai muttered. Sect Master, is there something wrong with Yun'er? Huang Wan suddenly became nervous. There's nothing wrong, you don't have to worry. Yang Kai slowly shook his head, the corners of his mouth slightly raised, and looked at Lin Yun'er. It's just that this girl is very strong. Very strong? Huang Wan was stunned. Forget it, we'll talk about this when we get back to the sect. It's hard to explain in a short time, and I don't know the specific reason. Yang Kai didn't mean to explain, but recalling the power that came from Lin Yun'er's fists when he was fighting with her just now, it was indeed a bit unusual. Although Lin Yun'er was already at the peak of the initial element realm, she was too young to know how to use Yuan Qi to fight, so the fists she waved were all her own strength. And that kind of strength was almost comparable to an ordinary strong man. This was too inconceivable. How could a mere 6 or 7-year-old little girl with such a thin and frail body possess such great strength? Was it a gift or something else? Although Yang Kai was experienced and knowledgeable, he couldn't judge in a short time, so he could only hide his doubts in the bottom of his heart and prepare to go back and talk about it. Yes. Huang Wan naturally wouldn't get to the bottom of it, and nodded obediently. Although Lin Yun'er subconsciously judged Yang Kai as a bad guy, after Huang Wan's explanation, she no longer resisted. There was nothing to pack, and it was not an exaggeration to describe this house as bare walls. Soon, Huang Wan took Lin Yun'er's little hand and followed Yang Kai to the center of Linhai City. Huang Wan had lived here for several years and could barely be regarded as a local tyrant, so she naturally knew the location of the space array. With her leading the way, Yang Kai arrived at the palace where the space array was located without much effort. Seaside City's space array was open to the public as long as one paid enough Saint crystals, but there were only a handful of destinations that could be reached. After some consideration, Yang Kai chose Black Crow City as his next stop. It wasn't that Black Crow City was the closest to the Luyan sand field, but because Yang Kai had been to this city before, he knew that it wasn't far from Clear Sky Sect. As long as he could reach Black Crow City, he could use Clear Sky Sect's power to easily teleport to the nearest city to the Luyan sand field. This was a rather helpless choice, but it was also the fastest and most time-efficient. After paying a total of 600,000 Saint crystals, Yang Kai's group of 3 successfully stepped onto the space array, and after a flash of light, the trio disappeared without a trace. Yang Kai had been to Black Crow City once before with Xianxia Tao, Lu Ying, and the others. It was in this city that Yang Kai encountered Xianyu by chance, and after making a big scene in Joyous Union Pavilion, he managed to redeem her. Yang Kai had no intention of staying here for long, so after inquiring about the direction, he took Huang Wan and Lin Yuner and flew off in a certain direction. 3 days later, in front of another city several times larger than Black Crow City, Yang Kai landed. "Sect Master, how did we get here?" Huang Wan looked at the 3 words above the huge city gate with a blank expression. "And, there are some acquaintances here, so it's more convenient to transfer from here," Yang Kai explained lightly, glancing over at Lin Yuner who was sleeping soundly on Huang Wan's back, a smile appearing on his face. After 3 days of traveling, although the little girl hadn't exerted any effort, she was still exhausted. Not to mention, this was the first time she had traveled so far. Since she was born, she had never taken a step out of Linhai City. So when she left Linhai City that day, she was extremely curious about everything around her. Flying at high speed made her jump for joy. When she saw wild flowers and grass outside, she would dance with joy. When she saw birds and butterflies, she couldn't wait to catch them and play with them for a while. After the excitement, he was exhausted and fell into a deep sleep. "Let's go," Yang Kai called out and led the way into the city. Mahai City. As it was adjacent to Clear Sky Sect's headquarters, this city was basically as important to Clear Sky Sect as Heavenly Fate City was to Shadow Moon Hall. Black Sea City was also a city controlled by Clear Sky Sect. Xianxia Tao had invited Yang Kai to visit her home many times, but he had never had the opportunity or time to do so in the past. Not long after, Yang Kai arrived in front of Mahai City's City Lord's Mansion. The City Lord's Mansion was one of the most prominent buildings in Mahai City, so it was naturally built in a grand and majestic manner. In front of the City Lord's Mansion was a row of cultivator wearing black leather armor, each of them wearing solemn expressions and holding a silver spear, giving them a majestic appearance. Seeing Yang Kai's group of 3, everyone turned their attention to them, and one of them, who seemed to be the leader, shouted, "Halt! This is Black Sea City's City Lord's Mansion, unrelated people are not allowed to approach." This person was a third-order Saint King and as he spoke, he stepped in front of Yang Kai and stared at him vigilantly. Yang Kai grinned and cupped his fists slightly. "Hello friend, this one is Yang Kai and has come here to discuss some matters with your city lord. Can you inform him? You're looking for the City Lord's Master?" The man frowned, a slightly impatient expression appearing on his face. 10 out of 10 people who came here were looking for the City Lord's Master, so of course he knew that Yang Kai was no exception, but how could the City Lord's Master be so easily met? If he reported this matter without asking clearly, he would be the one to be punished. However, Yang Kai was an origin returning realm master, so he didn't dare to be too negligent. If it had been any other weaker cultivator, he would have already driven them away. "Do you know our City Lord's Master?" the man asked. I don't know him," Yang Kai shook his head honestly. "You don't know him?" The man showed a look of astonishment. "But I know your sect master Gu Jin," Yang Kai added. "You know the sect master?" The man was taken aback and the impatience on his face quickly disappeared, replaced by a look of shock. One had to know that the sect master had been in retreat all these years and it was impossible for ordinary people to see him. Even he had never seen the sect master before, but this guy named Yang Kai actually said that he knew the sect master. was he just bragging? "And I also know your great elder Mou." The man couldn't help sucking in a cold breath as he looked Xianxia up and down again, as if he wanted to re-examine him. Being able to know both the sect master and their great elder at the same time, this person's status was definitely not low, but why had he never seen him before? Although he was puzzled in his heart, he didn't dare to delay any longer. The impatience on his face disappeared as he respectfully cupped his fists and said, "Then I'll have to trouble you to wait here for a moment while I inform the city lord's master." "Thank you," Xianxia nodded lightly. Less than half a cup of tea's worth of time after the man entered the city lord's mansion, a petite figure suddenly rushed out and appeared in front of Xianxia in an instant. After seeing Xianxia, the person who rushed out was overjoyed. "Ah, it's really you, Xianxia. Why are you here? Sister Luing?" Xianxia was also a little surprised. He hadn't expected that the first person to run out of the city lord's mansion to greet him would be Luing, but it seemed that she was the only one here. Xianxia Tao, who was always by her side, was nowhere to be seen. However, since she was an acquaintance, things were much easier. Xianxia had been thinking about how to prove his identity to the city lord he had never met before. "I was just passing by and wanted to borrow the space array here, but why is Sister Luing here?" "Where is Sister Chen?" Xianxia asked curiously. "Senior Sister Chen has been in retreat since returning from the Emperor Garden. As for why I am here, he. Black Sea City's city lord is my father," Luing replied with a grin. Xianxia was stunned. He hadn't expected Lu Ying's identity to be so high. Usually, when he saw her following Xianxia Tao around, Xianxia thought that she was just a disciple with good aptitude in Clear Sky sect, but her background was actually not small. Since her father could become Black Sea City's city lord, he was definitely a third-order origin returning realm master. Impudence. Just as they were speaking, a dignified shout suddenly rang out from inside the city lord's mansion. Immediately after, a middle-aged man with fair skin stepped out, his expression solemn and dignified as he scolded, "Sect Master Yang is the sect master of a sect. How can a little girl like you speak so rudely?" This man was obviously Lu Ying's father, the city lord of Black Sea City. Hearing her father's reprimand, Lu Ying couldn't help sticking out her tongue playfully. Xianxia chuckled and said, "City Lord Master is too serious. Sister Luing and I have known each other for a long time and are friends of the same generation. There is no need for our relationship to become estranged just because this Yang has established a sect." The middle-aged man heard this and his eyes lit up, seemingly very satisfied with Xianxia's humility and amiability, but he still shook his head and said, "Even so, etiquette cannot be abandoned. Inger greets Sect Master Yang again." When Luing heard this, the corners of her mouth rose to the heavens, but she couldn't disobey her father's orders, so she could only reluctantly bow again. Xianxia was helpless. Although he hadn't exchanged many words with this city lord, he could tell that he was quite rigid. After Luing bowed, the middle-aged man cupped his fists and said, "This one is Lu Xian, the city lord of Black Sea City. Greetings, Sect Master Yang. City Lord Master is too polite. This one came uninvited. I hope City Lord Master will not take offense." Xianxia quickly returned the courtesy. "Sect Master Yang is too serious. Your presence in Black Sea City brings light to Black Sea City's humble dwelling. Please come inside. This Lu has already sent a message to Sect Master and Great Elder. The two of them will arrive within half an hour, so please wait a moment, Sect Master Yang." "Good." Xianxia gently nodded, not taking this matter to heart. He had saved Gu Zhan and Mou in the Emperor Garden, so they would definitely come after hearing the news. This was something Xianxia had expected. Entering the city lord's mansion, Xianxia found himself surrounded by crowds of people. Seeing the travel-worn appearance of Xianxia's group of three, Lu Xian arranged for them to bathe and change their clothes. Xianxia naturally didn't refuse. He didn't care if he was covered in dust, but he couldn't bear to see Lin Yun'er and Huang Wan like this. After a short while, Xianxia appeared in a palace with a refreshed look on his face. At this time, Gu Zhan and Mou, who had heard the news, had already arrived, so after meeting, they naturally couldn't avoid exchanging pleasantries. After a while, the host and guests took their seats. Lu Xian had already prepared a welcome banquet and presented exquisite food and spirit fruits one by one, causing Lin Yun'er, who had never experienced such a life before, to gobble up the food. This straightforward little girl's behavior was not only not annoying but also quite interesting. Luing sat next to Lin Yun'er and constantly served her food, seemingly quite fond of this little girl. Huang Wan, on the other hand, was very reserved here. She had never thought that she would one day be able to sit at the same table as the master and young lady of Clear Sky sect. After all, a few days ago she had been so poor that she had to beg others for 100 spirit pill that only cost 5,000 saint crystals, but a few days later she had been reborn. She deeply understood that the reason she was able to receive such treatment was entirely because of Yang Kai, causing her heart to be filled with mixed feelings. A few hours later, as the sky darkened and the banquet came to an end, Lin Yun'er, who had eaten and drunk to her heart's content, was taken away by Huang Wan to rest, leaving only Yang Kai and Clear Sky sect's elders in the hall. "Is Sister Chen also back?" Yang Kai took a sip of tea and asked with concern. "Thanks to Sect Master Yang, the three of us returned unscathed," Gu Zhen said gratefully. This trip to the Emperor Garden had been filled with crises, the most dangerous of which was the battle with Yang Kai. At that time, if it weren't for Yang Kai coming to their rescue at the critical moment, Gu Zhen and Mou might have been fine, but Chen Tao, who was the weakest of them, would definitely not have been able to escape. However, after returning, Chen Tao entered retreat. After all, she had made some gains in the Emperor Garden. What's more, she had just broken through to the origin returning realm and had yet to condense her Shi, so she didn't dare delay. As such, she didn't come out to see Yang Kai this time. And that's good. After learning about Chen Tao's recent situation, Yang Kai felt relieved. "How did Sect Master Yang appear here?" Mou looked at Yang Kai suspiciously. "My luck was bad." Smiling bitterly, Yang Kai briefly recounted what had happened after he came out. Gu Zhen and Mou listened to him with mixed feelings. Speaking of which, Mou, Gu Zhen, and the others had been quite lucky when they came out of the Emperor Garden and happened to appear near Clear Sky sect, so it didn't take them much effort to return to the sect. This trip to the Emperor Garden was really unexpected. "I didn't expect this restricted area to be the entire territory of Shadowed Star, causing our Shadowed Star to suffer heavy losses," Gu Zhen sighed deeply. "Oh? Which great forces suffered losses?" Yang Kai suddenly became interested. "I'm not sure yet, but since this old master returned, he has been inquiring about the situation. It is said that Demon Blood Temple's great elder and temple master both died in the Emperor Garden." Yang Kai gently nodded, his expression calm. He was the one who killed these two from Demon Blood Temple, so of course he knew the specifics better than anyone. Gu Zhen and the others didn't see any clues and only thought that the two masters from Demon Blood Temple had died because they encountered masters from other cultivation stars in the Emperor Garden, so Gu Zhen continued, "In addition to them, Thunder Typhoon Sect's great elder Qingpeng Xian also died, Heaven Battling Union's Mo Shaoxing was seriously injured but managed to escape, and Colored Glass Sect's Gong Xing he also failed to return. The other great forces also suffered some losses. My Clear Sky sect being able to come out unscathed is a stroke of luck. Even Qingpeng Xian and Gong Xing he died?" Yang Kai was shocked. "And, although the news hasn't spread yet, it is indeed true," Gu Zhen nodded. Yang Kai didn't suspect anything about this. These great forces would often place pawns in each other's camps, so it was possible for them to inquire about information. "What about Shadow Moon Hall? How are Qian Tong, Fei Ji Tu, Wei Gucheng, and the others?" Yang Kai asked nervously. "Sect Master Yang does not need to be nervous, they are all fine." Mou smiled lightly, old Ghost Qian is truly astute. This time, they didn't go deep into the Emperor Garden at all, simply exploring the outside. "I see." Yang Kai couldn't help breathing a sigh of relief as he admired Qian Tong's cautiousness. It couldn't be said that Qian Tong was a coward, but if Wei Gucheng had not been present at that time, he and Fei Ji too would definitely not have missed this opportunity to enter the Emperor Garden. However, with Wei Gucheng present, it was impossible. The reason Yang Kai hadn't ventured deep into the Emperor Garden was definitely out of consideration for Wei Gucheng. It was because of this caution that Qian Tong and the others were able to avoid any losses. Even experts like Qingpeng Xian and Gong Xing had perished. No matter how strong Qian Tong and Fei Ji Tu were, there was a possibility that they would meet the same fate. Although the opening of the Emperor Garden this time had brought many people great gains, it had also caused many sects to suffer heavy losses. Before entering, no one had expected that this trip to the Emperor Garden would be so dangerous. If they had known earlier, there probably wouldn't have been so many people rushing here. Compared to other cultivation stars, my shadowed star is still quite lacking. Although because of the world principles, which prevent us from prying into the mysteries of the Origin King realm, allowing us to explore the Origin returning realm to its peak, in the end, without the guidance of an Origin King realm master, our artifacts and pills are all inferior to those outside. It's always a bit difficult to fight against those outside, Guzhan sighed. And if my shadowed star could also produce an Origin King realm master, this situation probably wouldn't have happened. Mou also nodded in agreement. That being said, breaking through to the Origin King realm is easier said than done. Lu Xian looked sad as he slowly shook his head. For the past 10,000 years, my shadowed star has not produced an Origin King realm master. Last time, a red candle fruit appeared in Luyan's desert. As far as I know, old Fart Tang of Floating Mist Palace obtained a piece of this red candle fruit and swallowed it to refine it, but in the end, he gained nothing and wasted such a good spirit fruit. Not just old Fart Tang, Colored Glass Sect also obtained a piece of red candle fruit at that time. Gongxinghe also swallowed it and refined it, but it also had no effect, otherwise, he would not have fallen this time. In fact, it is not impossible to break through to the Origin King realm, Mou said thoughtfully. Shadowed Star is suppressed by its world principles, but as long as we can leave Shadowed Star and go to other cultivation stars that meet these conditions, we will naturally have a chance to break through to the Origin King realm. Hearing this, both Guzhan and Lu Xian looked shocked. Yang Kai glanced at the three of them and suddenly laughed. Three seniors, if you have something to say, there's no need to beat around the bush. Yang Kai's straightforwardness made Mou and the others look embarrassed. After a long time, Mou lightly coughed and said, "It's like this, Yang Kai, we actually want to ask if you have any plans to use your noble sex Origin King grade starship for a long voyage?" Sure enough. Yang Kai smiled knowingly. Just now, when he heard these three people talk about the Origin King realm, he had some guesses, and now that he had probed them, he immediately understood their intentions. Obviously, they intended to take a free ride, leave Shadowed Star, and go to other cultivation stars to spy on the mysteries of the Origin King realm. This was only human nature. What if I say, I have such an idea? Yang Kai smiled lightly. Guzhan and the other two's expressions brightened as they stared at him expectantly. Not only do I have such an idea, but I may also do so in the near future. Yang Kai's words were astonishing. Really? Mou stood up abruptly while Guzhan and Lu Xian also showed excitement. Really? Yang Kai nodded seriously. That's great, that's great. Mou muttered to himself for a moment before suddenly rubbing his big hands and staring at Yang Kai expectantly. Sect Master Yang, since things have gotten to this point, this Mo won't beat around the bush. May I ask how many people can board that starship? A few dozen shouldn't be a problem. Mou's eyes lit up as he grit his teeth and quickly said, "Can my Clear Sky sect occupy two, no, one spot?" On the other side, Guzhan and Lu Xian also looked over expectantly, Guzhan saying, "Of course, we won't occupy this precious spot for nothing. We can pay a corresponding price." One is enough? Yang Kai looked at them with some surprise. It's more than enough, Guzhan nodded. Guzhan nodded solemnly. If possible, we would certainly like to see more people leave Shadowed Star, but if all the masters leave, Clear Sky sect will have no one to guard it. What's more, breaking through to the Origin King realm is not easy, so having one spot to try is more than enough. If that's the case, then I can agree, Yang Kai nodded. Lightly. Hearing this, the three from Clear Sky sect were overjoyed. As for who this spot would be given to, that was a headache for Clear Sky sect, so Yang Kai didn't need to worry about it. Afterward, Yang Kai told them that when he really wanted to use the starship to leave Shadowed Star, he would send them a message, so all they had to do was wait patiently. The three naturally had no objections. The night passed silently, and the next day, Yang Kai took Huang Wan and Lin Yuner to bid farewell to the three from Clear Sky sect. Although Guzhan and the others wanted to keep him, they knew that Yang Kai had just come out of the Emperor Garden and had many things to do, so they didn't stop him and personally escorted him to the location of Black Sea City's space array. Yang Kai's next destination was Demon Blood City. Demon Blood City was a city controlled by Demon Blood Temple and was not far from Luyan Sand Field. When Yang Kai came out of Luyan Sand Field, he had met Demon Blood Temple disciple Deng Ming at the edge of the desert and obtained the Demon Blood Thread secret technique. Deng Ming then took him to Demon Blood City. There was nothing wrong with choosing this route, but Gu Zhen told him that Demon Blood City might not be peaceful right now and urged him to be careful. Demon Blood City was indeed not peaceful. When Yang Kai's group of 3 teleported from Black Sea City's space array to Demon Blood City, they immediately noticed that the city seemed to be in turmoil and that many people were fighting. This couldn't be helped though, as Demon Blood Temple's Great Elder and Temple Master had both fallen in the Emperor Garden. Now that there was no one in control of the temple, the elders were naturally fighting for power. Demon Blood Temple was a great force that liked infighting, so with this reason, the entire Demon Blood Temple was in turmoil at this moment. Naturally, Demon Blood City had also become extremely chaotic. Even the main hall where the space array was located was unguarded. All the disciples of Demon Blood Temple had been involved in this dispute, and the city was constantly filled with scenes of people being killed and those being killed. After arriving at Demon Blood City, Yang Kai released his divine sense and quickly grasped the situation in the city. Not showing any fear, he simply circulated his Saint Qi, wrapped Huang Wan and Lin Yuner in his Saint Qi, and flew out of the city. Along the way, there were many people who tried to block Yang Kai's path, but all of them were killed. With his current strength, even if he encountered a third-order origin returning realm master, he wouldn't be afraid, let alone these stray cats and dogs. Soon, the disciples of Demon Blood Temple realized just how tyrannical Yang Kai was and no one dared to block his path. What's more, Yang Kai came and went in a hurry, obviously a master just passing by, so who would bother trying to stop him? Wouldn't that be seeking their own deaths? So, in less than a dozen breaths of time, Yang Kai had already left Demon Blood City with Huang Wan and Lin Yuner, heading straight towards the Luyan Desert. One day later, Yang Kai found a beautiful palace somewhere outside the Luyan Desert and rushed inside. This was the first time Yang Kai had entered this palace and it belonged to High Heaven Sect. Inside the palace was a space array specially arranged by Yang Yen to facilitate the entry and exit of High Heaven Sect's disciples. After all, the flowing flame sand field covered an extremely large area. If one were to rely on flying alone, it would take at least a day or two to reach High Heaven Sect's headquarters, but with this special space array, it was a different story, allowing one to come and go freely. At this moment, there were only 2 High Heaven Sect disciples guarding the palace. Both of their cultivations were not worth mentioning, only third-order saints. Such strength was nothing on Shadowed Star, but now that High Heaven Sect's name was like the sun in the sky, no one dared to stroke this tiger's whiskers, so there was no need to worry about their safety. On top of that, there was also a spirit array arranged by Yang Yen around the palace. If anyone tried to invade High Heaven Sect using the space array, they would be blocked by the spirit array. The disciples on duty would have plenty of time to destroy the space array. With the help of the space array outside Luyan's desert, Yang Kai easily arrived at High Heaven Sect's headquarters. When Yang Kai appeared on the other side of the palace, the several guards on duty immediately prepared their defenses, but when they saw him return, they were overjoyed and quickly bowed. "Have Yang Yun and Elder Yi returned?" Yang Kai hurriedly asked. Reporting to Sect Master, Vice Sect Master Yang and Great Elder Yi returned 5 days ago, a seemingly quick-witted guard quickly replied. Yang Kai couldn't help breathing a sigh of relief. Although he felt that Yang Yun and Yi Shiyun should be fine, he was still a little worried before he received specific news. Now that he knew they had returned safely, he naturally put down his worries. However, when they returned, Vice Sect Master Yang seemed to be in a coma and was carried back by Great Elder, the guard added cautiously. What? Yang Kai was shocked and asked a few more questions, but the answer he got was the same. He didn't know what kind of injury Yang Yun had suffered that caused him to fall into a coma, or if there were any serious injuries. "There's nothing else for you to do, continue to stand guard here." Yang Kai had no choice but to quickly leave this place and go straight to 100 Flowers Peak, where Yang Yun had lived before. Halfway there, Wu Yi and Qian Yu came over to greet him, apparently having received news that Yang Kai had returned. The anxiety on the faces of the 2 women was obvious, and after seeing Yang Kai, they hurriedly called out to him. I heard a little about the situation. Do you know how Yang Yun was injured? Is his injury serious? Yang Kai came over and asked. Both women shook their heads, Jian Yu saying, since returning, Great Elder hasn't appeared in front of anyone, so we haven't been able to inquire about him. Don't worry, I'll go take a look myself, Yang Kai frowned. They're not in 100 Flowers Peak right now, Wu hurriedly pulled Yang Kai back. Then where are they? Yang Kai looked stunned. In the 6th layer. The 6th floor. Yang Kai's frown deepened. Of course, he knew where the 6th floor was. It was none other than the center of the Luyan Desert, where the small bamboo building was. It was supposed to be the place where the great emperors cultivated. But why did they go to the 6th floor? Could it be that the great emperors have really awakened? Kai Yang's heart suddenly filled with an uneasy feeling. Standing in place and pondering for a long time, Yang Kai took a deep breath and said, I'll go take a look. By the way, Wu Yi, you should be familiar with Foreign Elder Huang. I met her by chance on the way back and invited her to join High Heaven sect. Now that she is also a member of the sect, please arrange for her. Yes. Wu Yi quickly nodded. She had seen Huang Wan just now, but because she had been worried about Yang Inflammation's safety, she hadn't had time to greet her. Now that she had listened to Yang Kai's instructions, she naturally agreed. Yang Kai's figure flickered and disappeared, heading straight to the 6th floor. High Heaven sect was located in the 4th layer of the flowing flame sand field, and between it and the 6th layer was the flame area, the most powerful layer of the flowing flame sand field. However, Yang Kai had the protection of the Star Emperor token, so there was nothing to worry about. It only took half a day for Yang Kai to arrive in front of the bamboo building on the 6th floor. As if she had known Yang Kai would come, Yi Shiyun had been waiting in front of the bamboo building. After seeing Yang Kai, a complicated look flashed across her beautiful eyes as she bowed, subordinate greets sect master. Is Yang Inflammation inside? Yang Kai asked as he walked inside. Unexpectedly, Yi Shiyun's figure flickered and directly blocked in front of Yang Kai, as if not allowing him to approach. What do you mean? Yang Kai narrowed his eyes as he stared deeply at Yi Shiyun, a look of hostility filling his face. Please forgive me, sect master. Master has ordered that she will not see anyone right now. Yi Shiyun's expression remained calm as she replied in a neither servile nor overbearing manner. Even me? Yang Kai raised his brow. Yes. Yi Shiyun nodded lightly, subordinate is only carrying out master's orders, please do not embarrass subordinate, sect master. Embarrass you? Yang Kai laughed. Dumbly, interesting. I just want to see her, what's there to embarrass you about? It's not like I haven't seen her before. Please forgive me, sect master. Yi Shiyun stubbornly stood in front of him. Yang Kai frowned as he stared at her indifferently for a moment before asking in a deep voice, since Yang Inflammation can give you orders, can you say that she is fine? But why did the people below say that she was in a coma when she returned and that you were the one who carried her back? Yes, master is indeed in a coma, but she is not seriously injured, it's just that. Just what? Yi Shiyun fell silent as a look of embarrassment appeared on her face. Observing her expression, Yang Kai's brow furrowed as he narrowed his eyes and said, I will only ask one question, please tell me everything you know, Great Elder. Please ask, sect master. Yi Shiyun raised her head and brushed her hair behind her ear. Is the one inside the bamboo house the Yang Inflammation I know, or, your master? Both, Yi Shiyun said with a bitter smile on her face. I understand. Yang Kai gently nodded, a look of understanding appearing on his face, so that's how it is. So this is what awakening the great emperors is all about, I understand. Previously, Yang Inflammation had said that the day the Emperor Garden opened was the day the great emperors were awakened. At that time, although Yang Kai was somewhat puzzled and suspicious, he did not ask about it in detail, or rather, he was subconsciously afraid to ask about the specific process, lest the answer he received was not what he wanted. Yang Kai had already made some guesses. But now, this guess had obviously been confirmed. The great emperors, as their main bodies, had awakened, so Yang Inflammation, as a soul clone, naturally could not exist alone. The two had merged into one, which was why Yi Shiyun had given such an answer. Sect master is a wise man, you should understand the current situation. Yi Shiyan looked at him indifferently. I understand, I just want to know what will happen to Yang Inflammation? She is the master, and the master is her, so nothing will happen to her. Yang Kai gently nodded. The situation was not so bad that he could not accept it. Although this result was not the best, it was not the worst either. Considering all this, Yang Kai closed his eyes and released his divine sense into the bamboo house, wanting to see what the specific situation of Yang Inflammation was at the moment. Yi Shiyan opened her mouth, but in the end, she did not stop him. His divine sense easily penetrated the obstacles of the bamboo house and soon found Yang Inflammation in a room on the 3rd floor. At this moment, she was lying quietly on a bamboo bed, motionless, as if she had fallen into a deep sleep. Her appearance was no different from the Yang Inflammation in his impression, but her temperament was completely different. Sweeping her with his divine sense, Yang Kai actually felt a sense of trepidation, as if he was an ant that was recklessly spying on a sleeping dragon. In an instant, Yang Kai's soul trembled as an inexplicable sense of crisis welled up from the bottom of his heart. The next moment, a tearing pain filled his mind and Yang Kai's eyes flew open as he involuntarily stepped back, his face extremely pale. Sect Master, are you all right? Yi Shiyan's beautiful face paled. I'm fine. Yang Kai waved his hand, a look of lingering fear on his face. Was this the majesty of the great emperors? Even if they were in a deep sleep, no one was allowed to violate them. Yang Kai had finally experienced this personally. If she was awake, how awe-inspiring would she be? Yang Kai's mood fluctuated for a moment as his eyes flashed with a look of yearning. After a while, his mood calmed down and he rubbed his temples as he asked, did she say when she would wake up? My lord, you have been asleep for too long. Tens of thousands of years have passed, so waking up will be a very long process. You will only truly wake up after your divine soul and body have completely fused. It might take 10 or 20 years, or even 100 years. This subordinate cannot say for sure. So long, Yang Kai frowned slightly. Yes. Yi Shiyan nodded lightly, before Master left. She told me to assist Sect Master with all my strength, so if Sect Master has any instructions, please do not hesitate to speak and subordinate will do her best to comply. Yang Yan's orders. Yang Kai's heart warmed as he thought to himself, no wonder when he saw Yi Shiyan this time, she had always referred to him as her subordinate. She had never been like this before, so there was actually such a reason. For the time being, there is nothing for you to do, just stay here and look after Yang Inflammation. Yes, subordinate will not disappoint. Take care, Sect Master. Yi Shiyan bowed slightly. She had actually ordered him to leave. Yang Kai swallowed the words he was about to say and left with a look of resentment. In any case, it was now determined that Yang Inflammation was not dangerous. Although her soul clone had merged with the main body of the great emperors, her memories and emotions would not be erased and would only be inherited by the body she currently possessed. That was enough. Right now, he may not have the qualifications to speak to the great emperors as equals, but one day, he would be able to stand at the same height as her. When that time came, he would be able to coexist peacefully with Yang Inflammation as usual. A burst of ambition ignited in Yang Kai's heart. A day later, Yang Kai returned to High Heaven Sect's headquarters. Everything in the sect was as usual, but the arrival of Huang Wan made Wu Yi, Chang Qi, Haoen, and the others happy while the little brat Lin Yuner won the unanimous favor of all High Heaven Sect members. The arrival of the little girl brought some laughter to the sect, and after a short period of familiarity, Lin Yuner immediately fell in love with this picturesque place. Everyone here was very good to her, taking care of her like a family member, allowing Lin Yuner to feel the warmth of home that she had not felt for a long time, and her courage gradually grew. From time to time, she could be seen wearing beautiful new clothes and running around the sect like a little madwoman. Huang Wan chased after her until she was gasping for breath. First Heavenly Palace, Yang Kai's residence. Inside his room, Yang Kai sat cross-legged in meditation with his eyes closed. He had been in this state for half a month now. When he had used his divine sense to spy on Yang Inflammation in the bamboo house, he had been shocked by the invisible emperor pressure, which had left a flaw in his mind. This flaw was usually not noticeable and would not manifest itself, but if he encountered a powerful enemy, it would inevitably affect Yang Kai's performance. So, after Yang Kai returned to the sect's headquarters, the first thing he had to do was to erase this flaw. Fortunately, the problem was not serious and Yang Kai spent half a month dealing with it. The next thing he needed to do was naturally take stock of his harvest from the Emperor Garden. Considering all this, Yang Kai stretched out his hand and wiped his space ring. With a flash of light, a pile of herbs appeared in front of him. These herbs were naturally collected together with the people from Ice Heart Valley in that hidden mountain valley. At that time, Yang Kai did not have time to deal with them, so he had simply placed them in his space ring. Now that he had some free time, he naturally had to organize them, otherwise, the medicinal efficacies would definitely be lost. As an alchemist, Yang Kai naturally knew how to properly preserve spirit grasses and spirit medicines. Taking out boxes made of different materials from his space ring, he carefully stored them according to their characteristics. Those that were suitable for preservation in jade were placed in jade boxes while those that were suitable for preservation in wood were placed in wooden boxes. There were many ways to preserve herbs, but this was not a problem for Yang Kai. After busying himself for a while, Yang Kai quickly put away these boxes with a smile on his face. These were several hundred spirit medicines of high medicinal age, and although their grades varied, each one was extremely valuable. After all, these spirit grasses and spirit medicines had existed in that hidden mountain valley for tens of thousands of years and could all be considered 10,000-year-old spirit medicines. Pills refined from such spirit grasses and spirit medicines were far more efficacious than those refined from ordinary spirit grasses and would be of great help to Yang Kai in refining his alchemy skills. Combined with the herbs he had collected from the floating continent when he first entered the Star Territory, Yang Kai felt that before he broke through to the Origin King-grade alchemist realm, he would definitely not lack materials. Even after breaking through to the Origin King realm, he would have many Origin King-grade materials to practice with. The next thing Yang Kai took out was an alchemy furnace, one that he had also found in that hidden mountain valley. This was the alchemy furnace used by the mountain valley's owner when he was alive. It was an Origin King-grade alchemy furnace and was extremely rare in this world. Yang Kai already had two furnaces. One was the Origin King-grade artifact refining furnace where the Firebird artifact spirit resided, and the other was the alchemy furnace in front of him, but neither was something that could be seen casually. If an artifact refiner or alchemist had a good furnace, they would be able to save a lot of time when performing artifact refining and alchemy, allowing them to refine better artifacts and pills. There was a saying that a craftsman must first sharpen his tools if he wanted to do a good job. This was the truth. Unfortunately, artifact refining furnaces and alchemy furnaces were much more difficult to refine than ordinary artifacts, so they were much rarer and more valuable. The third-order origin returning realm young woman from Ice Heart Valley also knew the value of this pill furnace, but because of her many thoughts and concerns, she still gave it to Yang Kai in exchange for more pills to be distributed. This choice wasn't a loss for her, but for Kai Yang, it was a profit. When it came to pills, Yang Kai could refine them himself in the future. Even if he wanted to refine pills, it wouldn't be difficult for him to refine them, but an Origin King-grade alchemy furnace was extremely difficult to find. This alchemy furnace was about half the height of a person and had a simple texture. It was purple in color and gave off a desolate aura. At the top of the furnace, there were two large characters. At the time, Yang Kai hadn't examined them carefully, but now that he looked at them carefully, he realized that they were actually Purple Origin. This was obviously the name of this alchemy furnace. Purple Origin Furnace, a good name. With the assistance of this alchemy furnace, refining pills in the future would become easier and of higher quality. Alchemy furnaces were different from artifacts in that they didn't require a lot of time to refine. All one needed to do was leave their mark on the alchemy furnace. However, because this Purple Origin furnace had a previous owner, Yang Kai had to erase the previous owner's mark before he could leave his mark on it. This wasn't a difficult task. The owner of this hidden mountain valley had died tens of thousands of years ago, so the mark he left behind was extremely weak. Yang Kai easily erased it and spent a few days to leave his mark on it, successfully taking possession of this Purple Origin furnace. After happily playing with it for a while, Yang Kai put it away. Now was not the time to perform alchemy, so there was no need to use it. Immediately, Yang Kai took out another item. It was a pill. This was not the pill that Yang Kai and the young woman from Ice Heart Valley had shared, but rather one that Yang Kai had fished out of the Purple Origin Furnace. When he found this Purple Origin Furnace, Yang Kai had swept its interior with his divine sense and noticed that there was a pill inside. According to the posture of the skeleton before its death, this should be the last pill that the owner of this mountain valley had tried his best to refine before his death. Fortunately, he had succeeded. However, before Yang Kai had time to examine it carefully, the young woman from Ice Heart Valley had chased him into the cave, so Yang Kai quickly put away this pill, not knowing whether it could still be used. If it was an ordinary pill, no matter what its quality was, after 10,000 years of the flowing time Great Emperor, its medicinal efficacies would have long since dissipated and could no longer be used. It would simply be a useless pill. Only a spirit pill that had formed pill veins could maintain its medicinal efficacies. Pill veins were like shackles that bound a pill's medicinal properties. At that time, the spirit pills that Yang Kai and the young woman from Ice Heart Valley had all formed pill veins and were extremely rare, while all the other useless pills had been discarded. As for whether the pill in the Purple Origin Furnace had pill veins or not, Yang Kai was not sure, but this did not prevent him from looking forward to it. After all, it was a pill that the alchemy grandmaster had refined at the cost of his last drop of vitality. But at this moment, when Yang Kai looked at the pill in his hand, his face could not help changing, immediately revealing a look of horror and ecstasy as he cried out, "Pill clouds?" He never expected that the pill he had fished out of the Purple Origin Furnace would actually form pill clouds. On the surface of this pill, there was a layer of mist, as if a seven-colored cloud had shrunk and wrapped around it, giving it a magnificent appearance. There was no doubt that this was indeed pill clouds. Yang Kai was stunned for a long time before confirming that his eyes were not playing tricks on him. Pills that formed pill clouds were not something Yang Kai had never seen before. He had taken one and had even refined one himself. The pill he had taken had allowed his 5-colored soul-warming lotus to evolve into a 6-colored one and had greatly improved his strength. The pill he had refined was the burning flame pill that had been used to save Shuiyu. The pill he had taken had been found in the ancient ruins on the seabed of Tongxian realm, while the pill he had refined had occurred on Rainfall Star. Yang Kai knew better than anyone how difficult it was to form pill clouds. This was simply not something that could be achieved by a human. The pills that he refined now had a very high probability of forming pill veins, around 20 to 30%. But after so many years, only a single burning flame pill had formed pill clouds. That one had been refined after breaking through one's own limits and nearly dying from exhaustion. From the pills he obtained in the cave, Yang Kai knew that the owner of that cave must have been a great alchemy grandmaster when he was alive, otherwise, he would not have been able to refine so many pills with pill veins. Yang Kai originally thought that the pill this person had refined with his last bit of vitality should also form pill veins, but the truth of the matter was far more shocking than he had expected. This was actually a spirit pill that had formed pill clouds. And judging from the medicinal efficacies and energy fluctuations radiating from it, this was an Origin King grade pill. That person was actually so amazing. Yang Kai was secretly stunned. Just an Origin King grade pill was already extremely valuable, let alone an Origin King grade pill that had formed pill clouds. What's more, this was an existence that had existed for tens of thousands of years. Yang Kai sucked in a breath of cold air. The value of such a spirit pill could no longer be judged by ordinary standards. Yang Kai, who had always been calm, suddenly found his face twitching and his hands trembling slightly. As everyone knew, once a spirit pill formed pill veins, it would become indestructible and its medicinal efficacies would double. If a spirit pill formed pill clouds, not only would its medicinal efficacies double, but as time passed, the pill clouds would automatically absorb world energy to nourish the spirit pill, allowing its medicinal efficacies to become stronger and stronger. The longer this process lasted, the greater the medicinal efficacies would become. The reason why the pill Yang Kai had taken in the past could allow his 5-colored soul-warming lotus to evolve was because it had undergone thousands of years of accumulation and precipitation, allowing its medicinal efficacies to become so terrifying. At that time, when Yang Kai had taken it, his body had almost exploded. Fortunately, the soul-warming lotus had absorbed most of the medicinal efficacies. However, compared to the one in front of him, there was simply no comparison. Not to mention that there was a world of difference between the two, just the accumulation and accumulation over time made the one in front of him far inferior to the one in front of him. What kind of concept was tens of thousands of years? Yang Kai suddenly felt that his mind was unable to process all of this. He had actually been lucky enough to obtain such a heaven-defying treasure. His luck was simply too good. Everything he had obtained from that hidden mountain valley paled in comparison to this Origin King grade spirit pill. After recovering from his shock and excitement, Yang Kai smiled bitterly again. What kind of astonishing medicinal efficacies did the spirit pill contain? Regardless of what use it had, it was impossible for him to take it with his current cultivation. If he swallowed it rashly, there would only be one result: his body would explode. If an Origin King grade master were to take it, they might not be able to withstand the medicinal efficacies of the spirit pill. Considering all this, Yang Kai's excitement gradually calmed down. The most important thing right now was to figure out what this pill was used for. At the very least, he had to figure out what it was. Squinting his eyes and looking into the spirit pill, Yang Kai found that its insides were crystal clear and seemed to be flowing with some kind of translucent substance. Inside this translucent substance, there was also a gossamer-like substance that seemed to have a life of its own. No way, Yang Kai was stunned. This spirit pill was actually on the verge of gaining sentience. That gossamer-like substance was obviously the result of the accumulation and precipitation of the flowing time-grade emperor. As long as the spirit pill was given some more time, perhaps it would really gain sentience and become a completely different kind of existence. Pills gaining sentience was just a theory, not even a legend. Yang Kai had never expected that he would one day be able to verify the validity of this theory. Unfortunately, since this spirit pill had fallen into his hands, it would one day play a role and there would be no possibility of it gaining sentience. End of chapter 1479. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.